capabilities and their economic security simultaneously, but they are also watching Iran threaten their oil production, their specific oil production, by name, and they are watching America's response to their concerns remain inadequate to the scale of the threat. The Wall Street Journal reported that Saudi Arabia is actively pressing Washington to abandon the blockade, not quietly suggesting it, pressing, because Saudi Arabia has been told privately by Iran that if the blockade continues, no port in the region will be safe. Saudi Arabia received Pakistan's army chief and prime minister, praised their constructive role, and backed the diplomatic process because Saudi Arabia needs this war to end before the IRGC's target list becomes an operations order. The UAE arrested 27 people this week, it accused of belonging to an Iranian-linked terrorist organization, confirmed yesterday. Iran immediately condemned the UAE for it today. That exchange happened on the same day the IRGC named UAE oil facilities as targets. The UAE is hosting American forces, arresting Iranian agents, and watching Iranian missiles get pointed at its refineries simultaneously. Qatar hosts the largest American air base in the region. Its Slafen complex handles approximately 10 billion cubic feet of LNG per day, roughly 20% of global LNG demand. The IRGC named ExxonMobil Slafen specifically in its target list. Qatar, like every other Gulf state, is trying to stay out of a war that is threatening the infrastructure that constitutes its entire economic existence. Kuwait's Al Ahmadi refinery, 346,000 barrels per day, was named on the IRG list. Kuwait has been pressing for de-escalation since the first war.
I'm going to stop it right there and open up the floor. Pretty much everyone has an understanding of what this guy is saying with regards to Iran's position now, going through or beyond the 56th day. Iran is basically, it's like it's a game of poker. You know, you got a full house and you done bet 100. Iran call you 100 and they raise the stakes to 1,000. All right, Israel, are you gonna call that 1,000? America gonna fold, or are you gonna call that 1,000? Because they have said, Al, if any of the EAU, any of the states at all, we got missiles to reach out. And guess what? We publicly are gonna put it out there in the news and let you know you got a calling card. In other words, you got a headhunter. It's a headhunter out there for you. If you play and help the United States bomb your oil bills, what's that's going to do to the oil prices then? And we're going to close the straits of Hormuz like we've been doing, and we're going to keep them closed. It's up to you, boys.
Hey, Mr. Wilson,
Eugene, I wanted to just submit a correction earlier. I was incorrect. And the gentleman who had 30 plus 4 days or whatever, before, they have to do something else. So, yeah.
Hey, Eugene, you gotta salute that brother. How many motherfuckers come back and say I stand corrected or I'm wrong? Salute that brother. Salute to you. I don't even know who you is.
Salute, bro. Salute. I wanted to hear Mr. Wilson's what's his opinion on the situation if he's there. If not, y'all keep going. But I really, it's like, or anybody else, what y'all got, what y'all think America should do, what's America's play right now?
Well, America's full of shit.
Well, if you think about it, America really doesn't have to do anything. If they don't agree terms right now, their oil field, that pipeline, it can't stop 24 hours. It runs. So if it overflows, it's going to explode. And that's the infrastructure is open. I mean, that's a check for me. America don't got to do anything. You just got to wait.
Let it play out.
I mean, but they're going to have to make a decision here with the 60 days. Are they going to continue war? Like, it's got to be declared a war or they got to withdraw. So what y'all think they're gonna do on that?
I don't.
Depends on Trump's mood.
That would be a good off-ramp, though, I'll tell you that much. Just blame the process, you know?
Yeah, because I don't. It's not gonna be good if they, because I think they'll do it. I think it really will hit those nations' oil stocks and stuff like that. That's not good. So I guess we just wait to see what the administration decide to do with the.
You know, something else that's been happening is that all those Saudis and all those Middle Eastern countries have so many investments in America and have been doing that for the last 20 years, you know. And they're all pulling out of everything. They pulled out of the Trump's government. Just some major things, you know, like the Met Opera. They pulled out of supporting that, and that's been, you know, supported by, you know, it's just a historical institution. And it's just a lot of tech companies are now, they're withdrawing their funds from that, energy companies, you know. So we're going to see the impact of it. Earth said Europe as well. You know, it's everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all played it already. Did y'all play the video when they interviewed Trump about his next steps if they don't come to an agreement in the war?
Oh, how recent is it?
This was probably the most recent one. I think it was from the Oval Office. It was basically, he was talking about the plan, saying, you know, if they don't come to an agreement, basically, like the underground system that pumps the oil is going to explode on its own. So you really don't have to do anything.
So if they do that, right, Iran is saying they're going to destroy those internet lines. Basically, that's for the entire Middle East and other places as well.
Yeah, so what he was from my understanding, he was saying in that interview was basically Iran, the majority of their infrastructure, the money, everything comes from oil. And it comes from that pipeline because they have such a good oil resource down here. But if it stops, if the pipeline doesn't stop and there's nowhere for the oil to go, they could force that underground, it's like an underground, whatever it is, it'll explode. So they have to shut it down. And if they shut it down, that ruins their economy. And now the blockade that America has at the end of the Strait of Hormuz is forcing them to shut down that oil refinery. Because if they don't, it's going to explode. So that's what's going on. You know, I think they're playing it out and just waiting to see. They kind of have no choice. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's an automatic checkmate.
Or is it a stalemate? You know, we're talking about damage. So, yeah.
I wonder how long they got to those to Iran's oil wells dry up, because I think they probably gonna act on that and hitting other people oil fields before they allow that to happen. That's just kind of my thought. The way they.
Yeah, they bombed Iran's oil fields. That's one of the first things they did was bomb Iran's ability to produce oil. So Iran is basically saying, okay, we're going to bomb everybody that's helping you, their oil field. So Iran is kind of crippled a little bit with respects to oil production, if I'm not mistaken. So I thought that was a pretty good move, if, you know, looking at it strategically, is to take out everybody else. So if I suffer, you suffer.
Yeah.
What about China? Doesn't China get most of the oil from Iran? I know they threatened the U.S. before.
Yeah, and that's what worries me. And that's what worries me the most, because it's like the U.S. is playing a game on two different countries. It's like they're trying to knock out two birds. They're trying to get rid of Iran, and they're trying to stop the oil flow in China. But it's kind of like the U.S. has technically it's a military operation, and put blockade at the end of the Strait of Hormuz is technically a part of that operation. So it's not like they're purposely doing it to stop oil from China, but technically they are. But legally, they're not. So they can do that as long as the operation goes on. But, I just feel like that's going to entice China to start fucking with Taiwan. You know what I mean? That's my only concern.
Well, Russia and China is definitely trying to strategically place themselves in a position. They're capitalizing off of what Israel and the United States is doing now. Then Russia even made an offer. Hey, let us get your uranium. We'll hold it over here, keep it over here. What you guys just when you come to some peace agreement. But what does that do? That now, in any future conflict or current conflict, the United States and everybody else who has a problem with Iran have to involve Russia. Russia gonna be in it. If Iran, I'm just saying if they did take that off, you gotta talk to Russia. Russia got to be a part of that. So China is strategically putting themselves in it too, because they are dealing with Iran. Iran one time said, "Hey man, if any oil coming through here, you paying $1 million. We want it in Chinese currency." And then they captured a damn boat not long ago, days ago, and the shit belonged to China. And China warned America. I got a clip on it. Told America, "Look here, that boat you got, now you messing with us." Y'all ain't hear about that? I thought so.
Yes.
I'm going on there.
It's just a lot of shit being in the background. It's like, I feel like the U.S. for years now, like, you know what I mean? Like, since the earlier presidents, I feel like they all wanted to deal with Iran. But, they know all the politics and stuff was involved in, they got this, a crazy man in office who's actually doing it. So they're not going to stop. They're not trying to stop. It's like they didn't want to do it, and now they finally had the opportunity to, because none of them wanted to do it. And they're just going to let it go to get that problem. I feel like that's how their games.
They are undermining America or positioning themselves to permanently take America out for real. Economically, the petrodollar, I'm telling you, you can like it, and I can see a long-term conflict where it's really going to impact America's economy in some shape, form, or fashion. Whether it's goddamn fertilizer, whether it's oil, something. It's going to affect long-term. America going to end up paying the price. And I think what happened is that damn dummy, John Brady, whatever that dumb boy name God gave him. I think that boy went head in first, right? He came like a cabbage, all head and no ass. He went in there like a head of cabbage, all head, no ass. He ain't got nothing he can stand back on. Went in at Yahoo, and now you don't even hear nothing about it. You don't hear nothing about that boy. You don't even talk about Israel no more. And Israel, this shit crazy. Man, you know what? Y'all some big dummies. All of y'all Trump lovers, all of y'all Trump supporters, all of y'all maggots or MAGAs, or whatever you want to call yourselves, y'all are some real big dummies. Even the white boys is coming out in his own party. And y'all niggas, y'all love it. Man, you know what?
That's kind of been
people act like they don't like it, but again, I think what Congress said is very important. Coming up on the 60 days, everybody saying that they're against it. All right, well, we'll see if Congress votes against it. Now, if Congress votes for it to keep the war going, then what?
If Congress is not, you know what? Get your head in the game. There are people in his own party, and listen, there are people in that own party they don't like what's going on, and they trying to. I just heard who was that? Raven? What that Raven said that? They trying to impeach the goddamn. So what are you talking about? They don't like
mayor since 2015.
Is even more reason now to get John Quavius dummy out of the hole.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Eugene. I'm saying that's what everybody is saying on the surface. They are against it. But now you got 60 days coming up where Congress has to either approve it or deny it. So now,
I will say this.
What do they say about them? What they say?
Okay, I see your point, but let me say this. The longer this goes on, the deeper the hole is, and you ain't pull yourself out of it. Congress is going to be forced now to go along with it. Keep going day after day. You're going to be forced to say, man, we ain't got no choice.
But here's the elephant in the room. Congress is controlled by AIPAC, or is it whatever that organization is, that lobbying group, AIPAC. So whatever they decide, then that's the destination where we.
But don't Trump have to?
That's the Israeli AIPAC. That's the Israeli boys, ain't it?
Absolutely, okay. And they fund both sides of the aisle. Okay, so we don't have a Congress that represent the people. We have a Congress that represent Israel.
Isn't Trump responsible for putting forth a proposal for the war? And if that's true, then you don't have to necessarily put it forth, because I think you're right, Rich. I do think a lot of those are those citizens with Israel. The question is, does Trump have to put the war proposal forward?
I just don't think it's gonna get to that point. Like from what I've been reading, like their entire country, the Navy is done. Their armed forces is done. The anti-tank, anti-air missiles is done. Literally, all they have left is that oil field in Fargo. That's from what I've been reading. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the final straw to their infrastructure. That's the end of the country. And now, it seems like he has the opportunity to do what all of these presidents been wanting to do for years. I'm talking about generations of presidents. And I don't think that Congress is going to stop them from finishing this. I know morally it's fucked up, but I'm just saying, because then if he doesn't, let's say the next president is a Democrat, that's still going to be an issue. Okay, what do you do?
I think Iran will blow themselves up. Okay? That's smart.
Alex Jones says something the other day. And not only Alex Jones, your boy, what's his name? Tucker. Carson Tucker. They both, and I got the clips. Alex Jones and Carson Tucker both came out and said, you know what, guys? On live public TV all across America and the world, they're coming back now and said that was the dumbest decision they ever made. And them boys got more sense than I do. And I know I got more sense than a bunch of these Trump lovers. Okay? So with them boys coming out and saying this stuff publicly,
scattered all over the planet, dismembered, if you will. So much so that we don't get along with each other, we fight each other. We are focused on the differences of programming and even fight amongst ourselves in certain people groups. I thought that was very interesting about the dismantling and dismemberment of a people, and that we are called the diaspora. So I think the ultimate enemy's biggest fear is the awakening and us realizing who we are and whose we are, and unifying as one mind, one body, one spirit.
You know, Seth, you just struck a nerve in my head, okay? I mean, not a nerve, but I mean, euphoric moment, because I just had the flash of an ant colony. Now, I think the economists or whoever they was said that we are something similar to ants, to that effect. And it's like you have the queen and a ant colony, but yet and still the colony works as a unit. You know, they all have a functional role. And if you dissect that colony, it still functions, but as the same way as I'm kind of thinking at the same time I'm speaking. But what the point is that we have been divided. It's not so much an individual or not so much spiritual, but it's the unity of the people that has been dismembered or taken apart. And that's such a great analogy that you just mentioned. And like I said, it sparked a flame in my mind, and I'm going to have to compose all of this together, because I think you're onto something. I really honestly do. Is that it's the dismemberment of the race as a whole, if I can use any better words for it, but of people as a whole that has been dismembered, and not necessarily the individual person within the community that has been dismembered. I think you're...
Absolutely.
Christine, I've heard at least 2 or 3 accounts where the white people have seen aliens. These are white accounts, and they all keep saying that they're black. At least one of them was in the government. One of them was a white guy that was supposedly taken, and then we just heard something. But they always say that the people, when they come, they're black. It makes me really think about white people in a really interesting way, because we know that they're not really original to the planet. And we know that they're really not spiritually or mentally like us. You know, as we look at them, we see their behavior, and it's starting to become more and more apparent that they're really not like us in any way. I don't even know, is it a human? If you don't have a heart and you don't have the love, the natural love for this planet, if you don't have a heart for man, is it really human?
You know, Fifth, to follow what I just said was, I recall watching, I'm going to see if I can find it, Martin Freeman narrating one of his God series programs. But anyway, within the program, they were able to test people by, in other words, they were trying to prove evidence or show evidence that people was connected all over the world, and that certain but certain events would trigger people to do certain things. In other words, it's like they had a way of measuring certain things that, like events, say like 9/11, okay, how the response of people all over the world, how they're linked. And I made the connection. It's like, have you ever been thinking about a person and they call on the phone? These are things. Well, Google has a way, like when you go to Google and you search for something, they can actually predict the mindset of people now. And I have that video, and I'll share it once I find it. But they have a way of using an algorithm to actually predict or sense what people are feeling worldwide, because they can look inside just based upon what people search for. So if Google can do that, then how come we cannot do that prior to all of this technology? And I'm thinking that this telepathic stuff and this telemetry stuff, that is real. And we were able to practice that at one time, but because of all the noise and the conditioning and societal rules and things of this nature, we just lost contact with this ability. I do know that we have like a body clock, a biological clock. Same to where that we don't need a time clock to wake up. We've been conditioned to that because of the industrial age. But then like a pigeon has a homing, a magnetic, you can find its way home from all over the planet and stuff like that. But we have that also, but we've been conditioned to use GPS and maps and things of this nature. But those same have been educated not to use that. So you're onto something with this thing about this spiritual connection. It's just that I'm afraid to call it spiritual because of blowback from people, thinking that it's related to Christianity and this type of thing. But, that interconnectivity, we never lost it. We just found you.
So, Richard, I fully understand what you're saying, and the sensitivity of the ones that we use, because they mean so many different things to so many different people. That's the conflict happens, because as soon as somebody says spiritual, they automatically thinking religious, or whatever. So literally, it's just the consciousness, the collective consciousness, if you will, that connection. If that's scientific enough for everybody. But what Totem Poe was talking about is, that was such a beautiful point he made. When he said, well, if they're not able to love and have, are they even human? And that's the thing. I've been calling them inorganic beings. I perceive that something has hijacked humanity, hijacked the planet, hijacked the world, if you will, somehow, and probably through humans' ability to have love and compassion, because the word says that God is love. So if we were made in the image of God, the creator, the most high, the mind, the all, right? Source, if that's what we emanated from, and we are love, we are living compassion, the whole time our love, and when somebody do you dirty and you return that energy, first for your beliefs, they acknowledge you for your, I thought you was a Muslim. Supposed to return that energy because you a Christian type shit. And so that's the mindset that is taking place over the people, is to sit on a pew. I can't speak for other people. I just know where I came from. Sit on the pew, wait for the sweet and by and by for Jesus to crack the sky. And your reward is in heaven. You ain't supposed to have no reward here on earth. You just supposed to suffer and make it through and all that bullshit. That is not what Yeshua taught. And I'm quite sure that the other ministers and prophets that other people follow, at the end of the day, it's the same message disseminated to different people. Those messages will meet you where you are. And that's why I don't agree with us arguing and fighting and trying to proselytize somebody to believe in what we believe in or ascribe to. Because your message is going to hit you based on your makeup, be it DNA, spiritual DNA, your level of consciousness, whatever the case may be. But it's love. There is a thread that runs through, I don't care what religion it is, it's there. But the oppression, control, and the manipulation, and the indoctrination, and the people, and the puppets, and the prophets, and teachers, and leaders that they use to put in front of you end up getting glorified and honored. And we give our power over to something and someone else. And we forget that we have an ultimate connection to source ourselves. So yes, Richard, it ain't that we used to be able to communicate telepathically and we used to be able. No, we still are. We still can, and we still do. For those who are open and able to receive that. Why do I say that? Because a lot of the teachings have demonized you possessing this type of power. So you get, if you defect and you depart from that box, your institution, your organization, your fraternity, your sorority, authority, any type of the fraternal order, when you come out from that and exercise your gifts individually to impact your family and create a legacy of faith for your family or whatever, or wealth for your family, you're a problem. Because if other people see you doing it, then they're going to say, well, Sean, what must I do to be saved? And then you tell them. That's what David Wilcock, these scientists, during the pandemic, all those doctors that were truth tellers and helping humanity was a problem. You a glitch in the system. We got to get rid of you because you fucking up our program. You fucking up the church's money. So, Jamal, inorganic beings, they're not human. And the thing is, we have to you know how they say you got to have a criminal mind? Not that you yourself are a criminal, but be able to see, have
I know what that means.
Right? And be able to see. So to them, what they are, that's their rule. That's the law. That's the way that they move. They're not doing nothing wrong. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be very distasteful, and I'm going to use the example of R. Kelly's song talking about I don't see nothing wrong. He didn't see nothing wrong. He didn't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Like the bump and grind too now.
With children.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
With children.
That's a difference now.
Yes, with children. All right, and age ain't nothing but a number. So he didn't think, in his mind and in his world, there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. Them popes, the Vaticans, and I promise I'm about to land. There's nothing wrong to them in their mind and in their world with what they are doing. They say, do as we say, but not as we do. Because when you start doing what resonates with you, it actually opposes them. You're doing what you want to do is emanating some element of righteousness. It is creating a balance that they don't want to see happen. Things are out of balance. The negative, adversarial, patriarchal energy is in control. And when I say patriarchal, guys, I'm not about men versus women. I'm talking about that father, that created this illusionary reality. That is not for any of us that are human. That's against everything that is human. The feminist movement is not women. It's for women and hate men. We don't get that. So, to Jamal's point, and yes, I will land, there's a distinct difference when Kendrick Lamar said they ain't like us. That goes deeper than black and white. It goes deeper than richer and poor. It has to do with are you human or are you inorganic? Is it live or is it memorized?
Well, I want to just add a piece to. I was looking at something on YouTube yesterday about a tribe in the South Pacific. It's close to Australia. It's also close to Fiji. It's right in that group of islands. One of the famous things that this tribe has is they're black with blonde hair. They're melanated people. Aborigines.
Yeah, those are the what they call that's who Hitler called the Aryan race. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Some of them got tan eyes. Some of gray eyes.
Okay, brother. Let me finish what I am, Rob. What I was saying was that group of people they're talking about, and the Aborigines from Australia and all of them.
Those are Tasmanian people.
Oh, brother, can I please speak? Please.
I'm giving your fat ass some context so you can know next time you explain it to somebody. You know who the people are.
Yeah, just let it rock out.
I got it.
Appreciate that. But the point of what I'm saying, and the only thing fat on me is my dick. But the point of what I'm saying is these people are aboriginals to that land. And they right now are standing there, well, wait a minute. we don't want to go along with you white motherfuckers being here in Australia. We don't like it. Right? The thing that they did with us as Aboriginals to this land, they played a colder game because it was a mind fuck along with the steep land. They were able to pull off a real mind fuck without because they were able to kill our men because we went to war with them even though they had a weapon we weren't used to fighting against. We actually went to war with them and they killed us, right? Because of that weapon. But the point of what I'm saying is their mindset has been the whole time nothing but war. And that's the reason why the so-called alien doesn't really want to expose themselves because they don't want to destroy the earth. The earth is the... These people aren't really of this planet. So they don't care about the earth the same way as the original man from the earth does and the original people of the sea. Because the people of the sea just tolerate them, right? But the sea is still on the planet, right? The earthlings, the people of the land, the black man and black woman, we're tolerating them too. But they're not from this planet. They don't respect the planet. So what all the shit that they do shows that they're really not from this planet. Right? And the only thing that we really can do, and I'm seeing it from Iran, the only thing that we can do is Iran.
Hey, Fat, listen. So look, you right, and let me, you know what I mean? Let me ride with you for a minute. So they have no connection to nothing down here. That's why it's so easy for them to kill animals, kill whole ecosystem, destroy nature, because they have no spiritual, natural connection to these things. What nigga you know would want to block out the sun? No nigga on the earth would ever want to block out the sun. See what I'm saying? That is the most crazy. That shit worse than smoking crack. Well, not of us, not us, and didn't come from where the fuck we came from. You know, the shit they've done to nature and in nature. So now, these latter part of the days, you got your average white person trying to save face because they know that their race has fucked up the planet. See what I'm saying? It's because of that fact. That's why when I always say that, when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to what we were doing first, what is natural nature, these are the things that we were connected to. We worship what sustained us, our women, nature, and the motherfucking sun. See what I'm saying? Those are the things that sustained our civilization. That's why we worship them the way that we did. See what I'm saying? Religion teaches away from what's natural and what's nature. Because religion don't teach your ass to go out there and hug trees, be good to the animals, take care of nature, nature gonna take care of you. Religion don't tell you that. But that's what man is supposed to be doing. We were put here to take care of these ecosystems. Learn everything that we're supposed to learn about them when it comes to the alchemy, the birds, the bees, the fish, all of the shit that's swimming, all of the shit that's walking, all of the shit that's flying, and all of the plants and the shit in between. This is knowledge that we're supposed to learn on this planet, in this terrain, and pass this shit down to the generation that's coming behind us. That is what we are here for.
Speak on this. They killed 18 million buffalo that were just roaming.
Minding their goddamn business.
They killed 18 million of them.
Trying to cut off a food supply to carve out another group. Now tell me how sinister that is. You are already eliminating a whole species buffalo only to starve out another species, another group of people. Now you're trying to kill birds with one stone.
It fucks everything up.
Fuck everything up. And this is what I'm saying, that when, like you say, Fatback, when we look at this shit and we look at them, that almost assures us that these people have no connection to the things that we are naturally connected to. Because I always say, and this is the point that's at the top of the list, if the sun don't like you, be here. So if white people, right, are a threat of being down here, like white people are dying because it's too hot. 2 white people die every day from skin cancer, meaning that the cancer that they get comes from the what is harmful to them, the radiation from the sun that we absorb every day as us being naturally who we are. That same radiation kills them. So that lets you know that they're not fit for this terrain. Their own scientists said that there is no need, there is no use, there is no nothing for the white. There is no reason for the white gene because it don't do shit. It don't protect nothing. It ain't protecting itself. It's just here. The own white scientists said that. So it's like, again, when you put all this shit in the context, like we saying, these people are not of us, didn't come from us, and they are not naturally connected to what we are connected to. That's why it's so easy for them to destroy shit the way that they do. And if you understand that, then it makes it a lot easier for you to understand the way these motherfuckers think.
That's interesting. I applaud you, bro. Straight up. I can listen, and ain't nothing wrong with what you said. Though I disagree, bro. And the reason why I disagree, if you allow just 30 seconds, because what is human? Human means you have the ability to learn behavior and improve. And I think that's what our brothers did, who are a little lighter in tonality. I'm serious. I'm not, trying to be any different to nobody, but I don't believe in that whole. I believe the same thing that Lady Jane Elliott says, that there's only one race, man, on Earth, and that's human, man. That's human. Seriously. Anyway, I'm done.
Well, it's not just the human race, because you have the human race and then you have mankind. Mankind is something like a human. A human, well, the original 100%
is a hybrid.
If we want to talk about who is actually 100% human being over everything and everybody, is the black woman. The black woman is 100% human being. The black man is 99.9% human being because we come from her. That X is bigger than that Y. So we pass that, right? So when you talk about who's actually humans, black people are. Everybody that falls under a certain percentage of human DNA, like white people who have 5 to 7% Neanderthal DNA, they are not humans. They are not. They are if you want to call them, a different humanoid species, but they ain't what you would call a human. Because again, y'all niggas think because they got a head, an arm, a toes, and all this shit that they know your genetics makes you what you are, not what you look like. Your genetics makes you what you are. That's how that works.
And everything in the periodic table is found in you. That's why they be doing blood work and shit, checking your levels. Everything that's on the outside is on the inside of you. Potassium.
Everything that explodes in bombs is in us. But niggas think that they getting this explosive shit to make these bombs out of these mines and uranium and all this shit. No, nigga, your bones. When It's a lot of combustible shit within black folks that they know this shit.
Red, you heard of spontaneous combustion?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I learned. Like I didn't even believe this shit at first. So I'm like, damn, they really grind our bones up and turn shit into shit that's explosive. Yeah, nigga, because our bone density ain't like everybody else's.
So to me,
it's the difference.
When I was looking at just being a truth seeker coming out of shit, and I was looking at the way the tabernacle, the dimensions and how it's built and what could go in and what can go out and all this other stuff, and then the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant
is to go this
I'm sorry, Jamal. I don't know if you were in the Matrix. The Ark of the Covenant was a technology. To me, everything that we are, when it says the kingdom of God is within you, the imitators, the inorganic beings, those who are running this planet, these reptilian Draco beings, they have to imitate the work and will of the Creator. They are making things that were already made. Does that make sense? The Ark of the Covenant held the tablets of the law. The 10 Commandments held energy and power. It was sacred and all of that. And certain people were commissioned to approach it. And they had to have all this other stuff, like each of them stones and had a certain purpose and all of that. And if you approached it if you wasn't designated to it, you would die. Like, what? Was you zapped? I think it was technology. And I feel like we are technology. We are the technology. That's why they fucking with us, harness us, manipulating us, trying to, like the transhumanist shit, connect you to the Internet of Things and all of this stuff. Genetic manipulation has happened since day one.
Hey, Sister Phil.
Let me say this, please, and then I'll go on mute like and pull Eugene on this. Animism, okay? And I'm reminded of a lot of stories that my mother told me and other things like the Indians, they worship everything, okay? They gave homage to everything. When they made a kill of an animal, they prayed, they gave thanks to God, for the animal, for sustaining the life. And then I did a study on Africa, the traditional religions, okay? Most of those religions in Africa was based upon animism, okay? Basically, they worship everything and thought everything had a spirit. And I kind of agree with that. And then we get to panpsychism, okay, which is as a spirit in the universe, based on spirituality, the real spirituality, and from my perspective. But see, we get into these arguments and debates, and it all focus back on the Middle East, the Jewish concepts, and all of this other stuff, and we totally forget that we had our own religion, our own way of thinking that had nothing to do with the Middle East concept, but yet still we revert back to that argument that they created and ignore our original technology. Why? Because we don't know about it. It was never passed down. It was passed down through folklore and storytellings and songs and things like that. So when they denied us our rituals, stopped us from getting around the fireplace and telling stories, and stopped us from dancing because we passed this stuff along and dance and rituals and things like that. So all of this tradition was lost to the printed text, which they were the ones that created the printing press and was able to transmit their history from generation to generation, whereas ours was passed down through generation. Our parents had to tell it to us, and we passed it down through word of mouth and things like that, so it died away.
Okay, Fifth, do you think that, because I was listening to what you were saying, would it be your assessment that the reptilians are in charge, like they're running the show?
Hell no.
No, excuse me, they're not. They are, they're on the food chain. It's kind of like they have been given a role and a responsibility, and they do have some, they're they're supposed to do. Marching orders from the Draconians.
From the Archons.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry. There's so many different. No, you got it. But there's with these terms, okay. The waters get muddy because somebody hears spiritual, somebody hears religious, and it means different things to different people. Even angels and demons and jinn and Anunnaki and all these terms, depending on where you get tangible. So I start studying archetypes. When Richard mentioned the animism of that spirituality, there is a most high in every pantheon. So in African spirituality is Oluwari, right? The Most High, the creator of all things, whatever. But then under him, you got, Oshun, The thing is, these lesser gods, it's not that they themselves were worshipped. It was in roles and responsibilities that they were given from the creator to pass down, emulate, and influence the civilization. So he's saying archons, somebody else may say inorganic beings, but it's still, they're archetypes, and they're really the same thing. Good, Red, you got it. Go.
So give a little pushback, because you got, this is the only way I'm going to say this, because the Anunnaki and the reptilians and the Archons, well, the Anunnaki and the reptilians went to war. At first, the Anunnaki was with us because this is who I think we were born from, a certain lineage of the Anunnaki. But the Anunnaki went to war with the reptilians for thousands of years, right? The Archons are a parasitic race that infiltrates through, however they work their little moves. But the Archons, the Anunnaki, and the reptilians, those are three different groups. Like I say, the Anunnaki was, like I said, at some point, working with humanity in cahoots. But also you had reptilians that were also working with, humanity, because this is why, like I say, we have all of these depictions of said reptilians, from sculptures to pictures to drawings to carvings to stonework. They all depict the same thing. So it's,
Red, quick question. Would you say that those are all physical beings, particularly the Archons? You're talking about them being in a 3D?
Well, I would say the Archons are not necessarily physical. The reptilians and the Anunnaki, they are. That's why I said that the Archons are kind of like, they're like a parasitic race. Like, let me give you a perfect example. Like It, the movie It, that parasite of what it is, that is an actual real being that they just put on the screen. But that parasite of what it actually is, because it actually doesn't have a actually physical form. He feeds off of fear. He feeds off of, you see what I'm saying, lower vibrational energy.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So as long as you are in that vibration, he can feed off of you. He can get to you. He can get into you. See what I'm saying? And this is what, drugs and alcohol and all that, depression, war, famine, all this shit does to the vibration of the people around the world, which allows us to be susceptible to what they call demons and lower spirits and all of that shit. Those are parasitic beings. See what I'm saying? That actually feed off of that type of energy.
I agree with that.
Understood the Archons to be from the spiritual side as well.
Right. But when we talk about the Anunnaki and the reptilians, these were actually physical beings that they lived, because you had these civilizations that depicted how these beings actually looked in stone. And stone is the oldest, the longest lasting efficient evidence that we have of the stories of civilizations. You keep on saying nothing. Go ahead.
I wanted to clarify. I'm not saying they are one and the same. I'm saying that people because we are not, it takes a lot. It's a lot to sift through and dig through, but you have people using these terms to describe these same things. So like even when you look at Enki and Leo and you look at the archetypes of other gods or deities, you will see a sun god, you will see a sky god, you will see a storm god, and you will see those like alleged physical beings, but physical beings that actually walk the earth or were attributed some type of deification. And you will see the same archetypes is what I'm saying. Whether they were physical and spiritual, and they start to get blended in and interchanged and absorbed and even reappropriated.
No, listen,
you understand what I'm saying?
Listen, you right, because all of the stories that were created that are in religious texts come from the stories of the Anunnaki. Like when you get the story of Horus and Set, the brothers that's fighting. And Enlil and Anu had the same story. Those brothers went to war and their children went to war. See what I'm saying? With each other. Their children were the different races of factions of human beings that went to war on the planet. That's why I'm saying that Africans took sides against us, the niggas in America. Africans took side with Marduk. See what I'm saying? And the niggas in America on this side, we took another side. Just like I brought up when I talk about the brotherhood of the eagle. And we have all of these eagle predictions, all these eagle representations over here, in the Americas. Like they kept the logo. They didn't, we have the eagle constellation over here, in the Americas. All of this shit. The brotherhood of the serpent is the brotherhood that went to Africa after the fall and the sinking of Atlantis. That's why that's why when people think of civilization starting in Africa, no, that's civilization restarting in Africa. And people don't understand that story. People, and like I said, a lot of people don't believe in the story of Atlantis or call Atlantis civilization, and these people, something happened, and then these people just being refugees and just going to other places to start over. Like I said, the brotherhood of the eagle stayed in the Americas. The brotherhood of the serpent went to Africa. That's why you see a lot of the pictures of serpents, snakes. But it's the feathered serpent.
The feathered serpent, yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's a bird. We never left the teachings and the knowledge of the eagle. But these are the same people then that had the same knowledge that just went two different ways and used it different. Pyramids in Africa, you got pyramids in the Americas because these niggas had the same knowledge, but they did different shit with it. But if you don't know the story, you don't understand what really happened, and you'll just believe what these told us about what happened in it.
And there's a different energy signature. If you just for all intent purposes, and you just start, because like he said, we won't talk about Africa, but it was Mesopotamia. Even the stories that come through the religious teachings, they all connect to Abraham. Whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, quote unquote, Abraham is the father of them all. But when we meet Abraham, we meet him through the lens of Christianity or through the lens of Islam as black people. Then the Judaizers have him over there with them. But he's the father of them all. But if you trace Abraham, if you really study Abraham and where he came from, it was the land of Ur and the Chaldees. Even the 12 tribes of Israel, they had 4 baby mamas. All of them, it wasn't no 12 kids by the same woman. And those women, Rachel and Leah, their lineage also traced back to Ur, Mesopotamia, which allegedly is the horn of civilization. This is what I was going to say. If you take Enki and Enlil, there is a right and left, good and bad, up and down, in and out, right? That duality exists. God and the devil and all that. There is an energy signature that follows Enki and Enlil as far as lineages and bloodline. Really, which one you up under? Yeah. Which one you under? Yeah,
That's definitely what it is. Because listen, you just said it. Because, oh damn, did my son.
I think what the other gentleman said, I think it was James, or I believe, when you look at, because you were mentioning like the religions, like the Abrahamic religion, the Jewish religion, you would realize that the whole concept of the Abrahamic religion, the concept of monotheism, of having just one God, that comes from ancient Kemet, because it comes from Pharaoh Akhenaten, who started the Akhenaten, which was a monotheistic cult. And he actually introduced monotheism. And I forgot which year it was, but yes, he did introduce that concept. And but after his reign, Egypt went back to polytheism once his reign was over. But while he was ruling, the whole temple, for it, priests up trained for it, and I'm not starting to believe that the story of the Exodus, right, the Hebrews, the 12 tribes, and all that, that comes from ancient Egypt. I believe that the Hebrews who left Egypt, or who were expelled from Egypt, they may have been like holdovers from the cult of Akhenaten, and then they had this cult of this one God that they wanted to worship. Okay, but they were in this polytheistic society in Egypt, so that's why they left Egypt and when they settled in, first Sinai and then later settled in Palestine. That's actually the origin of, the Hebrew religion, and then later all of the Abrahamic religion. It came. That concept came from Kemet. Even the 12 tribes, all that is from Kemet. Go read the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I'm myself just starting to get into that. But that would be the origin.
I agree with you, mister, because what the whole thing that kicked it off was, let us go out into the wilderness and worship our God. Because some of the things that they were doing, like if you think about it, these polytheistic religions, they worshipped calves and these certain animals and things like that. And if I'm not mistaken, these were some of the things that were being sacrificed, and they didn't want to be in the Egyptian camp, if you will, under the close eye of Pharaoh and his folks, doing the things that they did to worship their God. But I agree with you. To me, I cannot personally escape it. Everything, I start back, our roads led me first to Mesopotamia and to ancient Kemet, So I'm still continuing to research. I don't pretend to know anything, but I can just that as I was studying as a so-called Christian, born in the womb, died again, born again Christian, all that, it was not aligning and making sense to me. Like, and try to explain it away, teach it away, and but to me, their explaining sounded like fairy tales for grown folks. Now, I can believe in the supernatural with the rest of them, but the way they were explaining some of these things, even as a child, it made no sense to me. We are in a monotheistic religion, but the Bible said, let us make man in our image. And then you got a God who said that he repented creating man, and he was a jealous God, and all this bloodshed. We supposed to, the devil is the enemy and all this stuff. I didn't see nowhere in the Bible where the devil killed anybody. I didn't see anywhere where the devil killed anyone in the Old Testament. So I don't know. Again, still studying, still open-minded, and still learning, but just building on the foundation, of what I started. And I'm gonna eat the fish, throw the bones, and eat the fish, throw out the bones, and I will not throw the baby out with the bathwater. But a lot of it's very interesting. And there's so many similarities across the cultures in monotheism and polytheism, for sure. And then, did Jesus, which letter J didn't exist until the 15th century, Yeshua, did he die on the cross, or was he hung on it? It's just too much. So
I agree with that. The idea that the so-called Israelites, the Hebrews that was in the land of Canaan, Israel, whatever, that they did come out of Egypt. That's kind of they had this specific name they had for those people, but I just can't remember in the moment. But I do agree with that line of thinking. I've done the research on the history of that. So when you get but for me, when I got to Egypt, and I'm sure I'm sure y'all know this fifth and red, but once you go to Egypt and you get to like Atlantis, Lemuria, and some of those other names and stuff like that, and then it's also a stone, Palermo tablet or something like that, where it's Egyptian history, but they talk about how they kings before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt with Narmer, they king list they had written in stone, but they had a king list of like 30,000 years. And as you go further back and get into more into like figures that you would call like gods or supernatural beings and stuff like that. I get the name of the tablet, but it's an actual tablet. But yeah, once you get to kind of Egypt, you get to the Lemuria and all that stuff, Atlantis, you know what I'm saying, and other names that go further back. It is a history. It is, to me personally, I believe that those, and I believe they were civilizations, actual civilizations. You know what I'm saying, y'all.
Well, when I started studying and realizing that the crop was the absolute, even before Jesus, if you will, it was the main cruel method of execution. That's what they. And to make the cross a symbol, to me, it's just really kind of twisted and wicked to have people clinging to death and bloodshed and blood sacrifice in this way. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's a lot. So anyway, when I started going further back to see what was there first, the Ankh is basically, the cross is a broken Ankh. And the Ankh represents life eternal and life itself. And it is a beautiful representation of the mother, the father, and the child. Whereas when you look at what they had with the patriarchy, Christianity, and a lot of these world religions, is in the backdrop, very deep and not even so much hidden anymore, is a homosexual agenda. That the cross is a phallic symbol, 100% phallic. There is no womb. There is no mother. There is no, and if it's as above, so below, on earth as it is in heaven, there was a divine consort mentioned in the creation of all things. Yet, we've been pushed, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and there is no, the women are to be seen and not heard, and so many men, they ascribe to that. And it's not about being seen and not being heard. It's about the roles that we are supposed to play in creation and co-creation and rearing our children with integrity and love and intelligence and wisdom and knowledge and understanding what we are to put into them as a family. And to me, that cross it breaks up the truth of the family by, in the backdrop, the homosexual agenda, the crimes against the children, all of that has been done under the headline and in the name of Jesus. Burning crosses in people's yards, the KKK, all this stuff. And I don't understand how, if you research and study the origin, and I'm mostly speaking of westernized Christianity. I wasn't born in Ethiopia. I know there's an Ethiopia Bible that has all the books in it, not just the 66 that we know. And so many people say, well, Christianity existed long before that. Well, that ain't the Christianity that we got over here. The Christianity we got over here is something different. And it's tied to Christian nationalism and white supremacy. It is. That's the Christianity. That's the Jesus we got. That's the Christianity we got. And I'm sorry, you can do your own research. Take out your smartphone and Google Caesar Borgia and click images and see if you don't see the same image of pictures that's hanging up in your grandma's house. Click search Jesus and click images and see if pictures of Caesar Borgia don't come up. Caesar Borgia was the Pope of Alexander VI, who declared himself as God's vicar, God's voice on earth. Therefore, making his son, Caesar Borgia, the Son of God. So, y'all can miss me with all the bullshit as it relates to us being rooted and grounded in this westernized version of Christianity. When I discovered, they were being so hard on Muslims. I didn't understand what's going on. I know some Muslims that we actually think alike. You know what I'm saying? But no, they talking about jihad and suicide bombers and all the bloodshed and forcing people to do this and that under their religion. Christianity don't act like it didn't do the same thing. Christianity is what colonized the fucking planet. You go to Africa, they are more Christian, and you ain't gonna find the African spirituality that Jerry and Mr. and those guys were talking about, and Richard were talking about. Those folks are Christian now. Christianity colonized the fucking planet.
Please let me say something. I spent 2 weeks in Ghana, first time in 2021. Having a good time, visiting all the slave dungeons. Fast forward, my heart sunk and was so broken. Why? Because as we were traveling from point A to point B with our police escort and all that shit, on the back of almost every jitney bus, with the same exact face of that white Jesus that my mother and my grandmother had on the walls in our project apartment. On the walls, everywhere was that same face. I say, what the fuck has happened over here?
What the hell?
That shit broke my heart. I was so sad. I wanted to leave, man. Come to find out, over 60% of Ghanaians are Christians. I say, how the fuck? I get it. Colonization. I get it.
But Leroy, if you Google, you won't even have to put in the whole sentence. If you type in, who does the Pope pray to? Images of him kneeling down before a Black Madonna and child will come up, or a Black Madonna. In Russia, they have a whole book. You can't get that book now. I bought it. It was $1,500 because I just wanted to see. Okay, I sent it back. But anyway, I was being nosy. But Russian icons. Everybody everywhere else but America knows the truth. The Russian icons, all the imagery in their cathedrals, their painted walls, and all of that. And then they want to lie and say, "Oh, well, no, that was caused to oxidation." I'm gonna oxidate your ass. Okay, but yeah.
I wonder how to oxidate the skin tone, but then oxidate the color of the clothes or the background.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't get
oxygenated, y'all. We some oxygenated beings, okay?
And then they say, why do y'all need to know all of this digging up and all this confusion? Just have faith. All you're supposed to do is have faith. That's the goal of this. So all this other confusion, that's man stuff. Don't worry about none of that. Just have faith. I say,
it's the great reset, man. We're going through a great reset. So I advise y'all to get all the knowledge y'all can, get it down, write it down, hold it down, POP, hold it down. But yeah, we're going through a reset, man. Like, this is during the times where, like, if you ever heard of the condition called the Mandela effects, this is the time they switch a lot of things, man. They switch a lot of things. They take certain things in and out of the curriculum. Things that we knew that were there, they changed it up a little bit. So you just got to stay woke, man. I mean, even in the Bible, right. I know a lot of people ain't Bible thumpers, but even in the Bible, I would tell you in the book of Revelations that you got to know, things for your own. You got to know God for your own heart, because people get in and out things and interpret them different ways. So, just, get your tools, whatever your source of life is, find it and keep it safe, because they're going to change it up in a little bit.
Believe it or not, Martin Luther King said, I got to know God for myself. I heard that man say that. He said he couldn't find something in the Bible because he was disturbed by a phone call. He said, I got to know God for myself. I took that very informative, more so than directive. I really felt a connection to that. And so this kind of talk with Ivan Van Sertima, Ben Yuckanen, and so many historians back in the day, they were warning us and telling us about this information. This information has always been trying to, especially with the brothers and sisters in New York who was going on Gary Bird's show and on WBLI on Like It Is with Gil Noble, Tony Brown's journal. He would interview all of these scholars that give us this information. There used to be lots of lectures. Man, we used to go to Harlem and go to lots of lectures, listen to these brothers, man, and these scholars just teach us this stuff. That's why in Brooklyn, in New York, Harlem and Brooklyn has something called a renaissance, a kind of a black negritude going on, and black people were proactive with self-love, self-empowerment, from business to nutrition to ownership, creating systems, right? The Nation Islam played a role in that as well, but it wasn't the only thing. Everything was kind of intersecting, right? Anything for Brooklyn on 2 avenues, man, that run almost a mile long, all these different black-owned businesses, and many of these brothers and sisters came out of corporate America, right? And they used the corporate America to establish the system, but when we interact with each other, we bought from each other, we ate from each other, we shared with each other. And these were people from the Caribbean, people from born in New York, people of Southern descent. All these people had one thing in mind, is that they had an awakening. A fucking awakening. There's Mashoud. Mashoud's from Nigeria, called Mabudi Agom. Me and him used to roll together. There was Salif. Salif had the Sunday Khalif's restaurant. His children are my children. In a circle, 4 black women came out of the business community and they created a store where black artists can bring their products. So Christmas, holidays, whatever days you want, we go there and shop. Them. When you want to eat, you bring busloads of people, you take them to Corinde. If you want them to get wearables or whatever, we take them to Brenda Brunson Bay, or we take them to Mashoud. And this is what was happening during the 80s. It was an unspoken, renaissance that was thriving and happened all up and down. And then when you go further down, the Bedford Stuyvesant, then you had brothers from the Urasasa school, right? These were actual educators, right? Establishing organic stores. Then you had Queen Afua, Heal Thyself, bringing you the Kemetic teachings and healing your whole body through Kemetic teachings. And then we had then we had the African Street Festival, which was the Boys and Girls first black high school in Brooklyn, right? There, and on the fields of that high school, 7 days, was it once a year, brothers and sisters from all over the globe bring their wares and their products. And on the field and on the court, we set up for 7 days. No cops, no police. We police ourselves, and it was nothing but love, interaction, and connection. It was beautiful, right? And it was all culture, knowledge, self-empowerment. Our lasted is because none of us own the property. Jews own all the buildings. So then we as the artists, right, we create this whole atmosphere that made it sexy and cool, right? They had little boutiques and bookstores and places where you can come and do your internet service or whatever and meet each other without having to spend a lot of money. It was fucking amazing, right? So what they started doing, they realized, okay, gentrification time. So they started, and when we tried to buy the building, the taxes and the cost was so fucking high that we had to get the fuck up out of there. So now, my house, I had a brownstone on DeKalb Avenue, Court Street and Fort Greene Park. On the other side of the park, Spike Lee's family had their house. I kid you not, soon after gentrification came in, people were calling the police on Spike Lee's father, who was a jazz pianist, practicing. They called the police on me. I'm in a hammock in the backyard in between paintings, and they call the police on me talking about they hear my music. My music was jazz and no vibration and low energy reggae music. Not vibration, low, just soft vibration, not low in terms of negative. And my shit, I can believe the police, after 13 years, the police started knocking on my fucking doors, man. So they colonized our ass out of there. To this very day, our history is gone. They even had Little Sun People, a little school for little children to go on weekends to learn all things Afrocentric along with Eurocentric practices. Then it was Kush Campus, a high school, a black high school.
That's really crazy too, Leroy. So explain it, Lee.
Huh?
The high school, like Hug High.
I never heard of Hug High. So my sons went. No, Kush Campus was a Afrocentric high school from the 6th grade to the 12th grade. My children and my friends' children all went to that school. It was just, oh man. We had people, when people talk about Quanda, we was actually experiencing that stuff. We just needed to own the property. That was the only shortback and shortcoming of our existence, that we could not own. I own mine, but we could not. A lot of people couldn't afford to keep those buildings, man, because the landlord priced them out, and so we dispersed. And now these buildings are 10 million. The taxes are stupid, crazy high. Nobody could afford to stay there, and that's why it changed. The love was, and these people were free thinkers. These people were rooted in Christianity. Some of them are rooted in Islam. Some of them are rooted in African principle teachings. But they all were rooted in pro-blackness and pro-spiritual blackness. They weren't trying to erect and enforce the white Jesus concept on anybody. When they want to get black, they know to come. When they come to this area of Brooklyn, you're going to be centered in your blackness, your negritude, whatever that is. Between Pratt University and Brooklyn Academy of Music, nothing but, man, I took my kids involved in a meal rites of passage. Then what's it, Chuck, what's his name? He's the director of BAM, and he used to go to Africa and learn all things from different tribes. So he came back with a male rites of passage, and they gave him a grant money. He came back, and I used to be friends with this African dance companies, a lot of them. Before the audience, we had and a male rites of 5 days it took us to plan, right? And we had to go there and stay there all day, and then dances and all of the steps and everything. It was most amazing. I have 2 sons then. I mean, 2 sons old enough to participate. My friend had 1 son, and we was on stage before an audience. People, we were not performing We were actually participating in a male rights of passion the day before. He had invited a lot of people from the community to come out and stand out front. And he brought us outside the day before and said, you see these people? These are your community. You're responsible for these people. And he turned to the community and said, see these children? These are your children. And you're responsible for those children. Then we went back in for the continued ceremony. The kids had to bring, we had to bring them new underwears, right? So the part of the thing was take their underwears from them as a boy, give them the new underwears and let them know they're a man. Then the following day, we don't see our kids, right? Then that night, the show opens, the drums start beating, and then we perform the ceremony, and then we dance to the drums. And before you know it, now our children and our boys are males. Our rights have come in to become men. It was so powerful to have a story like that to live, to tell. Phew. I wish everybody could have experienced that. That was community, culture, power of the human spirit. Our minds were centered in the very things that we're talking about. Nobody was promoting and pushing Christianity as the goal. It was about knowing thyself through food, diet, community, and entrepreneurs. Man, shit. They broke that shit up by making so we couldn't afford that neighborhood. And that's how it ended. Sorry about that.
No worries, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I want to welcome, we got some new folks on the stage. I'll just go and do a quick reset. I want to welcome you to 40 Acres in the Mule Bus Box. This house was created by none other than Eugene 1X. He's out. Oh, there he is. Top of the page, actually in the middle of the page now. If you're a PTR. Flashy black bow tie. You know Eugene. He is the creator of this house. The Fuss Box is the playground for intellectual prodigies where intelligence meets street smarts. Will there be peace in the Middle East? That's kind of what we've been talking about earlier today. In those conversations, as you know, always take us down several different rabbit holes. Want to welcome all the beautiful people who are here with red tickets. You're our guest today. Go ahead and trade that ticket in. Click 40 Acres and Mule Fuss Box at the top of the page. That will allow you to join our house and join our family. Hand raising is on, and you are welcome to raise your hand and come on up to the stage and share your thoughts. We would love to hear from you. Know that the Fuss Box is called that for a reason. We be fussing up in here. We do not always agree on everything, but it's not an echo chamber. We got Democrats, Republicans, Christians, Muslims, atheists. We got all kinds of running up in and through the Fuss Box, and everyone is absolutely welcome, because our motto is it is okay to change our mind based on new information, truth, and to share the truth, whether it's subjective or whether it's absolute. But again, just to expand our horizon, our wisdom, our knowledge, and our, just to make sure that we are being the best that we can be. So with that being said, I want to welcome Nike, BWI, Lyrical, Slim Jada P, D-Lock, Hakima, Masali, Leroy, Ken's Landing, and Mr. to the stage. They have joined us of late. Again, you guys, hand raising is on. Please feel free to come on up. If we send you an invite, don't be scared. You can even come up to the stage and chill with us. You don't even have to say a word if you don't want to. But understand, if you come up with a red ticket and you get rowdy, you will get evicted and ejected and sent down to America and Dubai. All right, the folks we got down in the Gooniversity do not tolerate your bullshit. With that being said, the floor is open. We would love to hear from you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, the goo is unbeatable. Yeah, listen, you know the goo is like the motherfuckers in the comments on the internet. Like, you can't beat the goo. You cannot defeat the internet. You can't defeat the goo. The goo is unbeatable. That's why I don't even read the comments, because I'm like, they probably going in on my ass. I ain't gonna read them. Shout out to everybody. I love y'all. What y'all niggas doing, man? What the word is? I got my kids today.
Leroy just shared with us an experience he had with a rite of passage, and how there wasn't anything being pushed other than becoming and being men. And he thought that was an absolutely beautiful experience. So.
I don't even know, man. Shit, man, I ain't even gonna say. You know what? I'm gonna just be real. I think I became a man. Shit, when I turned 31. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just saying, I'm saying it in the sense of like when I just realized, like, you know how as a man when you wake up and you just realize, like, you know, like all the shit you did before, that shit really don't matter. And it's just like this is, I guess it's, I started taking like responsibility seriously, I'ma say. Cause it's just like before then, man, it's like shit, man. Fuck this, you know, I ain't really give a fuck about shit, but then it's just like, you know, when I had to really wake up, realize and revise and change a lot of shit and sacrifice a lot of shit and give up a lot of shit, it became of me that, like, you know, I'm becoming a different person. I guess this is what becoming a man feels like. You know, I guess this is what this is. So that's why I always say, like, man, nigga don't really get grown till they 30. From what I say. Because most niggas that wake up to life until that time. Before then, most of us, you know, we in the street, we playing, you know what I mean? And I think at that point, you know, we just realized, like, hey, boy, something gotta give. And I say, you know, just honestly, just being real, like, I'm gonna say it for me, like, that's when I say I became a man. When I realized that. But just cause you a nigga with a dick, that don't make you a man.
Hey, I already pulled your card, bro. Just cause you was broke on the street, don't make you street. You was a broke nigga, bro. How you even?
I'm sorry you feel that way, Mike.
And don't say you from the
I've seen you become
on the street, bro.
You was on the street right before
They already told me. Why you?
Because you was a little stupider before I met you. Got your mind a little bit closer to right.
I will say that.
Stupider.
Yeah, man, so I use a little stupider. Since I've been around you, since I've been fucking with you, I got a little smart on. I hear that, my nigga. I ain't mad at you.
You been getting shit. You shut the motherfucker. I can't front. I can't front. You know all types of trivial shit that I think to myself, how the fuck did this nigga know that? I say that to myself often as I listen.
Females
in the cool of the day, in the cool of the day. In the cool of the day, Jamal ponders.
For real. I told somebody last night, like,
the craziest shit.
I don't know a lot of shit. I just know a little bit about shit.
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
He be YouTubing like a motherfucker. You in a lot of YouTube and you live on YouTube. But
I live on it.
You're not.
He's a whole bum. You're getting better. You're getting better.
I'm getting a little less stupid, a fat back. That nigga said you was stupid for 6 months ago.
Remember that boy showed us a picture of what he looked like? Oh my goodness. But that had so much hair on that son, boy had a
black jeans, what do you, my nigga?
What came up out that shirt, boy? Oh my lord.
Ain't nobody else gonna say nothing about my nigga.
Jamal, you was good sport for that, boy. We had a good laugh.
That's what I say. He gonna forever be my partner for that. I don't give a fuck with him.
Hey, we had a good laugh, boy. We had a good laugh. Yeah, hey, that was a good night, though.
That was a good night, though. I ain't gonna lie. He had fun that night.
Pedro, you remember?
I mean, I'm glad at the end of the day.
It was all of us. just he couldn't help but laugh.
That's ridiculous.
We had fun.
I was rolling.
I ain't gonna lie.
Laugh their life, man.
I want to grab mine laughing like y'all is crazy.
Do you
Hey,
remember that?
not the world. They supposed to be going to World War III. I'm still laughing. I don't give a fuck.
Pedro, do you remember that time we were talking and you was talking about strapping the slave up on the tree?
Oh yeah. I beat that nigga right now to the pole. It's some good niggas in this room right now to the pole. I couldn't wait to own to the pole.
Yeah, that nigga. That's who they want. That nigga talking about some. That nigga talking about I put some of you niggas on the plantation right now.
Some of these niggas came to work with some lashes and
he kept saying, look, I couldn't figure out who the fuck that was for the death of me.
Hey, I'm gonna have some of these niggas kids picking cotton. Well, hey, listen. Hey, what? Hey,
I thought that was
slavery illegal.
I thought that was done. That was saying that. I was like, who kept saying that? Like, who kept saying that? They gonna own niggas.
I will beat the shit out of some of these niggas.
Y'all niggas.
Wow. Hey, Nike. He one of them niggas.
Just keep it people.
Y'all should be locked before
Somebody trying to say something. Hold on, Nike.
That's what I'm saying. So you gay as fuck.
Somebody trying to say something. Like,
Slim Jada P. Hey, Slim Jada P would like to speak.
She's trying to say something.
New quiet voice.
So, right, if I really was Nike, how do I sell the sentence to Nike after just killing the president?
Oh my goodness. See, them two niggas right there, Nike. I will beat the shit out of them niggas. And hey, listen, we can't let them niggas prostrate. Them two niggas, we can't have no crazy nigga babies out there. I will beat, listen. They not coming out and field. Now we can't sell them because they gonna be worth that. We gotta get work them niggas till they die. No, we work them niggas. We gonna work them niggas till they die.
They gonna be worth half the value. They gonna be worth something.
They ain't worth the bucket of cotton they picking in. No, man.
They get something for them.
No, man, we gonna get nothing for them. We're gonna mess up our reputation.
I'm gonna get 2 for 1.
No, man.
I'm gonna say that here for some equipment.
I'm gonna listen to those.
Trade their ass for some equipment.
I'm gonna wait till I go into town. I'm gonna use them as a stool. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till we go in town. Let me just use them.
Erica, the moderator's present. Erica Flowers, are you there?
It's still down.
Eugene, are you there? All right. Because guess what? I'm about to be out. I gotta set my little Apple Watch came, so I need to make sure y'all on deck because I'm out. Okay. Hey, the vice principal is on deck.
Hey, Michelle, we're gonna tell them to stoop down, let me get down. I get. Listen, now y'all can't have Michelle or Eric flawless, but y'all can have Nike and what's the girl named Slim Jada? She ugly, but she sure do work good. You can't have the 3 up top now.
What you talking about? What you saying my name for though?
Yeah, you can't have the 3 up top.
Bend down. What you talking about? Bend down.
And Red, he's that nigga there.
You from Crenshaw? Crenshaw, you talking his?
I'm gonna put them lashes to your back, boy. I'm gonna put them lashes to your back, nigga.
You gonna put what on my back?
Them lashes, nigga.
He gonna get 30 lashes.
Yeah, nigga. For talking back.
For talking back.
Hey, and he over there attempting to read.
When he told you he gonna give you some head, got them on replay.
Bro, like why?
See,
why must they do that all the time?
Red, I told you, listen, Red, I told you, got him protected. I told you, listen, Red, I told you, he already got
replay, bro. I got
Red,
right here.
He already got fucked, bro, over there on Master Wookie playing.
Oh, now you want to talk about butt?
Boy already
about enslaving you ignorant niggas.
And he talking about
gang member.
And he talking about dick on the brain. This shit crazy.
No, I'm on what? Listen, I'm on what Sean on now. I see what he be talking about. Making money out these miserable niggas.
Yeah, listen, you gotta join. Listen,
I'm gonna make me some money out of these miserable niggas.
I love y'all boys, but y'all always talking about that
gang members trying to reach.
I'm past that shit. Fuck
No, you're not. You a gang member.
I'm gonna explain these niggas.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna make some.
I figured that you sound like a fake.
Put these niggas to work.
That's what I'm talking about.
Listen,
I like this to work. That's why
I lived my whole life, y'all.
I appreciate you saying that, bro.
My family, they full of people in fraternities, sororities, the Mexicans, the extra stars. My family, yeah, there's some badges over there too. I
figured that.
Yeah. Slave
I ain't got no family.
I was going against my family, trying to see the better good. Now I see why they said fuck them niggas.
Man, tell you gonna have the white man.
Damn right.
No, not us. Just niggas like you. Not us. Just niggas like you.
No, you gay. Shut up, gay ass.
Niggas like you. Yeah, bro. You true. You too much. No.
He's talking about us.
Just niggas like you.
What tried? Tried. No, tried, nigga. Get up on the put us back in the physically put us back on the cocktail, nigga.
We gonna come get you.
You ain't your family.
You can't pick no cotton. I'm gonna have you over there.
Pull up.
You can't pick no.
If we put him in the field, the crops gonna start growing.
Yeah, you can't get right. You gonna fuck my cotton pull up.
You gonna fuck the crops.
Man, I'm gonna stay over there to see to the horses.
Don't
I'm gonna see how strong this y'all is. I'm gonna put you over there to tend to them horses. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put you over there to
Don't make that nigga put feet on the horses all day.
I'm gonna have him change the hooves all day.
There's that change hooves all day.
Shoot it real good.
So listen. So look. So if the horse wanna kick everybody,
he was hard, but he kind of strong, Jamal. He kind of strong. I seen it in him. Long time ago. You see how he bumped back a little bit? He got a strong back.
That nigga gonna milk the horses. We gonna put that nigga on horse duty. He gonna milk the horses.
You know the boy, uncle and mama, they siblings. You know the boy, mama and uncle siblings, right?
He ain't gonna pick out.
Yeah. That's why he got.
You can't pick no cotton on my land.
He call his sperm down to Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy. He his Uncle Son. Uncle Daddy.
You might have
to get him motor to God. You can't pick no cotton over there. You want your brother to pin some horses.
I'm gonna stab that nigga.
You gonna tend to the horses, goddammit. You gonna be able to after
you gonna milk them horses and change them hooves, boy.
Change them hooves. You like this bisexual.
Hey, Pedro, give me some Worcestershire sauce before I whoop your ass. Give me some of that Worcestershire sauce before I whoop your ass.
I want you to take this shit. Hold on, Now, I want you to go down there to Miss Sarah Lee, and I want you to get some of the pie crust. Don't get no feeling. Get the pie crust. That's it. Then I want you to take the rest of it sweet and low.
Hey, look. We gonna treat it. Hey, look. We gonna treat it.
I'm gonna get your girlfriend.
We gonna treat his ass like rape on life out there in the fertilizer. Put his ass out there.
There's no, you gotta put me on the
Hey, oh, yard boy. I got you. These here tulips need a little fertilizer. Need a little super. All right, you need a little super.
Pedro's gonna be over here to see how much that white orange pie is.
My old yard boy.
Man, you're my hood.
Hey, boy, every time you come in here, boy, that's your name, boy.
Yard boy.
Oh, yard boy.
Pedro,
God damn, you too much. Hey, man. These plants over here need a little fertilizer.
It's training.
That's why other people told you to keep.
They need a little super.
Hold hold on, Red. Now listen, I gotta talk to him. I gotta have a heart with a nigga. See, that's why other people told you. Yeah, they told you for cheap. Listen. Now listen. That's why the mother told you for cheap. Now listen here. I need you to go with that. Take this 50 cent and go on over there and get pie crust. No filling. Go get the pie crust. Now, when you get that pie crust, you gotta walk across the street, take 50 paces. The master Kahoot place. That's where your mama and them come from. I want you to get some bread ends. No bread filling, bread ends. I want you to get the ends of the bread.
It's the county known as Rancho Cucamonga now.
And when you come over there, you're gonna go over yonder, the totem pole. Now, totem pole, our old totem pole. Listen, hold on now. Our old totem pole, your auntie now. Now, when you get over there, you know what your totem pole is. You ask them.
Our old totem pole, your auntie.
Yeah, our old totem pole is your auntie. So when you go over there,
you owe me an auntie, nigga.
Our old totem pole is boy auntie. Boy auntie can pass. He passed for white too. Sharp one too. Boy, listen here. When you go over the totem pole land, blood told, and you see your auntie, you get a quart of water, and you gonna bring that back to your grandma's sister, and you gonna make a bread pudding. That's what you gonna make. That's your task for today. Hear me?
Man, that's crazy work, girl. Yeah, you gotta do it.
No shoes on. Said he called police. And if you drop that, I'm gonna put the lashes to you.
Y'all making that lashes.
If you drop that sack, I'm gonna put the lashes to his ass.
On his back. Drop that sack, you get 30 lashes to your back.
God, we want to put sacks on back. That's man, Red.
Now your auntie, that's over there on protocol, man. Do not step up, boy.
I'm say sex, money, murder.
If you don't come back with her,
I've been begging Total Pole not to sell that gas because I know you like to go over there to see her.
That's sad, man.
I've been begging Total Pole.
Hey, look, listen though. Hey, Black, these real shit. I ain't in the business of selling niggas, but now that I think good, niggas like him,
yeah, he gotta go.
We are buying trade them nigga ass fast.
I've been begging Total Pole not to sell the boy. That's all the family he got. That's all the family he got here.
How old y'all at 40? Still gangbanging?
No, you about 20. You got a nice chin. You got a nice chin.
No, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure I'm up.
Right. Is it strong? Can you read?
I hope you don't.
Can you read?
Total Pole don't like them niggas. Total Pole don't like them niggas.
Can you lift up to 50 pounds?
Brother Eugene. Brother Eugene like to read it.
Can you lift up to 50 pounds? Can you read?
Can your team lift?
I'm trying to cover the conscience.
Can you project bills? Do you work good with others?
Let me see your resume,
Can you work good with others?
It's a joke, really. It's a joke.
It's your last plantation, you got fired from Picture Whoop on the job.
Picture Whoop on the job, boy?
Yeah, say right here, the last
time. Ain't nobody doing nothing.
Jangalang.
I take my Picture Whoop on the job, boy.
Sad, man. Gang members.
Listen, I know your dad is trying to show you how to read.
Y'all hear this? Gang members.
Listen, now, hold on. I'm out of Listen, boy.
And they
what's wrong with you?
Over different colors.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? No.
Don't stop it, man.
Listen. Michelle colors. You and Michelle is not that.
No. Let's talk about it, man. You a man. You a Crenshaw mob.
I'm a man.
You kill people. Listen, you can't walk around check people for colors, right?
I'm a man.
Die for colors, right?
I seen that movie.
For real.
No, I'm just saying. That's why I say
I like that movie.
That's sold by the white man. Like y'all
You teach that boy how to read.
Zero. We just talking about the man.
I like that movie.
Own the building. So you own the corners and you walk around check folks and kill them and kill your own people for colors.
Right.
And
Look, he trying to kill my head. So I would strain your ass up.
What's putting in work?
I was right? Hey, listen, what I got to do is piece of rope. I just bought red. I just got to,
Hey, look. Hey, Pedro, listen, we ain't even gonna hang him. We just want to get him we just want to get him rope burn. We don't even want to hang him. We just want to get him rope burn. We don't even want to hang him. We just want to get him rope burn.
That boy ain't want to be hung him on.
We ain't even trying to get him. We just want to get on rope burn. That's it.
Get that nigga off my good rope.
I know you.
Okay, Rich. Get that nigga off my good rope. You three.
I don't even want to kill him. I just want to get on rope burn and let him go.
Bring him up. Hey,
Drag his ass up. They get on rope burn. Let him down.
Now, he not like Sean fella. See, if he was Sean fella, we have to beat him on the feet. We have to beat him on the feet. Don't fuck up that boy's skin.
Man, you so
no, yeah, you say a little darker.
He one of them black ass. He one of them black ass Hershey. Hershey. He one of them Hershey herpes kisses black.
Why you can't ask questions? Since you want to be, like I said, we centering everything around you, but you don't want to ask questions.
What's up,
man? You go to college?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you graduate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what fraternity you join?
All of them. The natural nigga.
No, I'm just saying, right? So you're a bootleg?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Yeah,
No, I'm cool about it. So how you feel about this blood nigga right here next to that didn't go to college?
I'm a bootleg nigga too.
Well, he got
blood niggas are bootleg niggas.
Yeah, he got a plantation.
Matter of fact, blood niggas are Masons.
Females.
Yeah, he got a plantation here.
Definitely.
No, I'm actually,
123 acres. Ready to put niggas to work.
Female in the room.
Look, listen, Nike.
Red, they don't.
You got a white goddess on your name.
Red didn't go to college.
You
know who Nike is? Hold on. Watch this. Nigga, you know who Nike is, nigga?
Who?
You know what Nike is? You know who you named yourself after? Nike.
I'm the new Nike. Why?
No, that's a Greek goddess, nigga.
It's a Greek gay goddess.
Dumbass.
See, I knew the nigga couldn't read.
Nike, man.
I knew the gay goddess. I knew the nigga couldn't read.
Hold on.
It's a Greek gay goddess.
You heard about what people call it?
Herpes is a Greek gay goddess.
I'm asking you a question on Pedro.
Because that's who Nike is. Nike Hermes.
You worried about what people call them?
Hermes is a Greek gay.
And you worried about this?
It's Bartholomew.
Read.
We obviously see you can't read.
No, I know exactly what I did, man. What's the whole name too? What's the whole name?
We need a nigga that can't read. That means he ain't gonna be able to run away.
That's what I thought.
He ain't gonna be able to run away. He can't read no sign. So we need him.
Listen, I had a piece of rope on the boy's foot, one chain and then he couldn't figure out how to run away.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna tie a bear trap to this nigga feet.
Hey, no, listen.
No, that's what I'm saying. Your family, the people you represent. How about this? Fuck the people do about it.
Yeah, don't matter to me.
Okay. Which one is it?
Because this. That's why I want to hear you.
Got beat.
You got beat
with a horse and braided whip.
Talking about this. No. This is.
Yeah, beat that nigga at one of them Mexican belts.
I'm gonna beat that nigga one of them Mexican horses.
You saying that?
Yeah, beat that nigga with a Mexican Jorge belts. Don't talk to merchandise.
And you in a fraternity.
Pedro, don't talk to merchandise. That's like fighting with a pump.
That's the third.
No, what I'm saying, he's centering.
Fighting with a pump. We don't talk to merchandise.
He just want to number our favorite ball.
Hey, Kev said, do we see something wrong, Kev? I'll put you on the first goddamn train away from your mama and father. You question me, nigga.
Nigga, we'll change your life overnight, nigga. We'll change your life overnight, nigga. Your ass will be on the first thing smoking.
Come on, tell another joke.
Hey, I see Kev ass in Chattanooga tonight.
I need some niggas to put the work. I go to the farm.
I see Kev in Chattanooga and I seen his mama in the mix.
Come on, another joke.
Chattanooga. I seen that nigga in Chattanooga tonight.
Have his ass on the first thing smoking.
Hey, that nigga keep trying to undermine me, man. That nigga keep trying to undermine me.
Let's go.
Tell Pedro, tell my nigga, keep talking back. I'ma single your ass.
Nigga. I'ma send your firstborn to Memphis too. Keep playing.
Yeah, okay.
I'ma steal him on y'all. I'ma steal him on y'all.
I tell you gonna see you with your walking papers.
Fuck you. I already fucked your grandma, nigga. That was my first slave.
That was my first slave.
Hey, I been fucked your grandma.
That nigga said like I was my first slave. Yeah, you told me.
That was my first lead.
That was a good one, Black G.
That was a good one. As a boy, my
that was a good one. That nigga said your grandma. I been fucked your grandma. That was my first slave.
He told me, don't worry about it. I been fucked your grandma, boy.
That's why he don't even know. I know.
My daddy gave me your grandma at 16.
Oh, shit. That nigga said, what? My first slave.
That's what I'm saying.
That's back a memory, didn't it? That's just
It looked up. Hey, hold on. It looked up right quick. Hold on. Wait, why can't y'all? Hey, look up right quick. I think he kind of favored my brother, man. I think my brother probably your dad. Look to the left.
Pedro, you don't think that
Look to the left, nigga.
he called police?
Why's your head? Why's your forehead? But
Let me call my brother down here. Give me my brother, boy.
why's your forehead? You answer me.
Hold on, Naki. I'm gonna offer you something, Naki. Hold on. Let's pull it back now, Naki. I know that. So look, you look like my brother. Hold on. I got something for you. So I noticed you kind of look like my brother. So it look like you have a part of me now. Look here, nigga. You got two choices. Hold on, now, nigga. Now seeing my brother.
Nike ain't got no friends.
No. You kind of look like my brother.
I'm talking about his profile. This nigga ain't got no friends.
Yeah, he's a new crowd. He kind of look like my brother. Hold on. Look.
So gone and y'all just gonna cut up because she gone.
Hey, Erica, that's the boy right there.
Yeah, but
okay, Erica, we start here. We start here. Okay, we gonna start. See what I'm saying, Erica? See what I'm saying, Erica? We start here.
Yeah, I'm trying to start here. Sorry. He's like his brother. Look at him. Let me see that jawline.
Wow. I'll stop it, Erica. I ain't saying that else.
Hey, get him talking about that, man.
Yeah, Erica, let's talk about it.
Crenshaw Mafia supports.
Somebody play a clip or something.
Please don't, Eric. Please. No.
Please.
Eric, I feel it deep down inside right here. That's what he going
Crenshaw
with.
Mafia support. People calling them. Other gang members calling.
Now listen here. I had like Eric trying to say it, you know.
Crenshaw Mafia supports that.
Now, Eric, going back in the house. See, I had Eric come outside and try to save your black ass. Eric, take your red ass inside and let this nigga get beat.
Cause I ain't saying that to Eric go back in the house.
Now, when Eric goes back in the house,
I get it, man. You're calm, man.
He ain't saying that to Eric go back in the house.
I mean, bro, you.
So the folks, soon as Eric get back in that house, I hit him with that buckle.
Right, so let Eric leave. That's what I'm gonna start talking to you.
You butt his ass with that buckle.
Fuck your street. Fuck your hood.
That's fine, bro. Sorry you feel that way.
Soon as Eric walk back in the house,
all police and you support putting your brothers back on the plantation.
Soon as Eric you walk back in the house, I'm gonna bust your head through here.
One like a slum in his room. You feel me?
Now he on the
all right. Thank you.
This nigga is down.
Let me do it.
Now we're gonna play it.
Doing nothing about it.
Let me do it, Eric. Let me have him.
Search of frozen ancient dirt. Now a team of scientists have sequenced the oldest DNA ever recovered. So one of the best places to look for any ancient DNA is ground that's been continuously frozen.
Deep beneath miles of crushing white silence, Greenland is hiding secrets it was never meant to give back. For eons, the ice acted like a massive vault, locking away ancient biological blueprints and jagged geological scars. But that vault is finally cracking open. What scientists are pulling from the slush today isn't just data, because it's a ghost of a world we don't recognize, and a warning about a future we aren't ready to handle. Some things were captured in Greenland, and you won't believe it. The ground beneath. At the far northern edge of the world, in a place called the Copenhagen Formation, scientists have uncovered a biological time capsule that technically should not exist. By drilling deep into the frozen earth, researchers managed to pull 2-million-year-old DNA out of the sediment. This is not just old. It is officially the oldest DNA ever sequenced on the planet. It beats the previous record holder by a full 1,000,000 years, completely shattering our scientific understanding of how long the building blocks of life
and actually survive. This find reveals that Greenland was not always a barren wasteland of ice and rock. Instead, it was once a lush green forest, teeming with life that looks like it belongs in a different dimension. The genetic fragments tell a story of a lost ecosystem where massive cedar trees grew alongside poplars. Even more shocking was the animal life found in the samples. The DNA proves that mastodons, the giant, hairy ancestors of modern elephants, once roamed the northern tip of Greenland. They lived alongside reindeer, geese, and even horseshoe crabs in coastal waters that were significantly warmer than they are today.
Okay. So, y'all gone? Yeah. You want me to continue?
Yeah, I'm listening.
This was a vibrant, open-bore forest environment existing in a place that is now a frozen desert. Finding mastodons this far north rewrites the entire map of ancient animal migration and proves that life can adapt to extreme in ways we never previously imagined. But this discovery is more than just a history lesson. It is a mechanical blueprint for a warmer world. Scientists are now studying these ancient genes to understand how these plants and animals survived a climate that mirrors exactly what we are heading toward today. They are looking for the specific survival code that allowed a forest to thrive at the doorstep of the North Pole. As the ice retreats today, it is exposing this ancient graveyard, turning a barren island back into the muddy landscape billions of years ago. We are literally watching the deep archive lock itself in the permafrost fails to keep its grip. While the return of ancient forest sounds like a fascinating transformation, it highlights darker reality in which this old world is surfacing, suggests that the ice sheet is not just melting, it is structurally collapsing. We are digging up the past only because the present is disintegrating. The mastodons and the forests are a reminder that the permanent ice is actually a temporary lid. This data tells us that Greenland is incredibly sensitive to temperature changes. And once the process starts, it is nearly impossible to stop. Now that the lid is coming off, we are to see that the island is not just a solid block of ice, but a hollowed out shell with its own hidden plumbing and secrets. This ancient genetic data provide a window into a world that lived without ice. It forces us to realize that the current state of Greenland is the exception, not the rule. The terrifying part isn't just the fact that things are changing, but how fast the Earth can pivot from a frozen fortress to a muddy, steaming forest. As the frost thaws, the very ground beneath the scientists' feet is giving up secrets that have been silent for 2 million years. Is it possible that the biggest threat isn't what is trapped in the dirt, but the massive, invisible forces moving beneath the ice itself?
Sandwich colleges offer $25,000 in automatic merit scholarships to students with a 3.0 GPA. No special talent.
The giant's veins. For decades, we looked at Greenland from above and saw nothing but a flat, featureless shield of white. We assumed the land beneath the ice was just a jagged, frozen floor. But when scientists used deep penetrating radar to see through the 2-mile-thick ice sheet, they realized they were wrong. They discovered Mega Canyon, a scar in the earth that stretches for over 460 miles. Coast, buried under a massive weight of frozen water that has kept it invisible for millions of years. This isn't just a dry trench, it is a giant's vein. Scientists believe this canyon acts as a subterranean highway for meltwater. As the surface of the ice warms, water doesn't just sit there. It finds cracks and holes, plunging thousands of feet down until it hits this ancient canyon floor. Once there, it flows like a dark river, a hidden torrent of liquid water moving at high pressure beneath the ice. This river lubricates the base of the ice sheet, acting like grease on a slide. Instead of the ice being anchored to the rock, it is essentially floating on a film of water, making it much
much easier for massive glaciers to slip off the land and crash into the ocean. The existence of this canyon changes every model we have for sea level rise. Before this discovery, we didn't fully understand why Greenland's ice was moving so fast. We now know that the island has a built-in drainage system that is working against us. This dark river is effectively hollowing out the ice sheet from the inside out. The canyon funnels heat and water directly into the heart of the island, reaching areas that should be frozen solid. It is a plumbing system designed by nature that is now being overloaded by a warming atmosphere. The more it melts, the more the river grows, and the faster the ice disappears. What makes this find so unsettling is the sheer scale of the unknown. We are talking about a geographical feature larger than most European countries that was completely hidden from human eyes until very recently. It serves as a humbling reminder how little we actually know about our own planet. We are standing on top of a world that is shifting and flowing beneath our feet, and we only just noticed the pipes. The canyon is a silent witness to Greenland's past, by ancient rivers before the ice even existed. And now it is the very thing facilitating the ice's destruction. The giant's veins are pulsing with more water every year, and the pressure is building. As this hidden network carries more and more the coast, it weakens the structural integrity of the entire island. We aren't just losing ice from the top because of the sun. We are losing it from the bottom because of this invisible drainage.
Hey, I'm gonna pause it. It's a 30-minute long video. I think we're about 10 minutes into it. Does anyone want the floor, or shall I continue?
It's very similar to the South Pole and Antarctica, because they were saying the same thing there, that, you know, there was palm trees and stuff under that too. So I find it interesting that both of these poles were warm. So it shows that the land was all together at one time, like we thought it, as one, what do they call, what's the word for it? Pangea. Yeah, it makes more sense now that Greenland and the South Pole were part of the Pangea. It makes sense to me. I'll land right there.
That's a good video, Erica. It's this guy I'm following on Instagram and Facebook, and he's been tracking these pole shifts right now that are melting the ice. See it at the north, suppose, you know, the where the North Pole is at, that part is already melted. But according to him, this new pole shift and this shift, India, that's his prediction. He can't be wrong. India is going to be under ice very soon. So that's what he's predicting what's supposed to happen with this whole shift. And he's also like been going on into these sun videos, like something that's going on with the sun. We're supposed to let out a huge coronal mass ejection. Like they're literally right now, real time, watching that thing grow. So, good video. I land my plane.
Oceans there are really warm. Like, I wonder why he thinks that.
Said, what you think? Why did they think
like, Indian Ocean is warm as I don't know what. So
with a pole shift, so when a magnetic pole shifts, it changes up the climate. Then you have a crustal shift, meaning the land masses are moving again. So, you know, I guess you just got to think about, just imagine Pangea happening over again. Because even when you go look at these maps, like I found a map in this book. This lady, I think it was a man. He had this book It was called the Universal Geographical Grammar. It is actually a whole atlas of the world in one thick, big ass book. And in the beginning of it, it shows the maps, right? When you look at the United States, California wasn't even, it was literally an island. That's how they looked at California, as a fucking island. So, yeah, I mean, I think this planet changes over time. It's not always going to be the same.
Yeah, and you know what? And it makes you question again that when people keep on trying to say where life began, this is another example of why you should always question information. I'm going to go back to, because clearly they haven't been able to research and do their scientific research over here on this planet to see all the life that lived here. I guess they just automatically assumed because it was frozen, this couldn't be the sea. So I'm going to go ahead and play it back if nobody else wants to know.
Is a dual threat system that makes the total collapse of the ice sheet look less like a slow melt and more like a sudden structural failure. If the canyon is the highway, the water is the vehicle, and it is heading straight for the sea. But as massive as these physical structures are, they are still just rock and water. What happens when the things hiding in the ice are actually alive? The microbial vault. While the massive physical structures of Greenland are enough to rewrite our understanding of the planet, the smallest inhabitants of the ice might be the ones with the sharpest teeth. For decades, the scientific community viewed the Greenland ice sheet as a sterile, frozen desert, a place too hostile for anything to survive. But recent breakthroughs have shattered this myth, revealing that the ice is actually a living, breathing microbial vault. Scientists have discovered giant viruses thriving on the surface of the ice sheet for the first time. These are not your typical viral particles. They are biological anomalies that grow to 2.5 micrometers, larger than most bacteria, and carry a massive, complex genome that allows them to repair their own DNA in ways that standard viruses simply cannot. These giant viruses have been found living in the dark ice and red snow across Greenland. They aren't just dormant leftovers from the past. Researchers used mRNA analysis to prove they are active and functional today. Researchers believe these viruses play a critical role in the island's ecosystem by infecting the blooms of snow algae that turn the ice dark. While this might sound like a minor biological detail, it has global implications. Darker ice absorbs more sunlight, which accelerates melting. If these giant viruses act as a natural top-down control on the algae, they could be the only thing slowing down the disintegration of the ice sheet. We are only just beginning to understand how these organisms function in such an extreme environment. But the real concern lies deeper than the surface. As the permafrost, the permanently frozen ground surrounding the ice, continues to thaw, it is releasing ancient organisms that have been trapped for tens, successfully revived by 50,000 years old, proving that these pathogens, after eons in the deep freeze.
No gas, one system that handles it all. If you're looking to upgrade your heating system with ease.
Greenland's permafrost is a similar time-stamped archive. These Methuselah microbes are relics of a world that existed before modern humans, and our immune systems have had zero exposure to them. The threat isn't necessarily a Hollywood-style outbreak, but rather the reintroduction of ancient biological agents into a modern world that is completely unprepared for their unique evolutionary traits. The scale of this reawakening is hard to overstate. Every foot of ice that melts acts as a door opening to the past. The organisms emerging from the vault are not just curiosities. They are active biological agents capable of breaking down ancient organic matter and releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases like methane and carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere. This creates a dangerous feedback loop. The warmer it gets, the more microbes wake up to decompose organic material. and the more gas release, the warmer the planet becomes. We are essentially watching a biological engine jumpstart itself after being stalled for 1 million years. The most unsettling part of this find is that we don't know the limits of what is waiting in the cold. We are finding giant viruses that shouldn't be active, and ancient pathogens that shouldn't be alive. These organisms are masters of survival, capable of enduring extreme pressure for millennia. They are a reminder that the ice was never just water. It was a security seal. Now that the seal is broken, we are forced to share the planet with life forms that were supposed to be extinct forever. The microbial vault is open, and we have no way to close it. As these microscopic threats emerge from their frozen slumber, we are forced to ask, what other massive, man-made secrets have we buried in the ice, thinking they would stay hidden forever? The Hiawatha Impact. While we often think of Greenland as a static shield of ice, it foundations the scars of a violent cosmic history that we are only just beginning to map. In 2015, a team of scientists from the University of Copenhagen noticed a massive circular depression beneath the Hiawatha Glacier. While reviewing NASA radar data, they soon realized they were looking at a 19-mile wide meteorite crater, an impact site larger than the city of Washington, D.C., buried under nearly a kilometer of solid ice. This was the first time an impact crater of this magnitude had ever been discovered beneath a continental ice sheet. And its presence suggests that Greenland's frozen surface is masking a much more chaotic past than we ever dared to imagine. For a long time, the crater was a subject of intense debate. Because the structure was fresh and well preserved in radar scans, some researchers initially suspected it might be a very recent addition to Earth's geography, perhaps even striking as recently as 12,000 years ago. If that were true, it would have meant our human ancestors witnessed an iron asteroid over a kilometer wide slamming into the Arctic, potentially triggering a mini ice age. However, advanced dating techniques using argon gas and uranium-lead analysis of shocked zircon grains finally provided a definitive answer in 2022. The impact actually happened roughly 58 million years ago. This means the asteroid hit during the Paleocene epoch, a time when Greenland was not a frozen wasteland, but a temperate forest paradise. The sheer energy released during this event is almost impossible to visualize. When the iron asteroid punched into the Earth's crust, released the energy of several hundred nuclear bombs. It didn't just leave a hole, it vaporized the bedrock, creating shocked quartz, crystals that have been physically deformed by extreme pressure and temperature. The impact would have incinerated forests for hundreds of miles, sent massive shock waves through the tectonic plates, and injected enough dust into the stratosphere to briefly alter the global climate. Finding this scar today is like finding a crime scene that has been hidden under a white sheet for millions of years. But the most pressing reason this discovery matters today is how it affects the stability of the modern ice sheet. The crater isn't just a dead hole in the ground. It's a bowl that collects and funnels heat and meltwater. The Hiawatha Glacier, which flows directly over the crater, is one of the most active and rapidly changing glaciers in the region. The disturbed topography of the crater floor makes the ice above it more prone to fracturing and sliding. This creates a situation where an ancient cosmic accident is now accelerating the modern-day melting process. The freshness of the crater's rim and its central peaks continues to interact with the flowing ice, creating a turbulent environment that defies standard climate models. Furthermore, the discovery of the Hiawatha crater led scientists to find a possible second, even larger impact site.
I'm putting together a small team of partners right now to help me flip dirt, and I want to show you exactly how to do it. No cost, no catch, just
114 miles away. If confirmed, it suggests that Greenland may have been a target for multiple massive impacts during its long history. These craters represent deep structural weaknesses in the Earth's crust that are only being revealed as the ice thins. We are learning that the ice sheet isn't just sitting on a solid floor. It's sitting on a graveyard of celestial collisions. As the ice disappears, these ancient scars are being reactivated, influencing how water on the land responds to the loss of weight. This shows us that the scary part of Greenland isn't just the future melt. It's the violent, unpredictable history that the ice has been hiding. We are finally seeing the island for what it really is, a rugged, ancient landmass that has been hit by the universe and is now being stripped bare by a warming world. The Hiawatha crater is a monument to a world that was green before it was white. And it reminds us that permanent features can be erased in a single fiery instant. If a massive iron asteroid couldn't destroy this island's foundation, what happens when the threat comes from something we built ourselves? Project Iceworm's ghost. Evolutionary biology isn't the only thing we have hidden in the frost. Some of our most dangerous secrets are man-made. In 1959, the U.S. military launched a top-secret mission called Project Iceworm. The goal was to build a massive network of mobile nuclear missile silos hidden deep inside the Greenland ice sheet, capable of striking targets within the Soviet Union. To test the feasibility of this under-ice empire, they constructed Camp Century, a subterranean city that housed up to 200 soldiers and was powered by the world's first portable nuclear reactor. At the time, engineers believed the ice was a permanent triple shield that would entomb their facility forever. They were wrong. By 1967, the military realized that the ice sheet was not a static block of ice, but a moving, shifting glacier. The tunnels began to warp and collapse the immense pressure of the moving snow, forcing the Pentagon to abandon the base. While the nuclear reactor itself was eventually removed, the military left behind a toxic legacy. Buried under layers of ice are approximately 200,000 liters of diesel fuel, vast quantities of polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and thousands of liters of untreated radioactive coolant and sewage. For decades, this was a non-issue because the waste was buried 36 meters deep, safely out of reach of the atmosphere. However, as Greenland's surface continues to melt at an unprecedented rate, forever is running out of time. Recent climate models suggest that by the end of this century, the net balance of the ice sheet at Camp Century could shift from accumulating snow to losing ice. If the current rate of warming continued, radioactive and chemical waste could begin to resurface as early as 2090. This isn't just a local environmental problem, it is a ticking diplomatic time. The waste is located in a semi-sovereign territory of Denmark, but the responsibility for the cleanup remains a point of contention between the U.S., Denmark, and the government of Greenland. The horrifying reality of Project Iceworm is that it represents a human-made feedback loop. We buried these materials thinking the climate was constant, but our own industrial activities have changed the very element we used as a landfill. If these toxins reach the coast, they could accumulate in the marine ecosystem, poisoning the fish and mammals that the local Inuit populations rely on for survival. We are essentially watching a Cold War ghost return to haunt the 21st century. The ice is no longer a vault. It has become a slow-motion delivery system for hazardous waste. This serves as a grim reminder that our past decisions have a long tail. We treated the Arctic like a blank spot. Things could be forgotten, but the Earth doesn't forget. As the ice thins, the line between buried and exposed is disappearing. We are finding that the most dangerous things in the ice aren't just ancient viruses or meteorites, but the toxic debris of our own short-sightedness. Project Iceworm proves that even our most secure hiding places are vulnerable to a changing planet, and the bill for our secret history is finally coming due. But while man-made waste is a visible threat, there are other, more natural ways the ice sheet is literally hollowing itself out from the inside. The ticking abyss. While scientists have mapped the massive canyons and detected ancient DNA, some of the most urgent changes in Greenland are happening through a process that looks like the island is literally devouring itself. Across the surface of the 2-mile-thick ice sheet.
What would you tell someone who knows exactly what to do but can't make themselves do it?
That gap has a name. Thousands of brilliant sapphire blue lakes form every summer as the sun beats down on the white expanse. These supraglacial lakes look peaceful from a satellite view, but they are act fuses for a massive geological explosion. When the water pressure of these lakes reaches a critical point, it doesn't just overflow, it fractures the ice all the way to the bottom. In a matter of hours, a lake containing billions of gallons of water can vanish, draining through a vertical shaft called a moulin. A moulin is essentially a giant internal drain pipe that connects the surface of the glacier directly to the bedrock below. These shafts can be several dozen meters wide, half-mile straight down through the solid. Lake drains, it sends a high-pressure pulse of water hitting the rock with enough force to actually lift the entire ice sheet off the ground. Recent observations from 2025 and early 2026 show that these drainage events are becoming more frequent and are occurring in triangular fracture patterns that were never seen before. Scientists are now seeing the ice crack open in real time, creating a connected system of pipes and channels that are hollowing out the interior of the island. Once that surface water reaches the base, it acts like grease on a bowling alley. Instead of the ice being stuck to the jagged rock, it begins to slide in the ocean at an accelerated rate. This isn't a slow, predictable melt. It is a mechanical failure. Every new moulin that opens up is another point of weakness, allowing warmer surface air and water to penetrate the deep, cold heart of the glacier. As the summer seasons lengthen, now extending well into September, the volume of water being funneled into these abysses is reaching record highs. Furthermore, this internal hollowing is revealing that the ice sheet behaves more like a living, elastic organism than a static block of ice. Radar data has recently shown blisters forming beneath the ice, massive subglacial lakes that push the surface upward as water collects at the base. This vertical movement creates even more stress, triggering new fractures miles away from the original drainage site. We are witnessing the birth of a feedback loop where the ice breaks, the water drains, the glacier slides, and the resulting stress breaks more ice. It is a runaway process that traditional climate models have struggled to capture because it happens so fast. Often in a single afternoon. This hollowing process effectively means that Greenland is losing mass from the top, the bottom, and the inside all at once. The ice sheet is now at its warmest in 1,000 years and is shedding roughly 264 gigatons of ice every year. Realize that. Imagine a block of ice the size of a city block, but 3 disappearing every few minutes. The ticking abyss of the moulins is the mechanism that makes this massive loss possible. A solid fortress of ice into a fragile, honeycombed shell that is ready to collapse into the sea. As these blue holes continue to fracture the bedrock and accelerate the slide, the question is no longer if the ice will reach the ocean, but what happens to the rest of the world when it does. The global ripple. The frightening discoveries in Greenland are not contained by its icy borders. They are the first dominoes in a global collapse. As the dark river accelerates and the microbial vault opens, the resulting mass of fresh water is hitting the North Atlantic like a tidal wave. This isn't just about sea levels rising. It is about the destabilization of the very systems that keep our modern world functioning. The Greenland ice sheet holds enough water to raise global sea levels by 7.4 meters, over 24 feet. While a total melt would take centuries, we are already seeing the incremental melt create systemic risks that business leaders and urban planners are now forced to treat as material threats. The most immediate danger is the potential collapse of the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, the conveyor belt of the ocean that moves heat from the tropics to the North Atlantic. New research in 2026 suggests suggests the AMOC is significantly more likely to reach a tipping point than previously thought, with some models predicting a major slowdown or even a 65% deceleration by 2100. If this system shuts down, the consequences are catastrophic. Western Europe could plunge into extreme winters and summer droughts, while tropical rainfall belts, on which millions rely for food, would shift entirely. An AMOC collapse flipped the Southern Ocean from a carbon sink into a carbon source, adding an extra 0.2 degrees Celsius to global warming. On the coastlines, the economic bill is already coming due. Nearly 600 million people live in coastal zones worldwide.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I never imagined
areas that generate.
I'm positive it's almost done. I guess I can go ahead and let it roll. Probably got about 3 minutes.
Roughly $1 trillion in global wealth. In East Asia alone, over 12 million people across 23 cities are at risk of severe flooding, with assets worth $864 billion exposed to 1-in-100-year flood events. By 2100, countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam could lose 6.7% of their annual GDP to climate-related damages, more than twice the global average loss. For low-lying nations like the Maldives, where the average height is just 1.5 meters, a 1-meter rise in sea level isn't just an economic hit. It is an existential end. We are also seeing the albedo effect fail in real time. As white ice melts into dark water or gray rock, Greenland stops reflecting solar radiation and starts absorbing it, a process driving Arctic amplification. This thermal shift doesn't stay in the Arctic. It disrupts the jet stream, fueling the erratic heat waves and forever storms we are seeing across North America and Europe. The scary part of this find is that the island is no longer a cooling shield. It has become a planetary radiator. From the ports of Rotterdam to the industrial hubs of Shenzhen, the stability of the global economy is now tethered to the stability of the Greenland ice sheet. We are realizing that our planetary boundaries are not just scientific theories. They are the walls of the room we live in, and those walls are thinning. As we stand on the edge of these tipping points, the question shifts from what did we find to what do we do now? What the Sentinels say. Greenland was the most reliable sentinel, a silent, frozen. But the discoveries of 2025 and 26 have shown us that the sentinel is no longer from the 2-million-year-old DNA of a lost world to the radioactive ghosts of the Cold War and the giant viruses waking up in the slush. Every find points to a single truth. The ice was a temporary lid on a very volatile pot. We used to think of these changes in terms of thousands of years, but the ticking abyss and the accelerating AMOC slowdown show that nature moves much faster than our bureaucracies. We are digging up the past because the present is disintegrating beneath us. Greenland is not just a big piece of ice, it is the cooling system, the historical archive, and the structural foundation of our global climate. The horrifying thing captured in Greenland isn't just a single monster or a virus. It is the realization that the island's stability was the only thing keeping our world predictable. As the ice retreats, it reveals a rugged, ancient landmass that has survived meteorites and tectonic shifts. But it also the civilization that grew up during its long winter. The vault is open. The secrets are out. And now, the world must learn to live with what the ice has finally given back. Subscribe for more.
That is the end of it. I don't even know what to say. Floor is open.
Well, I guess I'm gonna talk. ice is melting, what part of the world is going to be under ice? That's the only thing I can really bring to the table, because we've been talking about this ice melting for a while now. It ain't really seen. And now we're actually seeing it, or they're seeing it. What's next?
I don't know. It kind of makes you wonder why the hell Trump was over there at Greenland again. Now it makes me want to refocus on why he was over there in Greenland. What they gonna put over there in Greenland? They gave a project. I can't even now. I'm gonna have to go back so I can look more into that project name that they gave us. But we're just over there in Greenland, and I wonder why now.
I did see a video about it was a spaceship under the ice over there, so that could be a thing too.
Melting is what lies beneath the ice, but they said that in Antarctica when they was over there messing with the stuff that was under the ice in Antarctica. I really do believe they taking the shit and experimenting on the people.
Do you know where the information is coming from? Do you not remember when the permafrost was beginning to melt in parts of Russia, and they had that very, very, very old polio virus underneath that permafrost?
Yeah, I knew it was somewhere, so it was Russia and not Antarctica.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think it was Russia.
Okay, me too. Yeah, I remember that.
Not only that, you got to remember there was a military base in Greenland that was covered by the ice in the 50s.
Yeah.
It had radioactive things there. Those things are covered under that ice.
Yeah, it was in Siberia. That's where that virus was that they found that you're talking about, which is in Russia.
And here's one of the big kickers, and I think it said it in the video that Erica played. Some of the oldest DNA in the world has been found in Greenland.
Yeah, so it almost seems like they just Africa theory that they keep pushing. It just makes you wonder how these different, what they call race of people got on this planet. I'm lost. No one thinks that out of Africa theory is getting weaker and weaker these days.
By the day.
I mean, it just makes no sense that they keep finding DNA older than in other parts of the planet. Just doesn't make it seem. It almost seems like we've been bamboozled. Like we really took that shit and ran with it for years, believing it with no question. That is weird. But they said when people start waking up, they're gonna cause other people around them to wake up and start questioning this shit like it's not real. And actually, it seems like we on schedule because we're supposed to keep evolving as a species. So maybe we'll get to the point where we'll stop killing each other.
I think that life could evolve. The very first parts of life, the earliest forms, I don't think it necessarily came out of Africa. I think that mankind came out of Africa. But I don't believe that life itself started in Africa.
And you got to think, in order for there to be water, this flowing water system located in Northern America, in Canada. So in order for you to have life, you have to have water. So if the oldest water system in existence is in Canada, then that negates the out of Africa theory.
losing its way every freaking day. Just understanding, like, it was a video I sent y'all earlier when it was talking about this princess being exiled out of Egypt. I think it's 1325 BC or something. They said she was exiled and took Zoroastrianism all the way to fucking Ireland. So, but when they got there, it was already people there. So that whole thought, I mean, I don't think it's out of Africa. Like people always say, we're other world, we're from this world. Because we were here before the land masses decided to separate. We were here before these land masses were named. So they're the ones who haven't been here this long. And we're going with the narrative because that's what they're telling us. But it's almost like people forgot, like how they forgot, the elders forgot what they did with other viruses in the past. It's like as time goes, nobody's really writing it down. Or if they are writing it down, it's being disposed of or ruled out because it's not peer reviewed. And at this point in time, it's so much shit that's not peer reviewed, and it's coming out, and we're connecting the dots. So, yeah, indoctrination, socially engineered for you to go in line and be in line, go along to get along.
Talk about Zoroastrianism. Wow. That's what I was saying. Not going off, but 10 seconds. I thought y'all was worshipers of Almond Raw. Now we talking about Zoroastrianism. I thought y'all subscribed to New Mini Leash about Tiamat and Anunnaki. Like I said, I think it's a spirit of. I can't get the name of it. Like I think y'all everything, or it's like a forgiveness spirit or something like that. So now we back to Egypt, Zoroastrianism. It's wild stuff.
What are you talking about? Like, and who subscribed to the Enuia English? Who subscribed?
When we was talking about Iran being Persia, that was 2 weeks ago, and I brought up Zoroastrianism, and then they fought me about it. Now we without giving me credit, but now we talking about Zoroastrianism and Ireland. All of that. I said it came before all of that. So now we're talking about y'all. So
wow, that was powerful.
What about Tim? No, we can push forward because I already know I'm a trendsetter.
Give him a hand clap. That was powerful, brother.
Give him a hand clap. Give him a pat on the shoulder.
Let's give him a hand clap. Send me your cash out.
Give him a pat on the shoulder.
What's up?
That boy needs more than that.
Subscribe to the Illuminati leash, right? And saying about Tiamat, about the moon crashing in us, it absolutely confirms that some of us are not from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's.
I know I'm not from Africa.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
My dad from South America.
I mean, in the water system.
I can go back 4 generations.
I mean, in the water systems of Canada, which is some of the oldest flowing water, even though most of it was salt water, that's where they found the first single in Canada. So that's.
Hey, may I ask you something, man, before you get too deep in that, and I want to interrupt on purpose. I just want to ask the room.
Well, I'm not going to let you interrupt on purpose.
Okay, go ahead. Then finish your thoughts. My bad, brother.
Just fucking with you, brother.
Well, I want to ask, do y'all believe, like, the real Egypt is right here in Americas? When you go to Memphis, why do we have them pyramids and certain things going on? And when you look deep down in the Grand Canyon, why they don't let you explore that? Have y'all ever really thought about some things we've been confused on? Because they told us to turn the other cheek, but every time I the cheek, I come back to the same bullshit. Because I'm from the South, and we didn't learn about X. But when I did my own research, I realized Malcolm X was kind of a stand-up dude once he realized they lied to him. But the nigga who had the wet dream was a little hoe.
I don't think we've been confused. I think we were just misled, right?
I agree.
And here's where this whole woke culture comes in at. They don't want you to wake up. That's why they put negative connotations on woke. See, woke is the opposite of sleep. Think about what I just said. Woke is the exact opposite of sleep.
And what did koala bear say? Stay woke, get woker or some shit.
So when you wake up, you begin to think for yourself. You begin to use critical thinking. You begin to ask questions. You begin to examine things. You begin to investigate things and do your own research. When you do your own research, you come up with different premises. You come up with different understandings, and that's what they don't want.
Wouldn't that be the black sheep of the...
You're just going along with the masses. That when you go against what they teach, you're woke now. And you're a problem. But being woke is the way you get a true understanding of your essence and where you come from and what's really going on. And not only does it show you what happened in history, being woke shows you what the fuck is going on in the world today. That's why they don't want you woke. That's why negative connotations are.
How did you feel about the corona shot?
I took it, right?
And may I ask your personal opinion? Why did you take it?
Let me finish. I was about to tell you before you interrupted. But it wasn't that I really wanted to take it, right? It was for other family members. But in hindsight, I see the problem with it, right? Now, do I think it's a mental thing? Yes. I do believe they planted some shit in us. But that doesn't stop you from overriding that.
How did you feel about the family members that didn't take it? Because I was persecuted.
So
I was persecuted. I couldn't go to family events and shit.
So look, I'm not gonna get too far off the conversation that Miss Erica played the tape on. Right, that kind of takes us into a different conversation. So I'm not.
My apologies.
I will say this: I did it to protect my mom. Right, because at the time my mom was dealing with cancer. Her immune system was very low. I did it to protect my mom. But in hindsight, had I known what I know now, there's no fucking way I could take it. But here's where critical thinking comes in at, right? Once you know what you put in your body and you know how it affects your body, you then learn how to retaliate against that. And that's where I am now. So I'm going to go back to the conversation that Miss Erica was on as far as the Greenland shit.
Please, may y'all enlighten me. I just came in the room. Can you enlighten me on the conversation? I'm a young country boy from Mississippi. Sorry to interrupt y'all room.
What part of Mississippi you from?
I live next door to Alcorn State University, where Steve McNair, the homeless Steve McNair from. Slack.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
I have a college in my backyard, and I'm proud of it too. But please, I would love to know what the conversation was about before I came in with my introduction of other topics.
It was a video about what's going on in Greenland. They were talking about some old stuff that was found in Greenland. That's what, but I'm pretty sure it's like with the 11 scientists that's missing, because now the scientist situation has gone mainstream. Yeah, my mama was even talking about it. So, for my mama, oh my God. For my mama to know about 11 scientists are missing. But we all know it's 13 or 18 of them that's been missing since 2023. But Greenland, apparently they had some things go on in Greenland recently. That's why they're trying to buy it or invade it. But obviously, so I think this is like another small piece to the puzzle of things that's going on in Greenland that they find. So this is like...
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And it sounds like little issues. A lot of people ignored it with Panama Canal. When we was taken back over that after their contract was up. And I can understand, because when you have port of entry where I live at, there's a place that missed the capital by one vote. It's called Rodney, Mississippi. Man, it's the poorest spot. Man, it's one of the But what makes it great, it sits right on the bank of the Mississippi River. It's like the greatest port. But for our knowledge, you can call it ignorance, or have you, like one of our first governors or senators, black senators for the United States was Hiram Revels. He's the first president of this great university I'm at, that I'm located next to. That's just a little history on that. But it's not like, this is about the ports and the value of land they devalued. And once they devalue it, boy, they finna take over that. They got $1 billion project, $1 billion, not $1 trillion, $1 billion port of entry coming in right there in Little Rodney, Mississippi. Now, I don't know if they're gonna follow through with it, but it is something major. They got everybody eardrums up, and it's been going on the last 10 years. And it's just little parts of things that you think Mississippi's some piece of shit, but man, it's got some places that people love. Like, I can tell you this, I know a lot of people that died, and them little, I don't even want to call them white folks, I call them briefcase guys. They come with that briefcase, and they buying up this land out here like it ain't nothing. The trees are getting cut down. Now, why the person before them didn't cut them trees down and make their money?
I say this, locate the true origin of life. The land recycles itself. You have subduction zones, which will forever be lost. The information that's embedded in them, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which is the continent arc, I don't think you'll ever be able to find it. I think we see what's left, but I don't think we see the original source. So the oldest right now might be North America, but it probably, because of the way the earth is moving and structured, it probably started somewhere else. But then again, North America was down during Pangea, it was down near the equator. So, but I think it's just impossible, just because land moves and it recycles.
Well, I mean, you can't forget about the tunnels. You know that parent.
I was just gonna say that. The tunnels.
They got tunnels from the one from the Grand Canyon to Africa, but they also had tunnels like from the edge of South America to Antarctica. Like, it was multiple land bridges there.
How did we get all these immigrants in all of a sudden? They didn't just walk through Mexico. I mean,
wait a minute, you said tunnels.
Yeah, it's a lot of.
You said tunnels. You said a tunnel from where to Africa?
Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, everything goes underground. There are no satellites. All the cable lines go through the ocean. Everything goes to the ocean. Everything is landline. That's why you got all the submarines and all this. This shit ain't no satellite space. This is Google. You can send a droid up in far enough and take a damn picture. We're not floating around in space. The only place you can float is underwater. And if you remember, the water's above and below. I mean, we can fall for anything we want, but in the end, we ain't going up there floating around. I mean, call it what you want. Flat earth, round earth, I don't know, and don't really care if it's flat or round. I just know through my reality, we don't go up in the air and start floating around. You can go in the water and you can float. I land.
You remember King Solomon had they say King Solomon was flying around. Like, he would go see the Queen of Sheba. Like, it'd take him a day. And the others, it took weeks.
But it's only how you conceive the storytelling. You got to remember, your perception can be that, which I won't disagree with. But in all reality, you up in that air, you're not going to start floating. That's just not.
You're right. You don't float.
Solomon had powers, but King Solomon had powers. He wasn't he an alchemist, magician, mathematician?
Solomon.
Yes, he was.
No, what made King Solomon so special was wisdom, and they couldn't explain wisdom.
Yeah, but because that's the problem. When they got their hands a hold of the books and they burned the original books, they rewrote it how they want you to.
It's so many books. There's so many books.
Listen to the movie, and that's the problem. When somebody put their remix on it, you don't really know. So when you got the original book coming out of Ethiopia, the original collection of books, not the watered down bullshit that you get here in America, and their interpretation of it, because that shit was fucking switched around. And that one, what Nike is talking about, that King Solomon, he was an alchemist, magician, he was a scholar, he controlled the jinns and all of that shit, and he did have a flying apparatus, like Nike said. But then it changed to magic carpet, and then once the Romans and the Greeks get their hands on it, it's completely gone.
Look at every
He's in a chariot. That's why you can't bring that into the discussion, because we're talking about Greenland, right? We're talking about how Greenland is melting. The entire island of Greenland has always been ice, right? But somehow, some way, it's starting to melt. Just like Antarctica is melting, the caps at the top of this globe, it has been melting as well. Actually melted all the way, and it's receding down towards green. So what I'm saying is, if this thing persists, what is going to happen next? Like what part? Because the poles, the way they're positioned is always cold, right? But if they're melting, what's the next place that's going to be cold?
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
What you mean? Why wouldn't it be true?
Because you're not in Greenland personally to know this. Just like global warming.
But the video we just watched, though, said that. Like they're the one that are there, and they said that. What are you talking about?
Yes, ma'am. I'm 48 years old. When I grew up at 10, first we had acid rain. Then at 20, they said the computers was going to glitch when it turns 2000 in 1999. Then they said it was another pandemic. I can't remember that. It was acid rain, global warming. In 10 years, the Florida would melt away. What I've learned in science class, this is the only thing I took away from it. If you fill a glass up with ice, if that ice, and fill it up with water too, to the limit, when that ice melts, nothing overflows. The water precedes itself. Water is going to balance out. The world ain't doing nothing more than what the world does. When it's a hot summer, yes, ice will melt. You'll have some floods. But soon as the sun's shining for 20 months in a row, it evaporates up. When I was in Vegas in 2022, the summer of 2022, they call it a monsoon and shit. It was nothing but rain. I was like, damn.
So the movie, I don't think you're really understanding. Like through time, there has been a regional flood. Like the Younger Dryas, when that happened, that flooded most of North America, all of Europe, on down into a little bit of North Africa.
Did you hear what Dubai did? Did you hear what Dubai did?
Okay, but what we're talking about is the change of the planet, and it does change. You got earthquakes, you got volcanoes, and all of that stuff.
There's nothing you can do about that. They're underwater volcanoes. They're underwater volcanoes. Okay, there's nothing but you know what I think America does, and I think the world, the humans do. They'll take a nuclear bomb, blow it underwater, and it create an earthquake. It's just like in Dubai. They created clouds and they flooded. You're trying to do God's work.
So you're saying that all of it's fake? They're
No. All of it. Hey, look, some things is God. You cannot do nothing. Like that storm that hit Mississippi in January, that ice storm and winter storm, is nothing we could have done about it. But I I can tell you this, every time they fly into space, whether it's from Houston or Florida, everything in the SEC or the South, the weather's always fucked up. Well, that's all I'm saying. They are cloud seeding things. They're trying to recreate God. They're trying to clone things. They're trying to be God. Hey, look, those icebergs that are melting in the North Atlantic or where the North Pole, that's just what they normally would do. The world is normally doing.
Listen, man. Listen, let's just put this to rest real quick. The ice has been there for quite some time. Man has had a hand in melting the ice due to global warming and things of that nature. There are islands that are no longer here that were here when you and I were little. And people had to move. The oceans are rising. Venice, the city itself, is proof that the oceans are rising. And if these polar caps melt, if the Greenland ice melts, you ask what planet, or I think she asked which part of the planet is going to be frozen. It was in Erica's thing that she put on here. That's going to stop the conveyor belt of warm weather in the Atlantic Ocean. The whole planet is going to freeze. Without that conveyor belt, if it gets cut off, because it brings hot air, warm air.
But the Atlantic and Pacific
Let me finish, man. You haven't let any of us finish. Let me finish. With that being said, that is what's going to happen if this continues. So you can't say that the water is going to balance out itself when you already have people being displaced because of the water and the oceans and stuff rising right now. And that's what we're trying to stay on topic with and things of that nature. Not going from here to there, point A and B and stuff like that. Shout out to Steve McNair. He's my favorite player.
So check this out, right? Let's think about this. If Antarctica is in the north, where is Antarctica? Is it north or south? Is it north or south? Either way it goes, it's at one of the poles, right?
I'm sorry, I was cutting this meat up. Okay, it's in the south.
Okay, so think about it this way, right? Ice is denser than water. So you already have the water that's down there in the south, and then you have the ice that's on top of the land and the water. That creates a certain balance for the world. If that ice melts completely, then we have to consider a different for the world. Just think about that. Even if you believe in the rotation of the earth, even if you believe in the gravitational pull of the earth, even if whatever effects you believe about the earth, the ice melting on one part of the earth will have a significant balance effect on the earth, because the way it's moving now is based on where the heaviest mass is, which is the ice, whether it's the north or the south. So if it melts and distributes over the entire planet, then it changes the balance of the earth. If the balance of the earth changes, everything changes. The has been changed.
I know in South Carolina, it's been cold here all last week. We had to bust the jackets back out in the middle of April. I'm like,
so that ice has a significant effect. Its placement has a significant effect on the entire planet. If it melts 100% tomorrow, it will have a different effect on the entire planet.
I'm gonna start posting in a second. Once I'm finished cutting up this meat, I'm gonna put it down there in the chat for y'all, because this scientist I've been following, he has been showing like what the sun is doing. Like I said, the pole change, the hole that's over our atmosphere, in our atmosphere or whatever. He breaks all of that down. And he's the one who said that he has been, like I said earlier, that India is going to be the possible area that's going to be frozen over. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I thought it was interesting. So what's on the other side of India?
Water, Asia, the Pacific, and the other ocean don't meet. Man, ain't nobody in the middle and get flooded out, man. Y'all crazy. Hey, I guess y'all think we went to space too, huh? And they landed back in the ocean, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. I figured that.
That's two different beliefs, right?
No. If the world, hey, look, if the world finna flood, you should better see.
I waited.
You voted for Biden. I can tell.
I waited till you landed before I started talking to Ambassador. Ambassador's little That's two different things, bro. You talking about going into outer space? That ain't what we fucking talking about. We talking about ice that's actually on the planet.
Didn't I just tell you if ice melts in this place itself?
You know what? Let him finish.
No, he got it.
He got it. Because to say that it's not going to happen, it's already happened before.
It ain't.
Yes, it is. It's been cataclysms on this earth. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you something.
They got archaeological proof that
Where you located? Where you located? I'm in Mississippi. Where you located?
I do not give a fuck.
I can understand that because, you know, if you think the world finna get flooded or something because of global warming.
I didn't tell you it was gonna get flooded. I didn't say the world was gonna get flooded. Because the whole entire world.
Who is his name? Al Gore. Are you with Al Gore on this?
I don't even know who that is. You know who that is?
You wouldn't know who Al Gore. He's the one who started this.
I ain't old like you, man. I ain't old like you.
I know you don't like the truth, but Al Gore is the one that started.
I ain't saying I ain't like the truth. I said I'm not old like you, so I don't know what you're
It's not about being old, but this global warming, I'm giving you a chance to understand where it came from, just like Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, just like global warming is a hoax. They already frauded. Just like the people in the SPAs, motherfuckers. Y'all look at
anything.
Who said it was global warming? Where we get that from? Did I miss that?
He made it up.
Y'all get bamboozled just like the watermelon and all that time.
Nobody on the stage said anything.
Man, y'all think the world finna be under global warming? Man,
What's wrong with you? You got your phone up to your
Greenland on that, and we trying to.
So check this out. Look, Louisiana over the last 20 years has went underwater by 7 inches. Where is it coming from? Why is Louisiana all of a sudden 7 inches lower than it has been in the last 20 years? So this ain't about global warming. This is global warming. This is about common fucking sense. Ice fucking melts. And if it's compartmentalized in one area, once it melts and begins to flow, it has to flow into other areas that aren't used to having water, which means the fucking water rises in those areas. It's common sense. It's physics. And if you can't get that, Ambassador, something wrong with it.
I mean, global warming. He gone. Him gone.
I mean, I think one of our biggest concerns need to be what lies beneath that ice. Not actually the concerns of the flooding, but what was covered up by the ice. That could be more dangerous than the fucking flooding.
Well, the good news is none of us will probably be around. They said 2090. Even if it's 2080, we still won't be around. Okay.
I don't know about you, Erica, but I'm related to Methuselah, so I'll be here to goddamn it 2030.
Yeah, spitting out dust, huh?
Breathing out dust, goddamn.
They talk about giant virus
somebody in the chat say you immortal, goddamn it, I'm too. I'm gonna be innocent.
That's right. Don't hate on me being immortal. I read and quite often you got to see some of the women in my family.
For all this information, if you do reincarnate, I bet y'all gonna forget all of this shit. How do you go into the next lifetime remembering all this shit?
Because it's not your body that remembers, it's your spirit, it's your energy. It's not your body that remembers anything. It's your energy and your spirit that remembers.
So when all of this shit melts and it releases these giant viruses it talks about, all of this bacteria that's been dormant for millions of years, that's the scary part to me, because we don't have any clue what we're dealing with.
And the key word when you said giant viruses is crazy, because I Googled it a couple of weeks ago and that's the exact word that it used. Giant zombie viruses.
I think we're ready for what the world used to be before man. I don't think we are anywhere in the neighborhood. I think the planet is alive. I think the motherfuckers started to scratch because we're itching it. And I think it's only a matter of time before it sends some shit our way that's going to drastically reduce the population.
Well, it said it was to get rid of the virus, so I guess that's exactly what it's doing. It's waking up. They keep doing crazy shit to the earth. I mean, to the planet, or the earth planet, whatever. I mean, yeah. But two, it's an organism. They say it expands and contracts. So it's definitely living. I agree with that.
Did anybody ever watch the movie about Mark Wahlberg called The Happening?
Yeah.
About how the trees communicated with each other because they felt like they were connected. So they communicated together to attack large groups of people to stop them from destroying the planet. I believe that shit to what Erica just said. The earth is its own organism. I do believe that. And I do believe that in some fashion, the earth has a defense mechanism that it sends out. I don't know what that defense mechanism may be, whether it's fucking aliens or fish coming out the sea to attack people. I don't know. But I do believe the earth itself has its own defense mechanism when it feels like it's being depleted.
And I think it's used in volcanoes, tidal waves, tsunamis, quakes, everything before. I think it's used a lot. Like I said, I think this is like a 6 or 7 civilization. And I think systematically they've been wiped out one by one because they start to do shit they don't need to. And the earth finds a way to balance itself.
She be fighting back. Or are we in a matrix? We could. I mean, if you're in the South, somebody tell me, do you ever remember just riding and just seeing these big trees uproot from the root? Like it looks like the trees are just falling?
No, right. You didn't get it in the past.
It's something weird is going on.
And I'll give you one. I'm sorry, Miss Erica, when you're done, I apologize.
No.
I'll give you one even better. You don't see the trees that you used to see when you were a kid. I'm in my 50s. I don't see just random pecan trees or random peach trees or random cherry trees or random apple trees anymore. Is it just me?
They removed all the female plants. All we're getting is pollen. That's why we have pollen all over the city.
Right.
Allergies. Yeah, there's allergies with that. I ain't used to have these allergies. Not when I was little.
Right.
Not until probably the past 10 years.
But we need to start planting trees that have seeds, that make seeds. Everybody on this app needs to plant a tree, female trees that produces seeds of some plant of some sort.
Hey, would that have anything to do with the bees? Those female trees being gone? So many of them?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And
They said that if the bee goes extinct, everybody can say goodbye.
Hey, you want to hear something crazy? I just
right about that.
I just caught on something crazy somebody just said that has a bigger reference. I don't know who it was. I want to say it was Flea G, or what's his name? I don't
That's
know.
my name, Flea G.
I don't want to chop your name up, brother. You said plant female trees. Female trees are the only ones that produce fruit. Ain't that a motherfucking thing? Women are the only ones that produce fruit. Think about this shit.
Real dog, you what they call a male feminine, bro. It just like revolves around vagina with you, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just they call you male feminine.
You want to know what's crazy? Out of the whole intellectual conversation that we had, it would take a fuckboy to only hear what you heard. No one else on the stage heard what you heard, which tells me that we're having an intelligent conversation and you're beneath that intelligence for you to come up with the statement that you just came up with. Stay in your lane, little brother. Okay? I'm not going to even react to the... I'm not... Hold on, bro. I'm not going to even react to the disrespect you just gave me.
Okay, I get it, man.
React to the disrespect you just gave me. I'm not the way you want me to. But it's obvious that
I'm just saying he's a male.
It's obvious that your intellect doesn't rise to the occasion. Can somebody mute this fuck boy? It's obvious that your intellect does not rise to the occasion. That's why you resort to insults, because you had nothing to add to the conversation. So stay in your lane, brother. No one else felt what you felt but you. So stay in your lane, little dude.
Yeah. Fuck boy, that's cool, but because I love Milk Dog, man. But I just know Milk Dog is a male feminine.
Y'all love each other, but hate women. That shit is gay.
No, that's different.
Well, my thing is, why are you up here being negative when we're talking about the change of the world and the atmosphere? But you can't even keep it to yourself. I don't understand what the hate is for.
Can he ever though? He come in hot each and every fucking day. So where's okay, they in the room together.
You heard it every day. I'm here.
Both of them.
That's all. I'm here though. I support.
That's not support. Like what the fuck?
I'm here every day. That's
I ain't got anger hook on my PTR for no reason, bro. I ain't got anger hook on my PTR for a reason. I make them put me down with your ass.
I ain't looking for you, ugly boy.
Build the internet, man.
I was talking about your
exactly, nigga. When you can't fight with that dumb shit.
Let's do this. Let's not fight. Usa. It's okay. Hey, so we was talking about what that place is, Greenland, and it turned into the mud swamp or whatever, and the earth being alive. Remember? Y'all remember where we were? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's talk about it.
They're done on the fight.
From the video.
I got another one too, though. They said they found something under Irene. Well, trying not to give y'all the video. Can y'all talk in my fight?
Iran is so interesting, man. And I don't even want to go to Africa, but I would love to go to Iran and excavate everything they got in Iran, you know.
Well, why does it have to be a comparison? Why do you have to throw in, I don't even want to go to Africa, but I love to go to Iran?
No, I'm being honest. Like, that's how interested I am.
But who asked you if you wanted to go to Africa? Why you gotta just like it's like a psychological thing? I'm not gonna go to Africa.
Tell me how to speak.
That shit is kind of crazy.
Listen, you ain't. Hold on.
Y'all hate women and other blacks. That's why shit is the way the fuck it is. Like the fuck, you refuse to go to Africa, but you go to Iran where they fucking persecute men, children. That you can marry a fucking child. They out here raping little boys.
The terrain of Iran.
The terrain of Iran, what? Fucking mountains? Fucking mountains, sir? What terrain?
Wow.
Y'all some
reign of Iran. That's why I said
No.
I'd rather go to Iran.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why were we talking about Africa? It's like this psychologically ingrained thing to legitimately Africa.
Okay, did I bring it up or Erica brought up Iran? Because she said
yeah, she brought up Iran.
Okay, that's why I'm talking about Iran.
Either I won't go to Africa. Iran.
Your hate is stuff showing. It's American now.
We'll go to a place that hates black people.
All right, well, do y'all mind if we go? Do y'all mind? Hey, y'all, do y'all mind if we get back on subject?
Yeah, make a video about Iran.
Please. It's rudely interrupted by this slut puppy dude.
Yeah, I don't know if Erica's by the phone and she got the video.
You ready? Okay, hold on, I got you. Oops, I made it do right.
On oil supremacy and energy shocks and the control of the Strait of Hormuz, but all the focus on the war in Iran has been focused on oil supply and energy shocks and the control of the Strait of Hormuz, but what is actually going on with Iran? In fact, turns out that this whole plan for Iran and taking over this area has gone back decades, in fact, into early 2000s. According to our next guest, who's written extensively about this, Dr. Michael Sala, the plan for Iran started as early as 2001, the early 2000s. Was this even on your radar back then? He has uncovered evidence that the powers that be have been using ground-penetrating radar, have identified all sorts of ancient sites, including stargates, and perhaps giants that have been buried in some of these deep underground caverns inside of Iran. Is that really the story for why there is such this focus on regime change, destroying the government, bombing this country with deep bunker-busting bombs, and then sending in special forces to try to capture the radioactive dust, as President Trump has called it? Or is it all tied to these ancient artifacts buried beneath the country of Iran? We wanted to bring in Dr. Michael Sala, who's written this great piece over at exopolitics.org about the battle for these ancient technologies, these stargates and giants, which dates back to 2001. Doctor, great to see you.
Thanks, Clayton, for having me back.
My pleasure, my pleasure. So, I think a lot of people think, well, maybe this is just a few years old and, going after the country of Iran, regime change, it's just something that's kind of popped up in the past few months. February is when we launched this attack with the help of Israel. But you make the point that this goes back decades.
That's right, yes. I think it's very important that we look at this evidence that the plans attacking the current Netanyahu administration that came into power in 2022 and has a very extremist perspective on relations with its neighbouring countries, and of course you get the whole greater Israel project, and people say that, Donald Trump is really aiding and abetting that because he's captured by the Zionist lobby. But the truth is that plans for attacking Iran go way beyond or way before a Netanyahu regime, that they actually began during the regime of Ehud Barak back in early 2001, and Ariel Sharon, which was when the two-state solution was being planned. And this is very well established by General Wesley Clark, the former Supreme Allied Commander of the European Forces, who says that after the 9/11 attacks, he went to the Pentagon to see one of his former subordinates, who was now a general in charge of a major command, and that this general told him that there were plans to attack 7 Middle East nations that would culminate in an attack on Iran. So this was in 2001.
This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
So, we're talking 25 years ago, well before the Greater Israel project was being championed by Netanyahu and his cronies. So I believe that that's evidence that something else was happening at that time that made the powers that be place Iran along with other countries such as Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and so forth on the radar as countries where it was a priority for the US to get involved in a way where they would be able to get boots on the ground or have access to that country. And this coincides with the development of a new generation of ground-penetrating radar established on satellites, where now, for the first time, the US military intelligence community was getting accurate data on what lay beneath the ground in all of these countries. And I believe that what they saw was what it was that led to this plan to attack Iran, along with other plans for a future Gog and Magog end times war.
So what do you believe that they saw with this ground-penetrating radar?
Well, what they saw were anomalies. The ground-penetrating radar, the ground-penetrating radar has been around for many decades. In 1972, for example, the Apollo 17 mission used ground-penetrating radar on one of its satellites, while on the moon-orbiting Apollo mission, to be able to peer up to 1.3 kilometers below the surface.
And to be clear, they're not finding... Because I know people in the comments have said, well, Clayton, you have to remember ground-penetrating radar is not finding objects. It's finding maybe gaps or anomalies, right? Is that, so just so we're specific. It's not going to show a body, but it could show the outline of something that's very odd.
That's exactly right, yes. It will show changes in the different mediums as you penetrate the ground. And as far as stargates, giant stasis chambers are concerned, ancient technologies are concerned, all these are associated with space-time anomalies. And those space-time anomalies was what it was that the ground-penetrating radar was able to pick up. They would still have to send in teams to find out what exactly was in those what was in the anomalies that they detected underground. And so, for example, they detected anomalies under the ground in Iraq, and then shortly after, the same anomaly showed up under the ground in Romania. And what we do know is that there was a military satellite used to identify these anomalies under both Iraq and Romania, and that was in the early 2000s. And under Romania and Iraq, they found these space-time anomalies. They found hold of records that dated back many millennia, and they found portals in both of those locations. And in particular, we know a lot about the Romanian discovery because there was a whistleblower that came forward by the name of Radu Cinema. That's a pseudonym he uses, but he described in a series of books called Transylvanian Sunrise what it was that they discovered in this anomaly under Romania, and the same thing was found in Iraq, and that there were portals leading in, and but essentially they had to send in troops because the ground penetrating just identifies an anomaly. So then you have to send in specialized forces who were trained to be able to access these anomalies because they can be very dangerous. Anything that impacts space-time, they found that only certain people could access these kinds of anomalies. And so they found that when they sent in the initial teams, the soldiers would be, in some cases, negatively impacted. And so they would have to choose people who had particular frequencies, consciousness, who could access these anomalies. So that's what happened in Romania.
Can I pause that for a second? Because I'm a little slow and I'm trying to save somebody. Space-time anomaly. What is that? Is that like somebody messing with a time machine or?
Something like the Hadron Collider. The Hadron Collider at CERN, that's a space-time anomaly.
Putting a rip or a tear in it.
Open a portal It's a portal. Those are all portals that they discovered that only certain people can access, as he said. Yeah, this is about to get real interesting. So if everybody's still gonna continue to look up. I tell y'all, look down. Look down, people, look down.
Yeah, y'all know I put it in the chat. They have extensive caverns in that country that I forgot the name of. They just said, but yeah, who knows what's going on in the caves?
All right, I'm going back. Don't go back.
No, this is ringing a bell. I gotta find this video because it was talking about CERN, and y'all know they're shutting down CERN in July. They're gonna move it so they can make the one in Switzerland. They're gonna make that one bigger. And they in this video, they were saying that whatever beings or whatever messages that's been coming through it since they've been turning it on, told them that in year 2035 that they were going to figure out time, like a time machine, how to go back and forth through time. So I think they sped it up.
Wouldn't Trump be very involved in some shit like that though? Well, doesn't it make sense for him to be the president to go over there fucking with somebody by the port? Don't that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
But Elon Musk is supposedly, with his aircraft, is based, able to break the space-time continuum, or he's going faster than the speed of light. So what that says, he's breaking the space-time continuum. Just like what the fuck?
I just keep thinking about the marvelous adventures of Barron Trump. Is that right? Didn't he have a time? Right. Yeah. It's all adding up. I'm gonna play. I'll go back.
And the same thing was happening in Iraq at the same time, which led to, and actually I did write about this back in 2003 when I first got involved in this field of exopolitics, that there was this space-time anomaly or a stargate or a portal, more accurately, in Iraq, and that was why they went into Iraq in 2003, and like substantiated by the behavior of US special forces who established a presence around this area called what they discovered the Tomb of Gilgamesh, and they established a marine base right over it. And this is where they began to kind of dig, and they encountered essentially a stasis chamber with Gilgamesh, and there was also a stargate or a portal that they were seeking information on. So yes, all this goes back to the early 2000s.
So just to unpack all of that, that's a heavy dose to handle. So there's a military, so we know in Iraq, there's a U.S. Marine base built on top of a stasis chamber and portal, or a stargate space where they started to dig.
Well, that's right. They found that there was a team of German archaeologists that found the Tomb of Gilgamesh. And after the US invasion of Iraq, the Marine Corps established a base right over that area. And of course, that was a cover for US Special Forces to be able to go in and kind of look around what was down there. And that's where I believe that they came across some of these ancient artifacts associated with Gilgamesh, who in the Sumerian records was this demigod. And I believe what they found was a stasis chamber that is a technology that kind of like distorts space-time, so people or giants that get into it can be perfectly preserved for thousands of years.
So these stasis chambers, we have evidence that the U.S. military has access to these stasis chambers through whistleblowers and others who have seen this and have been like sort of adversely affected by it. Do I have that right? Maybe you can talk more about what these stasis chambers actually do.
Well, these stasis chambers, I mean, they essentially warp space-time so that whoever gets into that chamber just goes to sleep. And for them, they might be sleeping for a few hours, but when they wake up, thousands of years have passed by. And it's important to point out that records for these stasis chambers go all the way back to the 13th century. You have Marco Polo describing in one of his books that he crossed a stasis, well, 3 stasis chambers in Iran, where you had the perfectly preserved bodies of the Magi. These were the 3, wise men that visited Jesus at the time of his birth. And Marco Polo says that he saw the bodies in these tombs that were perfectly preserved, and he saw their hair, their beards, and they were perfectly preserved. And so these Magi were asleep. And this is the kind of technology that was made available to the elites. And by elites, we're talking about people and giants that go back many, many millennia. And of course, you have the Old Testament talking about giants. You have many cultures talking about giants existing in ancient times. And many of these giants appeared to go into these stasis chambers, this kind of technology that would perfectly preserve their body all the way back to the fall of Atlantis. And their bodies have been perfectly preserved for thousands of years, well over 12,000 years. And many of them have been discovered using these ground-penetrating radar technologies.
Are they pretty much the same? Like when they find one of these stasis chambers, is it well recognized within maybe the powerful within the United States and the sort of secret space program that these things look the same pretty much across the board?
Well, they totally understand the technology. I mean, they're associated with a stone sarcophagus, and that's one of the things about stone. There's particular types of stone that's actually a form of technology, and you find those in many sarcophagi all over the world, in Malta, and these were used to preserve bodies for extended periods, and so they do recognize the technology. And these giants, they were being discovered by special forces. And you've interviewed JP, former US Army, and he, in one of his missions, encountered one of these giants that he was part of a 10-man mission, and he did his 14-foot sarcophagus, and inside it was this eunuch who was asleep, perfectly preserved, rare, very long beard that kind of like stretched out, and this giant woke up during that mission. That he woke up and he and what the U.S. about these giants around the world to uncover this, and what people had photographs of these giants. So when they were awakened, or if special forces are awakening these giants, when you say they're moving on, are they like going through this portal and traversing? What is happening to them? Well, the giants, as they're waking up, I mean, they have certain abilities and knowledge that allows them to activate the technologies near the sarcophagus or the stasis chamber. And so they're able to move through portals. I mean, they're able to create space-time portals. And this is something that was well established during the Montauk Project. You go back to 1971 to 1984. Project was created. I mean, there was something called the Montauk Chair, and got into that chair, which was essentially something that had been retrieved from a spacecraft. And when they got into that chair, their mind was enhanced so that they could manifest things. And one of the things that could be done through that chair was to be able to create a portal. And through that portal, you could move from one place to another. So it's the same thing for these giants. I mean, they would also technologies that they could access, and they could move very, very rapidly. Again, this is something that's described in the Radu Cinema book series, Transylvania Sunrise, where there's a book 2 in the series describes the inner Earth, and it says that the inner Earth is filled with all of these portals where you travel from one place to another, or from one underground city to another through a portal that instantaneously takes you there, and that this is known to the global elite, but has been kept from the rest of the population. So we don't know about these portals, but those who have access to identify where the portals are and to be able to use them for instantaneous travel anywhere around the planet.
So that's why they would want to go to war in Iran, because these portals are just incredibly powerful. Maybe you could just talk a little bit more about this technology, the space-time portals, and what specifically the U.S. would want with those inside of Iran. And how many do you think there are? 3? Like, according to Marco Polo, you mentioned that there were 3 different locations of these sarcophagi with giants, right? 3, if I'm not mistaken. Is that similar to the portal in the same room?
Well, the technology that Marco Polo saw was these sarcophagi with the 3 magi in them. So these were magicians, or these were people with incredible knowledge at the time. So they themselves weren't giants, but the technology is similar to these sarcophagi, these giant sarcophagi found all over the world, and in Egypt today. You can go to places where they have these giant sarcophagi, and they don't know what they were for. They thought that they were for kind of like bulls, for preserving bulls, which is ridiculous, that these were actually for giants. So this is technology that is distributed all over the world, and that the special forces people understand how these technologies can be used. And so when they began identifying those space-time anomalies in all these trees, including Iran, they had to get access to prevent government. And of course, identified by Wesley Clark back in 2001, they were all authoritarian. And to this you don't know all about it. It's handed down from generation to generation in Freemasons and other secret societies. So what was done was that these secret societies, they would monitor developments in terms of where the anomaly was found, and then they would, the States government, come up with a rationale for taking over that country, forcing that country to do something like join NATO, which is what happened in the case of Romania. But in the case of Saddam Hussein, there was no chance that he would kind of like hand over this technology, so they came up with a war. So this is where we get the real culprit for these wars. It's not so much elected politicians such as Netanyahu. It's really the secret societies such as the Freemasons who understand the significance of these space-time anomalies, portals, giants, and they want to get control over those, and so they come with justifications or pressure political representatives to come up with a rationale for why they need to invade a country.
So with Romania, for instance, is the United States still in charge of the portal that was discovered in Romania? Do we have like a military presence there that the government just allows the United States or NATO to just sit upon?
Totally, yeah. The United States has established a huge military presence in Romania. The Romanian government is under the tight control of NATO and the secret societies, the Freemasons in particular, and all of the portals associated with the Bujej Mountains in Romania, all of that has been heavily suppressed. In fact, I went to Romania in 2004, and we got to meet with some people that know Radu Cinema, the author of the Transylvanian book series, but he wanted to meet with us, but he was warned against it, and because he was told that the information is being suppressed. So they're putting a lockdown on all of this information coming out. They don't want the world to know that there are these ancient halls of records in Romania, in Egypt, in Tibet, and other places around the world that have ancient records that stretch back to the Atlantean and pre-Atlantean era, and that you have these portals that connect these different sites. So there's a portal connecting Romania with Iraq, with Tibet, with Egypt, and Iran figures into all of that.
Well, don't you hate when people say, I told you so? Yeah, that's me, actually, because I did tell you. Sorry, but I told you that gold and silver were going to reap the benefits of excessive money printing, the Fed just printing money like crazy, overvalued markets, global unrest. It's here. It's happened. Gold and silver have both soared to all-time highs. So I hope you called our friends at Lear Capital and you bought some. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead. And they get it. They know what's coming. Isn't it time, folks? Get yourself some gold and silver today. Call the best in the business. I personally use them. So does Natalie. We both do it. Our kids do as well in our IRA. Lear Capital, it's a free phone call. There's no obligation to purchase, just education, information on protecting and growing your wealth with gold and silver. I'm sure there are many of you that have called and haven't purchased yet for whatever reason. Don't make the same mistake twice. Now is the time to get some gold shipped directly to you or shift some dollars in your retirement accounts over to physical gold and silver. It's easy to do. Natalie and I have done it for both, and I've been extremely satisfied with Lear's knowledge, their service, their prices. I urge you to call today and learn more. Call them 1-800-613-3557 or go to learredacted.com, and you can receive up to $20,000 in free bonus medals with a qualified purchase. So you could literally walk into one of these portals and be transported from Iraq right to Romania.
Correct. Yes, you essentially are able to access that portal. There needs to be a particular frequency and consciousness to open up that portal work. And once they've done that, then it becomes much easier for people to just travel through these portals.
And are they adversely affected? So when U.S. Special Forces, as you mentioned, had sort of stumbled across these sarcophagi, these portals, these space-time portals, there's like adverse effects on their health?
Yes, that can happen for people who don't have the right frequency or consciousness, which is why they recruit contactees, which is why they recruit people like JP, because these are people who have the frequency and consciousness so that they can interact with these ancient technologies, portals and so forth safely. I mean, to give you an example, with the Montauk project, there's only 100,000 to 300,000 children that were experimented on in the Montauk project, and only a handful of those survived. One of them is Stuart Swerdlow, who I've interviewed several times, and he's a Montauk survivor, and he talked about these kinds of experiments and what he was involved in terms of time travel and so forth. So they were doing all of this in Montauk, Long Island, but they found that adults, for example, had a difficult time being able to move through these space-time anomalies. So they worked with children, and they had to perfect the technology, and so they experimented with a lot of orphans, a lot of homeless children, and once they perfected the technology, it became much easier or safer for special forces people to be able to go through these technologies. So now they've pretty much mastered the technology for being able to travel through portals. They know what's required, they know what people they need to have with them, and they now know where many of these portals are showing up and the ancient technology. And Iran is now on their radar as a place that they absolutely have to get into, because they believe that this technology is being discovered by the Iranians in their underground construction projects.
So I was about to ask you, are the Iranians aware of this technology, and that they would absolutely want to keep that away from the United States and Israel and other enemies, so to speak, or are they still in the dark about a lot of this technology?
Well, I mean, they're discovering this technology as they dig their underground missile production facilities and uranium enrichment plants. They're going deeper and deeper because they understand that that's the only way to protect themselves from these weapons that the US and Israel has. So they've been going deeper and deeper. And as they go down, they encounter these ancient sites, and it's on the record. There are underground cities in Iran. That's part of the public record now. They've discovered some of these underground cities, but they go deeper than that. And as they go deeper, they encounter an ancient underground tunnel system. And this tunnel system goes back many thousands of years, and it's quite extensive. So they're finding all of this, and they're finding the artifacts, and they're starting to find the anomalies. And the Iranians don't know about these themselves because, it's a fairly new regime. So they've called in the Chinese. So the Chinese have been helping the Iranians with their construction projects. But that's where the Chinese and Iranians are finding these portals, artifacts, spaces, chambers, and the Chinese are getting access to this. And so this is why now the US is being pressured, the Trump administration was pressured to go forward with this invasion. And I don't believe it has, the surface justification is, of course, Iran is on the verge of developing nuclear weapons, and that Iran's missile production is a threat to the region, and of course oil. They want to have access to the oil, but the real reason is because I think the Trump administration is being pressured behind the scenes to get their kind of boots on the ground or special forces in to take control of these underground locations.
Recently, and you and I were talking offline about this, a former employee at OpenAI, ChatGPT, basically is now blowing the whistle on Sam Altman, claiming that he's been building portals and summoning aliens using artificial intelligence. It's kind of a shocking admission, but I think it's demonic or what it is. But he says the portals are reportedly located in the United States and China, with a new one that they've added in the Middle East, and that they're basically building these portals, and that's what OpenAI and Sam Altman are doing, basically summoning aliens. Any truth to this at all?
Well, I think that this touches on a very important point, that the creation of a portal where people can move through space-time, or aliens could come into our world through space-time, is something that's been discovered many years ago, and that either through things such as torsion fields, establishing torsion fields. So, for example, if you have a linear accelerator and you spin plasma around at a very high rate, you start generating space-time anomalies. High voltage electrostatic charges can also be used for generating these kinds of portal effects. There's also sacred geometry, arranging things in a particular geometric pattern can also create these portals. So people in secret societies have known about this, especially when it comes to sacred geometry. If you look at the Freemasons, they've known about portals for a long time. Using pentagrams, for example, pentagrams and circles with crystals and chanting and so forth, that opens up a portal for aliens, or people call them demons, but these are really aliens, in particular reptilians that can come through. And so I think what Sam Altman have discovered is through his kind of experiments or research, he's discovered one of these ways of being able to create a portal and to have beings show up, and the beings that show up are very willing to show up if they're from, say, another world, or they're, say, reptilian beings from the inner earth, and they see a human who's pretty naive, doesn't know the consequences of what they're doing. They'll show up and they can take advantage of that human and the situation, which is again why there is this kind of urgency to prevent the Iranians doing this in a way that could lead to some aliens or aggressive aliens coming through these portals, creating all kinds of problems.
David Icke, of course, one of his big
messages is about the reptilians, who in many ways control us, to his point, really nefarious things, and sort of created this simulation. But one of his big, of course, messages is about AI, the biological fusion of AI, and this control. It's the control mechanism to control all of us. And so when I hear this story about reptilians that you're just telling me, and Sam Altman and ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, like, all of that starts to come together and coalesce. Am I wrong? Am I seeing it incorrectly?
There definitely is a connection between all of those things. I mean, the reptilians, I mean, they are an ancient race. I mean, they're both indigenous to the planet Earth, and of course, they have civilizations in other worlds. And they know about these technologies. They understand how portals work. They also have advanced technologies like starships and so forth. But the ones that humanity interacts with a lot of the time, you know, they're here through portals. They understand how to use these portal systems, and of course, you know, that means that they can, for example, very easily intimidate any world ruler. You can imagine being a king, whether an ancient king or a modern king, and some 8-foot-tall reptilian comes through a portal into your sleeping chambers and says to you, well, you're going to work for me now. And that king or that president or that leader, you know, they don't really have any choice, because these reptilians, they understand how to use these portals to be able to travel all over the place. And there's a kind of like battle, if you like, between white hats, people who want to kind of like ensure that these technologies are not misused, or that you don't have these off-world species or indigenous reptilians kind of like generating undue control over the rest of humanity. And so, yeah, you get the white hats kind of like stepping in, trying to control all of that. So, yeah, so that's why I think you have Iran.
So one of the things that I have been fascinated about as it relates to these portals is time travel. And there seems to be a wealth of knowledge within the United States government about time travel, and the fact in these portal rooms that are set up for time travel. Now, you know, speaking to secret space program insiders who've witnessed these rooms specifically in the United States, where they walk into a room and there's multiple doors within this chamber with different dates on each door. For instance, the year 2050, 2090, 1940. And what these witnesses have said is they witness human beings kind of walking in and out wearing clothing from that time period, as if they're going on a mission. They're coming out of those doors. Almost think of it like Grand Central Station in a way, where you're going to this subway, you're going to that subway train, you're going to track 1, track 3, track 4, but it's in these large sort of time travel rooms. What do you know about these rooms, and do you have any idea where they might be located? I know there's at least one maybe in the United States, and I've been trying to get information as to where this is located. Of course, it's highly classified, but maybe you have some insight into these portal time travel rooms that the U.S. government knows about.
Well, we know that in the Montauk Project on Long Island, Camp Hero in particular, back in the 1970s, that they developed these kinds of time travel technologies, and that they were being used to send people back to conduct espionage in the past, to observe what was going on in those eras. And you mentioned a whistleblower who saw a military facility where there were 4 rooms, and each one would go into a particular period of time, 1550, for example, and then 1940 and 2050 and 2090, as you mentioned. And so that was another facility in the United States. I've had other whistleblowers who have identified places in New Mexico, Arizona, Pasadena, in California, where these time travel technologies and portal technologies can be located. So there's a close relationship between portals and time travel. because again, you're warping space and time, so you can either travel back in time or travel through space to another location. So there's multiple locations in the US where these portals connect, and also in the inner Earth, as I mentioned, there's an extensive portal system that is used by inner Earth beings. I mean, they're able to travel throughout the world just by understanding the portal system. There's a kind of system of portals, and there's ley lines that are used for being able to travel the portal system. And so you have these ancient civilizations that live under the earth that can use this portal system. You have, on the surface of the earth, you have members of these secret societies that know how to use the portal system. You have inner earth reptilian beings that know how to use the portal system. And so you also have now kind of like special projects where these portals are studied and understood, and they are very much kind of like connected to the earth as a kind of like energy grid. That, you know, this gets us into the idea that the earth has like 12 major stargates, which is very interesting. That the earth is like a physical body where you have like 12 chakras. People describe, you know, anywhere from 7 to 12 chakras, and these are all energy conduits. So the planet Earth is similar, that you have these chakras, and they connect, each of these stargates connect to a different dimension or a different world. So this is where you actually have off-world travel, and that the chakras are all over the planet Earth, and that the portals are a kind of like a derivative of that you can connect the portals with this chakra system. So it's quite complex, but people, also the projects that use the portal system, they understand how this works.
So to wrap it up, when you look at Iran and you look at this war and you hear about the threats, of course, of like boots on the ground and we're going to bomb you into oblivion and all of these things, the rhetoric over the past few weeks. And who knows, like when people see this interview, this may have already happened, but the threat of U.S. boots on the ground, do you think that that's an inevitability? That there would be some sort of U.S. force in order to obtain access to these portals?
I think that that's really where we're heading, that there's going to be boots on the ground. You know, of course, that could be done in two ways. You know, one would be some kind of invasion, and you have military forces in different areas of Iran, and that's a cover for the special forces teams to go underground and to be able to kind of like access what's there in Iran. The other way, which I think is what President Trump
talking about CERN. This is
in there with the Iranians into these places where the Iranians have been finding these ancient artifacts, and they want to be able to bring those to the United States, and in return, the Iranians will get some kind of material benefit. So essentially, I think what Trump is trying to do is kind of like pull a Venezuela here and get the Iranians to do what the Venezuelans did, which was to shift from being allied with China to now being allied with the US and getting access to these underground locations. And this is where you get the kind of like, within Iran, you have deep divisions between the theocratic governing system and those that are connected with kind of like earlier That are more connected with the ancient Persian culture that aren't necessarily Muslims, or maybe they're nominal Muslims, but they're not connected to the Persian culture and Zoroastrianism, and so they're the ones that are more likely to want to work with the Trump administration because they understand that there'll be proper respect for what's found.
It's fascinating. It's like you always have to go below the headlines, below the stories, because there's, it's what they're not telling us for sure. Dr. Michael Salla, great to see you. People can read more about your work over at exopolitics.org and your analysis of this and look at all of the evidence themselves. Thank you so much.
All right. Wow. Door's open.
And about the Chinese moving them from Europe over into China and building that new CERN type machine, that ties directly into this portal thing, because they're trying to figure out dimensional time travel. Like we talked about it a little bit about 4 or 5 days ago. I guess maybe 4 days, 3 days. But that's that same type energy. But going back a step back in Arizona, where they were in the Grand Canyon, this is where they found the Egyptian artifacts inside of the canyon, right? And it was probably a portal there because it was a space that was big enough to hold 50,000 people, right? So basically a stadium, size of a stadium inside of the canyon with gold mummies and also the writing, the hieroglyphics on the walls, right? So these underground places are in Southwest America too. You feel me? New Mexico, Arizona, in these areas, and probably Utah, where these portals that they're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in these Southwest areas. I'll let
Big Jamal in the house. Computer love. We got short computer love. We right here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We feeding them this multitude. Man, invite the public come on out. Black Panther Party. Don't party like a Black Panther Party.
So, video.
Feeding them this multitude right here. Oh yeah. We right here live throughout the city of Minneapolis today.
Ambassador, about the video. We're talking about a video, Ambassador. We're talking about.
How you doing, Boo? I just got on. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you doing all
right? I ain't even gonna be able to stand.
But Jamal, to what you said about that's only temporarily that they're moving into China, because the one in Switzerland, they're making it bigger because they want to see how much they can clash, how big they can get a portal, because obviously the portals they're opening up right now ain't even big enough. So that's why they're moving it. They're only shutting it down temporarily, and they're going to open it back up in 2030. And I just sent Erica this video where they were talking about that by 2035 they would have mastered time travel. So it ain't gonna be in China for so long. It's going back to a bigger and better collider.
AI ain't gonna do nothing but help. It pretty much is helping them perfect it at a way faster speed than they have without it. So I believe it. As a matter of fact, I really believe it already exists. They're already using it. And I think it is a perfect. So that's still in line with what's happening. Hey, and then have any one of y'all ever seen the pictures of Pharrell?
Mm-hmm.
Like Pharrell is traveling.
Yeah. Ellen DeGeneres, and then you got Matthew McConaughey, Keanu Reeves. Like I done seen a video where they had a whole bunch of motherfuckers reincarnated over and over again.
That nigga Pharrell looked like he did when he worked at McDonald's when he was 18.
What the fuck the mission is failing, so they keep starting this shit over again.
All right, has anyone seen that show Outlander? Be time traveling, the one she go back and she meet this guy and she end up marrying him, but she jumping through time at these and Stonehenge was a portal. So that was a portal for her, and that's how she was jumping through time. Anyone seen that series? Damn, well, y'all don't get none of the good ones.
Nah, I ain't seen it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen like a breakdown on YouTube.
It's such a good show. It's such a good show.
Man, I think they took them. I don't think none of the scientists is dead. I think they somewhere, girl, preparing for what they about to do. Because everybody that's gone had like some type of important role when it comes to the precious metals, technology, the alien information. Everybody had a little bit of something. I don't think those people did at all.
The thing about Artemis yesterday, when they swung around the dark side of the moon, but I didn't finish watching it because I fell asleep. But they made it back, didn't they?
Yeah, they made it back. You know, it's a whole conspiracy theory on that thing too. Because somebody that tracked down,
What are they saying?
Well, somebody, you know how like they be tracking the airplanes and shit in the on radars. Well, they don't show the thing coming in. They just show this plane circling back and forth in the area. So people are just, people are skeptical from now.
They would have been offline for 45 minutes. I think 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Because when they was on the back side of the moon, there's no connection on that side.
But what about coming back into the earth though, like when they landed?
It was entering back. I don't understand what the question was.
Yeah, like when the conspiracy is that they never left. That it was another airplane that ejected them out into the Pacific.
Like, as far as I've never been a skeptic of it. I'm not scared. I believe that that stuff is actually doable. I don't. That's not doable. I believe that's doable. They only doing a figure eight. If you picture it as an eight, and the moon is at the top of the eight, and the Earth is at the bottom of the eight, they was just doing basically a figure eight where they shot them up, and the moon's gravity, if they ran out of fuel or something, the moon gravity would slingshot them back. So they did like a figure eight, just the same way you would, draw the number eight. The moon's gravity would shoot them back to Earth that way. You feel me? So I don't think that's believable to me. I'm not a skeptic of that. I believe that, they were able to do that 80, 60 years ago. Well, 60, 70 years ago, they were able to do that. I mean, it's just a trajectory. But and the only way that you don't believe that type of shit is if you're like on some flat earth type shit. But if you understand the way, the science of it, I think it makes good sense. If you shoot them off and you shoot them at the angle in the right trajectory, all they're doing is a loop around and back. I think that's doable.
I'm not saying that it's not doable. I just don't trust it at this point. The lies, the cover-ups, the conspiracy. Now all of a sudden it's real, and we have portals and all the shit. I don't trust these motherfuckers to say that, to tell the motherfucking truth. I think they got some other shit going on, and look, those same people that was in that damn rocket is in these damn TV shows that just recently came out. That shit's crazy.
I know a lot of this stuff is, especially in this room, you guys don't believe a lot of shit. But I grew up in a. I'm a little older than y'all, so when I was growing up, they were doing rocket launches. I mean, that's not like some, and especially now. With the technology as far along as it is, I don't see that as being.
Well, they're doing rocket launches, but where are they sending them? Just because you think they're sending them up there, up and outside of the planet, don't mean that's where they're going. They could be going somewhere totally different, and they telling you so. So. You're in the Matrix. Bad, Tom. You're in the Matrix.
Do you remember how conversation we were having about the Earth spinning, and this axis, and we were talking about some other shit. But if you know the spinning, right? So it's spinning. If you chop off. And the Earth is spinning, right? And you shoot it off. It's going to shoot it out, right? And then if you can direct it,
nigga, what?
Think about the clock. The clock is going clockwise. Let's say the clock is spinning clockwise, and you shoot a rocket out as the hand of the clock gets to 6. And it's pushing it fast as the Earth is spinning at 6, and then you shoot it out. By the time it spins to a 10, you done shot hard. I mean, it's done propelled it out. I just don't see that as being a unbelievable thing. The only thing was just a figure 8. That's all they did.
Yeah, but you're not.
The moon is close to us. It's not like they went, anywhere far.
But the camera looked it far away, though.
Well, it's in the sky.
Yeah, but once they got up there into space in the sky, it didn't look big no more. It looked small.
Now, as the optics of, I don't know, but what I'm saying, I just don't unbelievable shit. That's not unbelievable,
You're not listening to me when I say what I don't think they did. Okay, I'm not saying that none of what you're saying is unbelievable. but what I'm saying is the fact is so many holes in this goddamn cheese, okay? Is from everything I just said to the point where, you know, the shit wasn't even on the radar coming in. Let me tell y'all, remember a couple of weeks they was having all those asteroids coming in? Like, if they could detect this shit, they detected 3-eye atlas before it even got into our system. So how the fuck they weren't even able to tell us that these fucking asteroids is coming into the atmosphere about to hit Ohio? This shit is true.
This was on the one. It lost radar while it was on the side.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the asteroids. I'm talking about the inconsistency of the surge of shit NASA is releasing. That's what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying. We know what happened with Artemis 2. It did a figure 8 and he fucking came back. Hypothetically. Allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly. Because that shit ain't. No.
So I got a question. So explain to me, how the fuck did that thing supposedly have landed in the ocean, came through all of that heat, right? The heat burning the goddamn capsule or whatever, the Artemis 2, but the goddamn NASA paint sign on the side was not fucking damaged. Explain it to me.
I mean, that's like asking if you shoot up the car and the car gets into an accident, how was the Cadillac sign still intact?
No, it's not. It's not an accident. It's a burn. Like if something is a burn.
That was the dumbest shit you could ever say. So I'm gonna ask it again. If it burned through all that fucking heat and it burned that metal the way that it did, why is the blue NASA sign still fucking blue and not black?
Didn't it fall into the water?
That don't matter. The paint from the blue NASA sign should have fucking burned off.
Put it on your PTR so I can see what you're talking about.
You watched it. But you watched it, nigga. Did you watch it? Or you didn't finish it?
I told you I fell asleep on it. I didn't see it coming.
Okay.
I fell asleep.
Yeah. When you get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
But it wasn't burnt, though. I'm telling you, it wasn't burnt. Maybe the sign was made out of the metal. That precious metal they talk about that these chips is made of. Maybe it was made of that metal.
PTR it, Mel, so I can see it.
And it still has some type of discoloration on that sign.
I just want to see it.
It's true.
I want to see what it is.
Remember Hawaii where all the nothing blue burnt?
Yeah. Oh. The roofs did not burn. You heard that, little dog? The blue didn't burn in Hawaii. Maybe it's the same type of paint or material.
Like I said, which one of these niggas need a lashing? Which one of these niggas need a whipping?
Man, you about to catch on because we about to catch on because hey, we talk about CERN and shit like that. And Jamal talking about, I told him that he started talking about Artemis 2, and I said, well, I don't think they went out there because the shit it wasn't showing up on radars for the airplanes. You know what I mean? Like anything in the sky should be showing up on that radar.
They didn't even show up. They didn't even show up on binoculars and telescopes. There was a lot of people that put their telescope out and tried to see them, because they still call travel around the moon. So traveling around the moon, that means we should be able to see on Earth travel around the moon. Yeah, the boys had binoculars, telescopes, and some more shit, man. Hey, man.
What type of binoculars you got, bro?
Man, them boys had the 50X. Motherfuckers, man. They said they tried to use a Hubble telescope. They said it was broke. They said the Hubble telescope ain't working. I said, damn, that's convenient. Y'all remember the Hubble telescope we spent all that money on? The Hubble telescope should have been able to zoom in. They said the Hubble telescope didn't have the capability while they was up there during that time. I said, boy, you people got to answer everything.
The Hubble telescope is out in space.
Yeah, so that should have been costly. I don't know. Hey, Michelle, imagine somebody saying, hey, Pedro, turn your radio bell.
But how was they supposed to turn it around and make it focus on Earth when it was...
No. Check it out. This is even worse. They said they went and took a full circle around the moon. So that should have been able to be in the Hubble in their camera lens. At some point, they went around the moon. They didn't just go to the moon. They went around the moon.
Hubble is out facing the Milky Way.
No. See what they did was they went toward that way, and then they took a whole circle around the moon. Yeah, y'all look it up. I ain't lying.
It's closer to the sun than it is to the Earth.
Yeah, but you should, man, that Hubble telescope, they say they can get pictures of us on Earth. And look through my sun.
Oh, shit. So like I said, Pedro, they couldn't find it it didn't show up on the airplane radars or no type of radar system. When they got up there, the shit looked far as fuck. Like, why is it so far away?
Why the moon so far away in outer space? That's crazy.
I don't know.
Backside of the moon, bro. That's just like going around Big Susie on her backside.
You're not comprehending what we're saying. As soon as they got outside the atmosphere, the moon shrunk. What is you saying?
Yeah, I can do in Big Susie's house. She should be. I can really get a picture of Big Susie.
Some basics.
Well, he went to sleep on it. No, you went to sleep on your little TV show. So I don't think you watched that TV show they had on Netflix form. That Disney produced.
That Disney produced, yeah, Disney filmed it. Hey, this is what I want to know. Who was holding the camera? What other station was out there? Who had the camera and had it on the spaceship?
She said Jamal was on the camera.
So Jamal, I'm gonna ask you real quick. Did they send 2 spaceships out there? Because who had the camera recording the first spaceship?
Satellites up there. The satellites.
The camera set up on the outside of the ship.
No, you can't get no whole 360 view like that with the camera on the ship.
The camera's outside, bro.
They don't work like that, Jamal.
Fixed.
So if I got an aerial view of my house, you think that camera fixed into the house?
It works like a selfie stick.
Oh, the selfie stick. Oh, use your hand like a selfie stick. Use your hand like a selfie stick. Slide. I like the guys. Oh, they got rap music. Okay, I get you.
Okay. They have a selfie stick on the ship, bro.
Oh, they got a selfie stick.
Wow.
So why they didn't show us the video going around the moon? What happened to that footage?
Hey, bro.
But see, the thing is, because Jamal just said when they got around on the other side of the moon, they lost signal. But one of the astronauts had an iPhone on him. He had an iPhone in his pocket. So how come we don't have pictures on his iPhone or a video?
Remember the movie was live. Hold on. Remember the movie was live. Remember the movie was live, Michelle? Hey, Netflix did the whole documentary. They did the whole Instagram live. But it went, man, hey, this sounds suspicious.
No, they did take pictures on the backside. They took it. It looked, the backside of the moon don't
out why the fuck come every time they take a picture of the Earth from the supposed spaceship, there's never any fucking satellites in the pictures.
Damn.
We think the satellites is just a fix in a certain area.
It's thousands of satellites are out there, Jamal. It's thousands of them.
Not only the satellites, what happened to all the asteroids that's flying all over, all the debris, all the space junk, as they always say, that's constantly past.
Matter of fact, Elon just shot up over 500 satellites just the other day.
I wish some of y'all would get some local astronomy classes just to do something. Just some astronomy.
We do. That's the only way we can even have this conversation because we know astronomy. What are you talking about? You talking about astrology? No, sir, it's astronomy.
Sound like y'all got a lobotomy.
Are we just gonna glaze over? Are we just gonna glaze over that though?
He is. Yeah, he is, but I'm not.
Because Spiritual made a great point, and I don't know who else it was that came over who made a great point. When they're taking pictures of, can I finish, brother? When they're taking pictures of the Earth from space, how come we don't see space debris? How come we don't see other things circling the Earth? How come we don't see fucking satellites? How come we don't see none of that? How come we don't even see other fucking stars in the background? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, I'm asking for a friend why they don't point out that's Saturn over there. And way over there, that's Jupiter.
These 2026 niggas, you can't tell these 2026 intelligent niggas nothing, I tell you that.
No, you can't tell them 1952 ass niggas nothing. That's the problem. They already indoctrinated. They can't see nothing different. They can't think with their own head. They can't think. They can't do any critical thinking. They don't like asking questions because they stuck in their damn ways.
Indoctrinated, vaccinated.
Yeah, they don't do critical thinking. They can't analyze.
I'm sure when 2026 nigga into an astronomy class somewhere near US.
If you don't take an astronomy class to analyze a fucking picture.
I took astronomy in college, okay?
I sure wish we could get somebody back into an astronomy as soon as possible.
I mean, instead of insulting people, maybe you could come up with logical answers. Because you ain't came up with not one thing that sounded remotely to the truth at all.
He can't.
He's just regurgitating what telling him and what they showed you on TV.
So I guess I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson now, right?
No, you're not.
You just the grass. I mean, common sense. I mean, real talk. Common sense will tell. I mean, real talk though. Common sense will tell me that if I take a picture of something, there's something in the background, right? That's. I can see everything in the fucking background. So you taking a fucking picture from space that you say you're in of the planet Earth, and there's nothing in the background.
All right, I want to. Who's working the Google? I'm gonna ask. Google is free. Let's ask a couple of questions.
So you can ask that motherfucking question. Don't ask us to do it. You the one who want to know. We asking questions and you is motherfucking damn telling us we don't know if you want to know.
I don't think his Google machine just so I can prove his ass wrong.
Okay.
Hey, Jamal, your Google search gonna meet you where you at, bro.
Hey, look. I'm gonna just tell you where I'm at, and then we can go from there.
Let's go.
Who's got it? All right. So now, who's got ChatGPT and who's got Google? We're gonna ask some questions and do a little learning today. See if we can get some learning done in here, because there's a lot of questions. First thing we need to ask Chat is, why can't I see the stars when I'm in space? And it's an answer. I can give you the answer. You want me to give it to you before Chat, or you want me to wait?
Let's go.
space.
I'm sorry?
The question, I thought New Dog was asking, how come when they show a photo of Earth, you don't see anything in the background?
We about to ask Chat GPT. All right, so now I can tell you
get far away enough from it. That's why.
First, let me give you the nigga answer, and then you can ask
Most of those photos are edited.
All right, so I'm gonna give you the
all CGI. That's why. See, that's the answer. They're all CGI. None of the fucking pictures are real. They're all CGI.
Because when you're in Earth's atmosphere, the star system you're able to see the star system from your vantage point because you're actually far enough back when you're in the atmosphere. Hold on, I'm explaining to you, and then we're gonna have chat. When you get into space, now you at a different position, and because you're outer space, you're out of the Earth's atmosphere, and so you're not able to see the star system the same way because you're at a different advantage point. All right, now let's ask chat and see what Chat GPT says.
That's the dumbest shit you could have ever said, because if you're out of the Earth's atmosphere, that means you should be closer to the fucking stars that you were looking to while you was on Earth, which means you should still be able to see them. Yeah. And if space is if space is as dark as they say it is, you should be able to see damn near any fucking star you want to see.
All right,
so that shit is goofy that you just said.
Well, they said that when you're in, I didn't research shit yet, but also I feel like this question has popped up. Like when you're in space, right? Like because you're on Earth looking out, you're looking at the dark vastness of space. But when you're in space, you have when you're out, like when you're actually suspended in space, you still have the brightness of the sun and things like that are illuminating. It's like being in a dark room and then you light a fucking flashlight. All you're gonna see is the flashlight, and that's kind of what happens when you're in space, according to the theory that I think I know. Right? It's like you when you're in Earth, there's so much light and all of that stuff trapped in our atmosphere. You got buildings, all of that stuff. You're looking at space from this, I guess you want to take it their vantage point. But when you're outside in space, ain't no buildings, ain't no atmosphere. It's dark. It's darkness, right? So it's like being in a dark room. You shut the lights off, you shut everything off, and then you turn on a flashlight. That's the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but all the planets and stuff out there, you say is reflecting the light, right? Or is it absorbing the light?
Let's see what GPT said. Let's see what.
I mean, let's see what they are absorbing the light like we are, but light, as they said, light don't reflect. Yeah.
So there's out there because everything else is absorbing the light. That's probably why.
It's dark as shit out there.
But light doesn't come out in space.
So if I'm in a dark room,
there's nothing to bounce off of. It can reflect back.
So if I'm in a dark room and I got some candles lit, representing the stars, and then I shine a flashlight. And then I shine a flashlight. You mean tell me I can't see the stars flickering anymore, the candles flickering anymore?
This is why I'm telling you.
No,
I'm not getting to say.
I think you still see the stars, but I don't think they're as bright as you think they are from outside the Earth. Like you're like stars are really fucking far. You know what I mean? Like just because you left the Earth's atmosphere doesn't mean you're really getting that much closer to where they are relative to us. You're just outside the Earth's atmosphere. But you're not like stars are far. You know what I mean? So there's still gonna be a twinkle even if you move outside the Earth's atmosphere.
Well, Melissa, but that brings back to my question. Because if you go outside and look at the moon, the moon looked big, but on their camera, once they got outside of our atmosphere, the moon looked smaller. How did that happen?
Wait, what?
Somebody would go ahead and use some AI.
Yeah. And let's go. Shut up, Melissa. You want to use AI? Go use your AI.
I don't got time for
that. Okay, well, then let us have our conversation.
All right,
listen. So me basically, when Artemis 2 got, okay, Jamal, please, can you please mute up? Thank you. Melissa, when Artemis 2 got outside of our atmosphere and they were showing the footage of them going to the moon looks smaller versus how it looks when you're outside. You get what I'm saying?
Wait, what? Wait, you got a video for this? That's good. Hold on. What should I Google? Artemis 2 moon footage?
Yeah. See if you can find something online. Because I just remember when I was watching it tomorrow. When I was watching it, when it was all happening, I was like, the moon looks so much smaller than it do when I go outside and look.
I gotta see the video because the video's popping up. I mean, it looks way huge.
Yeah, but that's when they got close on it. I'm talking about once they got outside the atmosphere, it didn't look that big. Yeah, let me go see if I can find one real quick. I'll text it to you.
Okay. They are showing on YouTube, they're showing the vantage point of being right next to it. So clearly it's going to be...
You got to get up on it. Like I'll be telling her. Get up on it, you'll see how big it is.
And like she probably tells you back, let me go get my microscope.
Now, I said get face to face with it. And you see how big it is.
You know what? I motherfucking appreciate your nasty ass not talking like that. Like we're trying to have a fucking conversation. Like I really do. I really wish you would stop that shit. I'm not playing either. That shit is fucking disgusting.
I gagged a little bit.
Like, you niggas stop saying that because you don't know who's playing with them.
You told me I see why you like Asian women. Anyway.
I'm talking about trying to get y'all right. Let's use some AI and get some of these questions answered.
So okay, Warren Buffett said the stock market is playing with fire territory. Ooh, Lord Jesus. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is it a bad time to ask you a question or whenever you...
Whoever that is, I guess when somebody got a question, go ahead.
So what do you think about the chat earlier? What you think about what's happening in South Africa?
I don't care. Because I don't care. What you want me to care?
Well, the question from Melissa, I get what you said, but they doing like what ICE is doing. What we talking about?
Right. What the fuck? Y'all need to stop doing that shit.
Y'all gonna hear about it later. It's all right.
Well, we're not here to talk about South Africa. We're here to talk about America. Worry about America.
Keeping the topic?
Sure.
I didn't know that.
Man, we was talking about Artemis 2 and all that shit. Shoot, they got, what do you say, Artemis 3 or is it Artemis 4? They gonna come out with.
Yeah, they got more Artemis that's gonna go up and then gonna land on the moon and they're gonna do other stuff.
So what, Melissa? Where you at? The first question should, why can't I see stars when I'm out of space? If I go up to Earth's atmosphere, why can't I see the stars there?
Cause you ain't a star, nigga. Cause you ain't a star. Can I borrow the mic? Can I borrow the mic without interruption? It's cause it ain't resonating. You can't pick up on the frequency, my nigga. The light came into the darkness and the darkness comprehended it not. Okay? We can tell you all day and it ain't gonna resonate.
You can't see the stars because you ain't a star.
Hold on.
We put a brother on Artemis too, so y'all is round. I mean, the brother, we put a black man on the Artemis too, man. So that's a brother. So you're going up against. I don't know why y'all go against your brothers like that.
Black people are too, especially when they're under their influence.
Still believe it's flat, and they put a whole brother in the spaceship, and now you think the brother ain't gonna lie to us, bro. He went to HBCU and everything, so y'all still flat earth.
What that mean?
You know, that's wild. I'm just showing
I bet you he a Freemason, though. I bet you he a Freemason. How much you want to pay?
Obama came to HBCU. Obama went to Harvard.
And Freemason too. Y'all heard them Freemasons, don't y'all? They the main ones that got y'all asses in bondage. You gotta love that shit. I love y'all Freemasons.
Lost and turned out.
I'm just trying to figure out why I can't get nobody to get on ChatGPT or Gemini.
We not Freemasons, and we don't do shit for people just because they say so. You do that shit yourself.
You do something.
But I answered your question, Jamal.
What was it?
You said when I go into space, why can't I see the stars? Cause you ain't a star, my nigga. I mean, what else? You can't see, right? It's invisible. You ain't on the right vibration and frequency. So, I mean, what's good?
Who turned up the dial on Fed? What's going on?
Since her first question, what was it? There was another question that they had besides.
Wait, before you do your question, then I want to read something, right? And so I find this interesting because the name Artemis is associated with the what is it, Greek goddess?
Death, plague, upon children. There's two sides to it because Artemis is Apollo's twin sister.
Okay, so I don't know the dark side. I know the decent side. Well, her connection to the moon. I know she's probably on some freaky shit with her brother or whatever. You know how you doing.
No, it's about plague and disease and stuff.
Oh God. So
yeah, go look it up because all of them have a negative and a positive attribute because everything has balance. You know.
So okay, so they said the Apollo's mission, because that was the first mission. So Artemis represents the twin effort to establish a permanent presence there and land the first. So my thing is that if we were able to land the first man on the moon, why has it been so many years and we have not gotten a woman there yet?
I just was telling them about we think everything about vagina, and y'all shut me down. Make every topic about vagina.
Something's wrong with you, bro. Like, I think
but the woman is the moon, but no woman has ever stepped foot on.
That earlier on Milk, man.
Yeah, that's because you got a problem with women. I think you want to be a woman yourself.
No, you hate that, bro. Because I called you out on it, and I'm calling her out on it.
Hold on, bro. No, you call me out for empowering women. You call me out for empowering women, nigga. So that says a lot about you.
No.
Let's get back to the conversation for this fraud ass nigga. Let's get back to the conversation.
Than me because
let's get back to the conversation. I'm gonna keep over talking this maggot ass nigga. Thank you.
That's cool, man. But I'm saying it's all about.
All right, bro.
You know what, Dollar? You got a problem with women, sir? You need to go motherfucking go sit in the corner. Yeah, you do that. Shut up, then. Then shut up, then.
They black. They feminine.
It don't matter. He can do what he wants to do. You know, you're feminine. You're feminine.
No, not feminine.
You know, you're deflecting. No, yes, you are feminine. Now, if you're not bringing in nothing useful, well, if you're not bringing nothing useful to the conversation, why do you even come off your mic to speak?
For you though, Michelle, I was here. saying?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because see, you know what? Your PTR is a beautiful depiction of what the fuck you look like and acting like up in here. This ain't 2020. And this ain't grab a game. So don't nobody give a fuck about what happened 6 years ago. It's a new sheriff in town. Okay? This ain't that room no more. And you keep coming in here trying to force your energy, force your presence, it gets shut down every single time. Go out, come back with some new energy. Don't nobody care. You wasn't here before Michelle. Because when Eugene first opened up this space, he created something new. So you have no rank or no title, and it ain't got nothing to do with a green bean. We're sick of it. Simmer down.
There was a mod in this room.
No, but you're not. You're not now.
Yeah,
and no one cares.
Here when the room open too.
It ain't about being a mod. It ain't about being a mod. There has been a restructuring and a reorganization. Okay?
Yeah.
And your behavior has kept you on the other side of that.
I don't even
okay?
What is they got sides?
Man, fuck
like I said, you don't want to worry about it.
No,
you pound cake dance, pound the sugar, pound the butter, pound the flour type of dance.
No, what side?
Goddamn.
Okay, never mind. I can't.
You no.
We got sides. What side?
The side I'm talking about is you talking about what you used to be. What I'm telling you is you're not that anymore. You're not that right now. Okay? Your behavior and how when you come in here, you ain't came in here with nothing positive. I've been clocking you. Every time you come in here to blow up the spot. You're not coming in here to build or to contribute. You come in here with that stank ass attitude, mad because you ain't modded and mad because you was here first. Don't nobody give a shit. It ain't got nothing to do with what you talking about. So just stop it.
When did I say I was mad about getting modded? Modded ain't never
Bruh, chill the fuck out, bruh. Damn. Nobody want to hear that shit, bruh. I think this nigga used to be a woman and became a man and mad because they won't change his sex back.
Who is that?
Goof ass nigga. Let's get back to the conversation.
Man, what did you?
Nigga, you ain't Fifth was talking. You ain't talking about shit. Fifth was talking.
Oh, that's Milk Dog. Oh, Milk Dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna always give your ass the bid. Always give your ass the bid.
Look, Fifth, what is your side?
High estrogen ass nigga.
Yeah, I understand. But Milk, you on the same side as me.
Man, somebody mute this nigga.
Look, hey, but
can we get back to the conversation?
Tell me
can we get
Ain't no side. You on the wrong side of history. That's what I'm talking about. Okay?
History. So
bro, I'm gonna talk every time you talk, bro. I'm gonna talk every time you talk, bro.
Intellectual prodigy. That's the wrong side of y'all. Wrong side of intellect.
The floor is open. Erica played this amazing video. We was building on that from an intellectual standpoint and laughing and joking a little bit in between. I hope y'all can continue the momentum. I apologize for the interruption. Thank you.
So, you said, let's get back on to what we was talking about. Now, what we was trying to figure out is when you're outer space, why you can't see the stars better than when you're standing on the Earth. Now, I've explained Earth atmosphere and proximity to the star system is better when you're standing on the Earth looking into the to the atmosphere, right? Whereas if you're in a dark space, it's pitch black, right? And so it's like I could give some analogies, but I'm not going. But I'll just say, let's see what ChatGPT has to say, or Gemini, and we want to see what Gemini has to say about it. I know all y'all got that on your phone, so somebody hit up Gemini.
I really would appreciate you telling us that when we all said we wanted to look it up. You want to fucking know, you look it up. We always just giving our own synopsis of it. That's easy. We can move on from that though. That's crazy. You're still trying to force us to do something.
I do have one question about it. So, like, how do they stop? Like, they going toward the moon. Like, how do they actually stop that craft? Like, it just when they land and stop or what? Because I don't even know how they landed.
They didn't land on the moon this time. They just circumnavigated. So it's all about how they're, the angles and stuff like that they take in position when they're flying. So, but when they got back to Earth, they landed in the wrong.
That's what I be saying. I say that all the time. You gotta be able to hit angles and position. And in order to do that, in order to make it around the moon, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? In the moon, angle and position. And you'll have it come on back home. You follow me?
No. Yeah. Don't tell me. I think there's a lot more on this planet than we even know. That's just that. Okay.
I mean, I don't understand why niggas get in their feelings when we start questioning the norm, right? This is how you get unindoctrinated, by questioning what you've been spoon-fed. And people get offended when you question it and they try to go back to the white man's description or understanding of it to debunk what you're asking. That's just weird to me. If I'm asking a question, I'm asking a question out of genuine asking. But the only answer you can give me is what the fucking white man I put in ChatGPT when I'm observing for my fucking self with my own eyes.
The internet put into ChatGPT, and the internet came from information that we all create. You follow me? So let's just be friendly with the internet, brother.
Well, it's indoctrinated information. Well, it's still indoctrinated information. That's his point. You're missing the point.
Thank you.
Knowledge from sister. You need it.
You can get knowledge from observation.
Right. Don't tell me what the fuck I need, nigga. What you need is to motherfucker stop telling people what to do and stop trying to tell us to stay indoctrinated like you.
I mean, here's a synopsis, right? So it's daytime right now. Here is daytime right now, right? And you can go outside and the sun is shining and you cannot see the stars. But on the dark, when it gets dark tonight, we can see the stars. So on the dark side of the earth at night, if we're looking out away from the dark side, can we not get pictures of the stars? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that absolutely don't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen them, right? And this is just me walking the middle of the road, totally cold. I've never seen them, and I wonder why I've never seen them. Just like I wonder why I've never seen pictures of the debris belt around the planet when they're out in space. How come we don't see pictures of the miles and miles and miles of debris that they say is in space when they take pictures of the Earth? These are
because all the pictures are CGI. I mean, I've been looked this up because I wanted to know too, because all the pictures that you see that they have are CGI.
No, that's not true. That's definitely not true. I can tell you that's not true.
How can you tell us it's not true? Have you been out there?
I can tell you that's not what.
How can you tell us it's not true if you haven't been out there and seen it with your own eyes?
Funny thing about the reason why I don't.
Going by what others have told you.
But I don't want Claude into a whole bunch of this type of conversation because I use Claude for business. So my Claude is business minded, and so I don't want to put this in his mind. My Claude is a business nigga, a foreman, but I don't want to put nothing in his mind, right? So I got a Gemini, but my Gemini is an accountant.
You just revealed a lot about your totem pole you can create.
I kept quiet on it, bro, but he did.
There you go. This is a brother that can do all the Googling we need. his nickname.
Yeah, because the nigga don't want to talk to you, bro. He don't want to talk to you.
Where you at? Richard.
Yes, ma'am.
Milk Dog. So basically, it's only a few pictures that they have that are non-CGI. Like the one Apollo 17 took, the only one where it's like a full picture of the Earth. But then all the other ones are like stitched together from multiple satellites, right? And they've been enhanced for clarity. So the satellites, they don't capture the entire Earth, they just capture certain parts of it. And then some images are fully CGI, but labeled as such: climate models, education animations, and real-time weather visualization. So, you know, you got some raw, some of them are CGI, and some of them are composites.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Excellent. That makes sense.
So what I just heard from that is things ain't always what they tell us it is.
Yeah, because it was another thing I was wondering too. So, okay, it does. Because I found some of Artemis tape showed the sun behind the planet, but they're saying that it's really bright.
So here's the question, Michelle. Here's my question. If you can take a direct picture of the fucking sun, whose brightness is supposed to be brighter than any fucking thing, you can't also capture smaller pictures in the opposite direction of stars that may be as big as the sun?
Well, it's saying that the cameras need long exposure to capture them. That's why. But long exposure would make Earth look like a white blur. So,
guys,
so now, go ahead.
Isn't it also
go ahead.
Sorry, I don't believe it, but one of the reasons that ChatGPT gave is that the distance. They said the Apollo 17 photos, one of the that was taken in 1972 was taken 18,000 miles away. Blah blah, and then also they're not. I mean, yeah, and then obviously the darkness of space. That's a whole other factor. So I mean, I get it, but why don't they just get closer? You gotta leave Earth, right? On your way out, take a photo.
Hey, so here's another thing, Melissa. Go ahead, Coach Paul. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know, you like to listen to me.
So here's another question, right? So they say, first, this is a question, right? So are they saying that the sun is the biggest star in our solar system?
It would have solar system, yeah.
Right. So, and supposedly the sun is 93 million, and we see it as big as it is. But we have some stars in our system that we can actually see that are 25 billion miles away from the Earth. So wouldn't that almost equate to it being the same size as the fucking sun? Because the sun is only a star. Did you know that?
It might be even bigger than our sun.
There you go. Thank you.
We should still see them.
The sun is actually the sun is actually a star. So my point is, there are others. If the sun is only 93 million miles away from the Earth, that we can see it, and it's a star as big as it is in our solar system. If there are stars that are 23 billion miles away in our solar system, and we can see them, that means they're just the same size as the fucking sun.
23 billion miles away would not be in our solar system.
It is, nigga. Who was that?
Like Rage.
Your friend, Blue Black Rage. That's who that is. That's Blue Black. But all right. So now at least we got somebody that can work the AI real good. Blue Black.
There's only one one star in our solar system.
All right, go ahead. Break that down.
No, there's only one star in our solar system.
The sun.
Which one is that?
The sun. That's it. There's no other stars in our solar system.
Yeah, the nearest star is Alpha Centauri, and that shit is far as far. It's like 4.2. It says 4.24 light years away. Proxima Centauri.
And you can actually see it in the night sky at night. Yup, you can actually see it. Just last week, I took a picture of the moon and the stars around it, and I looked it up on my app, my Stargaze app, and it was Jupiter right next to the moon. So, and it looked like a star in the sky. And why it's twinkling? Because it's taking in the light from the sun.
You learning, that's good.
So
I'm proud of it.
Sir, I'm not learning shit. I already fucking knew it.
Oh, sister.
Stop telling people what the fuck they should be doing, what they know.
Damn, sister, I just try to give you a compliment. I said I'm proud of it.
I don't need you.
I've been punched in the face before.
God damn, sister.
No, girl, kicked in the face.
Oh, wait a minute. Why everything got me fine? Oops.
Stop being so sensitive.
Don't me cry. I start crying and shit.
Melissa, did you check out the videos I sent you of the sign, the guy with the tats on his face with the talking about the sun and the post shit? Well, I feel like I sent them to you within the past 2 days, but I'll go send something else to you. See if I can pull them up.
Which video was it? Wait, you said which video? Which one?
It was a chunky white dude with the butterfly on his face, and he had the monitors, and he was talking about the sun and the hole in our atmosphere and shit.
Wait, what?
I know
video
I
was that?
Okay, give me a second. I'll be right.
You need to stay gone. Stay gone. Do not come back.
Don't get chewed out like your prodigy down there. Shoot, you get dragged just like him.
Talk about totem pole. We totem pole. Right?
Yes, I don't know, man. He down there somewhere. Go ahead, totem pole. Your friend here, Eugene here. Don't get cussed out.
Brother,
hey, what are you doing to you, home?
Time with you again, brother. As soon as I get back to the East Coast, I'm coming. As soon as I get from LA, I'm going to try to come down that way and holler at you.
All right, say no more. Let's make it happen. You already know how.
Yes, sir. Hey, lunch is on me.
Yeah.
Lunch is on me.
No more.
Yeah.
Say no more.
Yeah.
Same place.
Same place, same time.
Red Cross, it's really.
You don't eat nothing but grapes.
No, I ate something. I'm still
He ate something last time.
So,
be careful, Eugene, with out of a fat back like totem pole.
Hey, why they keep calling you fat, Jamal? Why they do? It's just something got stuck to you.
I'm not fat.
He sounds like a fat, sloppy ass nigga.
Jamal is probably fitter than most of the men in this room.
I don't care. You calling him fat back. He sound like a fat ass. Big back. I just sent it to you, big back ass.
Jamal ain't no.
Melissa, I sent it to you.
How tall is he, Eugene? Oh, that's him. He's his height. I don't know. He must be short. Yeah, he must be short. So what? I see the chat. What dollar talking about? What dollar down there talking about? What's about some more size?
Eugene, I'm gonna go for no reason.
What is not part of indoctrination? Eugene, where is Fifth? Hey, where dollar at? What's up, Nike? Hey, y'all, that's my other prodigy. What's good? What's good with you?
Well, you need to tell your prodigy to be more respectful when it comes to women. He's very disrespectful, like women for some reason. Just, I don't know, you remind me of somebody.
Dollar.
You sister?
We're not talking about you. We talking about Dollar. See, now that don't be hollering.
Nike, we talk about Nike. Y'all know Nike is a prodigy. Y'all didn't know that?
That nigga ain't no prodigy. That nigga is a woman.
At this point, you are questionable, Eugene.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, question you. Your prodigy picking skills.
Especially for Eugene. If you making Nike a prodigy, I got to question you, Eugene.
Yeah, Dollar prodigy in his own right and way.
In his own mind.
In his own.
Dollar stuck on 2020.
We keep
all right, let me up on my man. So, Dollar, what's going on? Well, I see the chat. What's going on? You there, Dollar Bill?
I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm saying what's going on in the chat? What they picking on you or something?
Basically, and I'm here every day. Yeah, that's basically what they doing. They do it every day. It's all good.
You can take it, right?
Yeah.
As long as you can take it, it's all good, man. How you get down in the bottom? Somebody kick you off stage? They kick you off stage?
Yeah, they can't. I don't know why. I don't get no explanation until you come up here. You did it because you said something. I'm like, what? Something?
And you know what? I'll come off mic and tell you I'll come off mic and tell you why I think they kicked his ass to the goo. Because he's disrespectful to women. Anytime we're having a conversation and we highlight women, he might not say nothing for 30 minutes, but as soon as you highlight a woman, he comes off his mic with a negative comment. And then when they engage with him, he won't shut up. That's why his ass is in the goo.
Okay, well, I mean, shit. We built that bit to mention you ain't. We built
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. So,
I'm right here.
I don't know what to say about that, but all I can say is I wasn't here. So if Bill Bill, whatever she do, shit, I'm going with whatever she do. Whatever she say, however she do it, Dollar, whatever you doing, if she's here, if she ain't here, Erica here, Michelle here, you just gonna have to swallow that shit, bro. Get your shit in line.
I really didn't know how to disrespect women. I was talking to Milk Dog this earlier, and I said that he was a male feminist. They got a new term coming out for male feminists. Like I'm just getting on the term, right? And they got videos about this. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like putting him in that category because it's like every topic we talk about, every topic. And Milk Dog is the number one person that puts vagina in it. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what we're talking about. And so I believe that Melissa said, she was like, with the Artemis too, right? Then there's Apollo, and then there's the Artemis. And I pointed out to Milk Dog, I was like, look, Milk Dog, you cussing me out, but I said, look at this. We got to put vagina into about space. First woman in space. Like, that's why I was just...
What did you say to Michelle?
I don't know what. I ain't said nothing to Michelle.
You did.
I don't talk to Michelle like that.
You said, Flawless, I was here before you.
Likes Dollar.
He said, I was here before you. And what did that have to do with anything?
No, well, after you came on mic, well, she was saying that, I forgot what it was about, but she just implying that, like that they were just gatekeeping the whole, like what we was talking about, or if I could speak or not. And she just pointing out that I was here before you too, like before you saying it. But I'm not. I guess whatever. But I don't want no smoke with women. That's what I'm saying. In this room, period. I don't beef with women on Clubhouse.
So, Eugene, allow me to give it some context.
Yeah, let
me give it some context. So we was talking about trees being planted, and one of the brothers came off and said, "Hey, y'all need to plant some female trees." And I said, "Hey, y'all hear that? The female trees are the only trees that produce fruit, just like women produce fruit." This nigga comes off Nike and said, "Milton, why you always gotta bring vagina into the picture? Nigga, is you that low vibration? That's all you heard? That's all you heard was vagina." Hold on, bro. I
went back to make sure we knew about female trees, and then we was talking about
my boy. I allowed you to land. I allowed you to land. I'm just giving it context, right? You landed, let me finish. So I'm trying to figure out who the fuck said something about vagina. All I said is that man said female trees are the only ones that produce fruit. And I said, did y'all hear that? Females are the ones that produce fruit. And all of a sudden, you come up out of everything you could have possibly said. You the only one that brought up vaginas. And every time you come off mic, you will sit there for 30 minutes. It's like you look for an opening to say the word vagina. Am I wrong, Stage?
No, you're not wrong. You sat up here and lied on me.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, he sat up here and lied on me like I have disrespect. I never disrespected you. All I'm saying is you need to respect women. It's almost like you got a problem with a woman talk. You got a problem with a woman talks. You got an issue when we bring anything to a conversation. You want to tell women that they don't have a calling. You said a woman can't have a calling. You remember you said that? Like we left you do that shit. You didn't know. I don't care, but it don't matter. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about the shit that come out your mouth. So if you're gonna allow religion to tell you that a woman doesn't have a calling, that says a lot about you, and it shows how you treat women and how you look at women. That's the problem. So every time you disrespect women, yes, I'm gonna call you out on it.
And y'all left out the biggest part, which, I don't speak that much, but I think the crowd, he ain't got that badge though, because he was talking about what he used to have compared to now. Why y'all being so heavy-handed with dollar bill?
Man, you
make them feel good. Make them feel good about themselves when they do that. Make them feel good about themselves.
No, you say shit to make yourself feel good about yourself. And when people don't, and then when people don't agree with it, you want to cry, take the motherfucking basketball and go home. Oh, lame ass nigga.
But Bill, I got
how you be describing sexual positions and patterns and all types of weird shit that you want to do to the trans you meet at the gas stations. Like, Michelle just had to get on your ass about that shit.
About me being at gas stations. Women.
We're not talking about you now, Nike. We done with you, Nike. We talking about totem pole and the It's like he can't deliver. It's like he can't deliver a message. You know what I mean? Without
not too much on my property.
Sexual innuendos. Sexual innuendos and disgusting shit. Man, look, don't nobody want to hear that. It's like hard. It's almost like pulling teeth trying to have conversations with your prodigies, okay? I don't know what Michelle.
Y'all just don't understand.
Michelle, Eugene.
They are high vibration.
So basically, Eugene, you vouching for the debauchery?
Eugene, because at first I thought it was a joke, but I feel like you might not be joking.
He ain't joking.
That's you funny. Cause you picking totem pole as a motherfucking prodigy? You talking about Nike?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in the brotherhood, but this is some crazy shit.
I'll take totem pole because he does
crazy shit
value to the conversation. But that nigga Nike, that's a goddamn it, no business being born as unnecessary ass nigga.
Goddamn.
Y'all just
my goddamn. That's what I'm saying. Goddamn,
y'all just don't understand how vibrational being.
If high vibration is figuring out a way to add vagina to every conversation, then goddamn it, I'll never be high vibration.
It's the fact that you were talking about women and he reduced us down to vaginas.
Wait a minute, he was talking about trees.
Jesus.
Let's do that. Trees. He done went from planting female trees.
Eugene.
Planting female trees to vaginas.
Right, but that's the problem, Eugene. You vouching for this bullshit. You vouching for it. Yeah, you is. You defending them. But that's no. But you need to. Tell that to your prodigy, babe, because he the one who reduced planting trees. No, he did not. He just reduced it down, women down to our vaginas based off of us talking about female. Come on now.
And not only that, as I was sharing what was going on or whatever, and Mill Dog was like, yeah, let me go ahead and veggie back on that. Let me just break it down or whatever. Nike gonna say, now he been fighting with Mill Dog all day, but after I speak, he gonna, let Mill Dog go ahead and tell it. You know what I'm saying?
Ryan just noticed that too.
Yes, I did, Melissa.
They do that shit.
Yeah,
they do that shit. That pussy ass shit.
On it too.
Because him and Milk Dog were going back and forth. Milk Dog clearly, obviously, does not like you, but you're like kneeling down like a sad little puppy to another man while you talk shit about women, and it's funny as fuck to me. I'm damn sure not gonna raise my sons like this. I don't know what's wrong with you.
And Eugene just proved my point.
We'll talk shit about women.
Man, me and Milk.
Nike, I went disrespectful. Hey Nike, I went and got Eugene on your behalf. Okay, I went and got him. You know why? Because I knew Eugene. I knew you. I brought you up because your daddy came back into the room, and I knew Eugene was gonna get on your. Anyway, y'all ladies, y'all see what I'm talking about?
Hey,
like long as y'all can see it.
Hey,
I know you see it.
You guys are gonna be mad.
And that's why they all kind of gay. You know what I mean? They all here kneeling to each other.
Hey, them boys.
That's why Pedro gonna turn his ass to a slave.
Hey, them boys, Nike and Kitover, them boys, big time out there in real life.
Hey, Eugene, maybe you should teach your prodigy before you call them a prodigy. Maybe you should teach them that trees don't have vaginas, so they won't bring vagina into the conversation.
That part.
Oh shit! I didn't even know I was off mic.
It's creative. That's as creative as it gets. Trees and vaginas.
We gotta bring agenda
every
topic.
Like, I don't know how that nigga you brought vagina into the conversation.
But you don't see the connection between the two.
Portals. We was talking about portals.
You don't see the connection
But I see the
between
connection.
trees and you know.
Hold on, I see the connection. Okay. But that was a deflection of the conversation because every time he comes off mic, he says vagina. No matter what the conversation is, if he
that man said he trying to manifest it.
If we talking about
y'all gotta give him credit, right?
I didn't say vagina with
at least he's his mind in the right place, because
but at the wrong time.
He's in the right place, okay? Now check this out. I'm gonna show you why he's a prodigy. Hey, so Dollar, go ahead and explain to them, beloved. Go ahead and show them. Y'all give him his time to talk. Nobody cut him. See if you can catch this wave on how smart this guy is. Okay? So, Dollar, make the comparison on a high level between trees and vagina. Take off with it. Show them what a prodigy do. See if y'all guys can understand this thing. Let's go with it, Dollar. Make the connection between vagina and tree.
So a female tree.
Y'all leave him alone. Back up. Nobody come off mic.
They have, and he said that they spit out seeds, right? They spit out seeds, right? So how that's the same thing. That's a female tree got a seed in it. That's what he was talking about.
Nigga, we know.
All right, I was just pointing out.
No, all you was pointing out was the vagina.
Oh wow!
Showing your misogyny.
Look, it gives life and everything. Come from Mother Gaia, all that. So and that's all.
I'm trying to switch up now.
Mother Gaia,
Who?
Gaia.
Oh, break that down.
Oh man.
We know he ain't breaking shit down.
Myself. That's all. Go ahead.
Eugene. See, this is the problem. So when we were talking about it, he was like, "Why we always gotta have a vagina in it?" No, Eugene. See, you're being very dishonest right now. You're being dishonest right now because when he came on the mic, he don't want to. See, he as why do the feminine gotta always be involved in some shit? That's what he says. He don't think that the feminine. He does not value the feminine energy. Period. Just like you do this shit every time. You and him are intimidated by the feminine energy, and that says a lot. That's a fucking problem. Y'all gotta issue with it. I need y'all to grow the fuck up.
Y'all won't even
Like he coming off mic saying, giving some deep revelations up in this motherfucker. He ain't said that is the line of conversation that we were in. That was the point that Milk Dog was making.
But y'all
he the one. No, because he said, why is it every time we have a conversation, y'all always got to go back to the vagina?
He was talking about the female. That's it. And
we know what he's talking about.
So what I'm saying is,
oh my God, you wasn't here. I'm about to drop you to the goo.
God damn, you get dropped in the goo in your own room.
You and Nike.
No, you're doing too much. You can't move us, man. I tell you what. Why don't you let that?
Watch it now.
Just relax, please. Calm down, relax. Why don't y'all just give the brother a chance to show you, what he's talking about? Because the man got some high knowledge. That's all I'm saying. You may not like what he said, but the man he's a prodigy.
But that's not what he was saying, Eugene. When he came off his mic, that's not what he was saying. He don't want to add the feminine energy into the aspect. He was not bringing anything that you're asking him to talk about into the conversation.
Why do you think he got
that's the point.
But why do you think he got that PTR picture? What you think that PTR picture represents, man?
Because y'all childish as fuck.
Because he mad as hell all the time. He grouchy, grumpy, hypocritical, nasty disposition ass, disruptor ass.
He's a problem.
That picture.
So this is what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna just get down with it. Okay, this it. On the serious side, Dollar and everybody else, like I said, y'all know these girls really run this goddamn wrong, fam. Whatever decisions they'll make, you're just gonna have to deal with it. If she kick you down to the curb, hey man, you get kicked down. You can come back up at some point. Just deal with it. But when it comes to the running of the room, she's in charge. Point blank. Erica, Michelle, little brother, they just gonna have to. Y'all guys, man, just deal with it, okay? As far as Dollar and Totem Pole is concerned, you just can't change my mind. They are prodigies, in their own right. King James, Mr. Wilson.
Don't be putting King James in the same category.
I'm showing no. That's why. Listen, that's why he's a prodigy. Because he's not like Totem Pole. He's not like Dollar. He got his own lane. And
but you shouldn't even mention him in the same sentence as Mike.
That was very disrespectful to King James right now.
No.
That's very disrespectful.
What I am saying is this. Just relax. What I am saying is the reason why I choose prodigies is because they're the only one on the planet, if that makes sense, that has their own lane. And that sticks out to me. King James has his own lane. He's a prodigy. Dollar has his own lane. He's a prodigy. Totem Pole, own lane. He's a prodigy. Right? Chris in the chat. Now, Chris is a juggernaut. Y'all know Chris. He's a juggernaut. He's a chat juggernaut. He got his own lane. He has his own way of doing things. But when it sticks out, it smells prodigy 100%. So you just ain't gonna change that. Dollar, salute to my prodigy Dollar. Salute to my prodigy Totem Pole. Salute to my prodigy King James. Okay? And I'm going on mute.
Salute King James. Salute Totem Pole.
Yeah, I salute them too as well. Stop associating Totem Pole with Nike. That's just disrespectful.
Damn.
On God.
And this Melchizedek? Phil? You, why?
Now this nigga talking about dicks. You see what I'm saying? Nigga, you must don't something got to be wrong with you, bro.
That Melchizedek, that's supposed to be the priesthood.
Like, there's something wrong with you, bro.
You gonna leave me out?
Y'all believe me out there.
Get some help with
Yeah, man. Milk don't even know what we talking about.
I know.
You supposed to be in a thank you.
Bill claims you heard her that day when she stepped down on that boy that was in here. You heard her night. You heard her when she did that?
Yeah.
She stepped down on that boy. You remember that?
I'm from the precinct today.
Well, that's why Dollar said that. See how smart he is, Phil, be able to go there?
Me and him was talking. Y'all didn't even hear us talking. We was talking.
I know what he was talking. I know.
He know and I know.
And I know. Okay? And I know. So he was able to say, that's high level, Phil. You better win.
Wow. Anyway, we're talking without talking, but okay. As you are.
I guess now that we done lost the momentum a little bit, I'm gonna pull up that video. I don't know if one of y'all can play that video, but I guess I can load it up in my other phone to turn on my background noise. Or if Eric is available.
Yeah, but we not going to address the video or no about the sarcophagus.
Go ahead, Nike. Address the sarcophagus.
That's what it was, or it was somebody in the chat put up about like Prometheus. You know, the sleep chambers. Yeah, like I never heard that.
He's always been portrayed as a white boy. Who do you think Prometheus is? Or who do you say that?
The light bringer, ain't it?
Or even
he went and got fire.
Yeah, he stole the fire from the gods and brought it to the mankind. He stole it. He's a thief.
Fire represents knowledge.
And that's your prodigy.
Knowledge. He stole the knowledge. He stole the knowledge.
What if a man, fire represented knowledge, and a man took knowledge and gave it that bitch, and the savage took over the world? What if
I am the stasis chamber?
Think about Adam and Eve story. Oh, Adam, don't eat the apple. Don't eat the apple, and then your eyes come open. He's forbidden to eat from the tree, a tree that having knowledge and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil. And Prometheus is the white boy, right?
What was that name again? What you said? The stasis chamber. Eugene, what you think about that?
The stasis chamber.
Still don't know nothing about that.
See, on the movie Prometheus, the engineer was sleeping in one, and when they woke him up, and then in the video they were talking about how they accidentally woke a giant up. That was where are these chambers at? That's what I'm asking. Like that we were talking about with Iran, that they got 3 of them. But I don't think they said if they opened the Stargate.
That's it. About the Stargate over there. That was the real war going down, right?
In that movie, that chamber was on the spaceship.
Yeah, just like the movie Avatar.
Yeah, so that when they travel so far, they can, sleep out. They can still live like 100 years or 500 years, right? They can travel like 1,000 light years or 200 light years.
But that's what they have to do in order to become as we are. Okay? They're doing it in an artificial, reenacted, imitation type way. We are stasis. The things that they're doing and collecting and knowledge that they are trying to amass is because they can't. They not like us. Do y'all understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? We are the technology. We are the stasis chambers. We are the sleeping giants. We are waking up. That is why they're trying to scramble and fry and integrate the technology of you and make you part of the Internet of Things. I'm gonna land.
You know, that's crazy.
I want y'all to hear something.
You gonna gloss over that with a damn video.
I'm gonna let it go since you want to let it ride. It's just something a little deeper. Go.
You can't speak on that, Eugene? What I just said, what I play in the video, can't you speak on that?
No, because
NASA allegedly discovered a 1.5 million.
You know, what occurred to me though, like, was kind of interesting relationship is that. I'm not cutting you off, Eugene.
Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna say now, Bill, what you talking about?
I already said what I said, and you glossed over that. I got a clip. Let's hurry up and play a clip. She can deep.
No,
He wasn't even listening. He wasn't even listening. That's the whole point.
listen, no. So Fifth can say one or two words, right, out of a whole paragraph. Those one or two words got me already on the corner. I don't need to catch the Uber. Does that make sense? So I was putting something together based on those one or two words and where I know she was going. That's all. Go ahead. Somebody was speaking. Whoever that was, go ahead and speak. She don't want to hear what I got to say. She said enough. Go ahead, Alf. I'm going to listen to this video again.
You good, Fifth?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So I was thinking from what Fifth was saying, and I thought, like, you know how we got AI, right? And we're limiting AI because we know it learns faster than us, right? Despite whether it has a spirit or anything else, we know that if we enable action, right, to its form of decision making, it's exponentially increasing its knowledge and its skill ability. Now, if an alien who came for us, just imagine if they was doing the same thing to us. They were trying to limit our progress with technology because we learned and thought differently than them and could challenge them.
There was a lady.
Canyon of the Moon is Canyon of the Moon.
None of Moten Howell is.
Yep.
Anybody else in here knows who Linda Moten Howell is? I know you chat GTP and now. Chat GTP, Magic Box, whatever you're doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, you gonna know.
I don't need to know.
You gonna wanna know.
Probably. I probably already know what they're doing.
Well, tell me what it's gonna say now, what I'm about.
No, go ahead, you got it.
No, tell me. So there was a story out there by Linda Moten Howell, who's very credible in the UFO world, space world, and the esoteric world, and knowledge, and yeah, she's all around this stuff. A lot of her stuff is theory, but she's a reporter. She reports. So there's a story out where she interviews one of the space people. She says on the moon there's a 3 mile or mile long ship, a cigar-shaped mile long spaceship. And they got pictures and videos of this damn woman on there, it was a black woman, looked like Fifth Dimension. But hair like flawless. And hey, the girl looked like she black. Asian, black, something. Have y'all heard that story and seen those pictures?
Yes.
No, you have not.
And I was fooling with you. I do know who she is. And I can search next on this list of missing scientists and shit. But anyway.
hey, if she go missing, oh yeah. And look, conspiracy theories ain't got nothing on me. It's an actual fact that they doing it. If they get her, okay? If they get her, yeah, it's believable.
David ain't enough for you?
Yeah.
All them other ones ain't enough, Eugene?
That's true. But Linda is like, how can I put it? It'll be too obvious, put it that way, for me.
I don't know about that, Eugene. We in a different day. They just do things in open. They just knock on your door or go through your window and just snatch you up.
Yeah, but I'm not.
In the car, drive down the street, circle the neighborhood a couple of times, look for somebody else, and then take off.
I'm not saying it'll just be too obvious, man.
Eugene, David Wilcox's biographer.
I agree.
2 days before him.
I'll tell you another one. Nick
Heimlich, whatever the fuck. Like,
I agree. I'm just saying for me.
You know, this made me think about something that I came across yesterday. I was going to run past y'all. Maybe we could do a bigger room on it. But this made me think about, did y'all know the CIA created a heart attack gun? I know Mr. Wilson probably knew about it.
Sure did. Yes, sir.
But I don't know. For some reason, when y'all start talking about these scientists missing and all, that made me think of that. Like, these motherfuckers, back before I was born, these motherfuckers had a gun that made it look like you had a goddamn heart attack. Like,
Did you guys see the notes and the dossier from the lady that was communicating with Mr. Wilcox, one of the scientists that came up missing? She was actually talking with Mr. Wilcox and another scientist. Now, I saw the photos that she had put up about saying that she was being attacked by these energy weapons, direct energy weapons, where they were turning her hands like she was in the sun. It was almost like the equivalent of like an extreme sunburn. It gave her very bad headaches. It made her nauseous. She also noted that she was hearing voices, and the voices were telling her to go to her barn. Now, this was all in the 2 weeks, a few weeks before she ended up coming up missing. The technology that was being used against her, the one where she was hearing voices, that was the voice to skull technology. This has been used on targeted individuals. Sometimes it'll tell them to commit suicide. Sometimes they'll have operatives that'll be working in the area where they're trying to break you and get yourself into a situation where they could suicide you. She had a lot of stuff going on. And working on, you guys remember me telling you about the technology that they were using that had to do with the missiles that were coordinating off of the satellites. It's called Rods to Gods technology. Rods to Gods technology. This is what I believe that's either her or the lady that she was speaking with, who was also a part of another one of these black op programs that they were working off. You know, they got to sign NDAs for this type of shit.
That was what I was telling you guys about. That was alleged to be shot at the moon. Well, it was shot up to the satellites and outer space, right? And it was alleged to have chipped a piece of the moon off. Well, I got a little bit further into it. That name, that's where I got the name from. I'm going to go back into, I got so many links. I'm going to go back through my links. I'm going to find this direct video. I'm going to try to put this in the chat for you guys. I've been breaking this down the last few days. But all of these scientists, at one point or another, they were speaking to each other. They were all being followed. They were all being gang stalked. Direct energy weapons were being used against them. There was also a gentleman a few years ago, not even, I wouldn't say 2 years ago, he was on this app. And he used to hold rooms about the new energy weapons, direct energy weapons. The Havana syndrome is the name for it. It's out in the mainstream now. I believe that gentleman ended up being murdered. I think it was passed off as a suicide, whatever. I don't know exactly where he was from. I do know that he was in the preservation of the human race. He used to frequent that room a lot, and then he would hold his own houses. But he fell victim to this also. And he was going as far in his local state. He was bringing this stuff to the Attorney General and the Attorney General's office, and I believe the Secretary of State. I'm not really sure, but I know the Attorney General 100%. This shit is very dangerous. The scientists were working on. This is ancient fucking technology. This stuff that they're using. This stuff is going to be used to control the world. The question is now is who's going to be, or the country that controls this technology that these scientists were working on. And what I've been getting from China is light years ahead of us. This is what I've been hearing, that this is why we've been trying to cut their money supply off, trying to counter them any way that we can, because China is winning the shadow government, ancient technology race, AI. They're winning.
This is how you know they winning, right? America only cares about money, bro. We have more motherfuckers in prison here than they do in China. Let me say it again for the niggas in the back. We have more in prison than they have in China. Like, this shit is like, it's about money. China, they on some smart, America, we on some greedy shit. It's greed. Who got resources? Who can we take from? Who can we steal some intellectual properties from and monetize off of that shit? Who knows some shit where we can hypnotize and indoctrinate some more motherfuckers so we can keep this shit going? Like, so yeah, bro, like, we know that. Like, this, bro, I feel like we glossing over, James. This is what I really wanted to say, James. I feel like we glossing over how dirty our government really is. Like, I feel like we acknowledge it, and then we literally gloss all over that shit and get to talking about politics and fucking the moon and space. Let's stay right here for a second and just talk about how dirty this government is and even how we play into it sometimes, right? Let's talk about it.
All right, let's talk about how China is no better than the fucking country that you're complaining about now. I wish that y'all would be realistic in some of your responses, especially when it comes to China. Their fucking people literally do jobs that the government tells them to do. Not that they want to do it, but the government says you're smart enough to do this job, and that's what the fuck you're gonna do. It ain't about money for this country. It's about power. It's a difference. Right? Your currency changes. When you got power, it don't matter what the fuck the currency is. You running the shit. So that's what it's about for this country. And it's the same thing for the rest of China, Russia, and whoever else is vying to take the spot of this country. So yeah, we can talk about how fucked up they are, but they're not the only ones. That's why it's hard to have a conversation just about one if you're being realistic. All right.
So let me say this real quick so I'm clear, right? The USA has more people in prison than any country on earth. Let me say that again. The USA has more prisons, has more people in prison than any country on earth. Okay? So that's one point I want to make. We have 2.1 million people in prison. That is more than China, a country with 4 times the population and a government the US calls authoritarian. More than Russia and more than every EU country combined. Who profits off this? Person who profits the most is a company called Corvic, a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange. It runs how many facilities does it run?
Corvic.
65 facilities housing 80,000 people. Its revenue in 2023 was $1.98 billion. Its product is what, people? Incarcerated human beings. The more people in prison, the higher the stock price. Okay? The second group of people who profit off of this, GEO Group, made $2.4 billion in 2023 housing federal detainees and state prisoners. It lobbied for mandatory minimum sentencing laws, longer sentences, contract.
Wait a minute, we going down. So now we finna hear about the.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Can we not?
Okay, I can't finish. Go ahead, Eric.
I mean, it's crazy. Why are we going into the details of the prison? It's capitalism. If you two can get your points right, you too can own a goddamn prison. And guess what? You too can gather some motherfucking money, get you a board and everything them motherfuckers doing, you can do it too when you get the coins. So I know you want to go live in China. I mean, I don't think they got capitalism on. That's the downside of this country. They got the capitalism, and every country you go to, it's gonna have some motherfucking downside way. It ain't gonna go for you. It's gonna go towards the top 1 or 5% that they have in the fucking country, and then it's gonna trickle down to you. I'm not sure what we complained about, because if we wanted to change something, here's the difference between here and fucking China that you big up. You can't change shit over there. At least you got a fucking the illusion or some shit that you vote and remove some of these motherfuckers out of seat. Now, whether you do or not is a whole nother, which is why I hate to listen to the people complaining about up in a motherfucking country that wouldn't piss on your ass if it was on fire. Shit. Nothing but talking.
But Erica, so hold on, Mr. Wilson. No, hold on, Mr. Wilson. I just want to acknowledge something real quick. I'm not even going with it right back. I had all day. I just want to make this
Mr. Wilson didn't talk all day.
I just want some niggas in here do exactly what she was complaining about them doing.
He beat you off the mic, bro.
So let me give you a backdrop about what you're talking about, No More Friends, and I love your point you're making.
Nah.
They have a different type of.
Y'all never heard my point, so how are you responding to anything I said? I never got to finish my point. She don't even realize my point. Literally, I'm not bigging China up.
I heard your point, sir.
You did not. Well, you just said, okay, Mr. Wilson, what's my point, Mr. Wilson? Watch this, y'all. Watch this audience.
I just want to
answer your point.
What's my point, Mr. Wilson?
That's all right. You talking about the point on you. Goddamn, like you really don't run the motherfucking stage, ain't you?
You was talking about the corporations, you know, and how much money they're making by us and our system that we have in America. And I agree. But let me tell you something that you don't know about Asia. Asia has a same type of system, but different. Have you heard about the factory slavery in Asia, specifically China, where you're locked in to work for an industry or a corporation? That's all you can do. You're born into that factory. That's all you can do. You're born locked into that factory. So that's why if you see right now that, oh boy, if you
you see right now, we get all this direct to consumer. A lot of the factories, the tension and some of the laws have been broken off where they can deal with direct consumer around the world now. But those factories are 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Just a different type of slavery in prison. I lay right there.
We can swing back to the sleeper chambers, because all this seems like it's lining up, especially just finding out that they got missing scientists in China. So we're gonna definitely be keeping an eye out on what is going on. All this coming to light after Artemis 2. I got a few ideas, but I'm not on them with research. But the status chambers, I hope we can swing back to that.
I mean, I hope we're not going to sit here and act like points weren't made and we responded to points. Now, I'm not going to go into that part. But listen, if we having a conversation and you make points and then somebody comes back, and tells you your point is, and I'll give you some examples of how your point is kind of fucked up. Don't try to gaslight us and make it seem like you didn't make points. You did. That's why we responded. Now I'm gonna bring it back up because I got some other shit to do. Let me keep finding.
The heart attack. But go ahead. I know he was talking about China, but I get what you're saying. Oh, you're not talking.
So again, shout out to No Self Control. I've sat in this room all day and haven't said 3 words. I've listened to tens of people talk about the same shit she complained about, complaining, not being able to do nothing. And the moment I just want to add to the conversation, I'm cut off. And I'm being responded to when I never got a chance to make the point. Even Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you didn't know my point. You're just following the lead of these moderators, and it's disingenuous, right?
Sorry, is it me or did anybody else hear this point? That's all right.
We're getting cut off again.
Down for a second because you kind of something wrong with going happening bad here. Is it me or did he make points? Anybody else was listening to the point?
I was hearing the point.
He made points.
He made points.
I thought it was just me. Okay. All right. I'm gonna bring you back up so you can keep playing like you didn't make points.
Because he was going on 2 minutes of points.
He was, exactly. Okay, I thought it was me. Okay.
So wait, let's be clear, because I see people don't know how to communicate. If Mr. Wilson comes off mic right now and he starts stating facts, until that man finishes, we don't know his point. Is that not 1 + 1 = 2? Again, I came off my mic and stated facts about the prison system and who profit. I never got to make a point. So how are you saying I made a point?
Nigga, what?
How are you saying you're going to respond to something that I never got a chance to land? I stated 2 facts about the stock exchange and who profits off the prisons. I never got to make my point. But go ahead, y'all.
Were you not making points that this country is corrupt and talking about how China is the biggest problem? I mean, what happened here? Is it you got where he go? Where he go?
He's mad because he's mad. No.
He
left.
He was saying stuff that ain't have nothing to do with the conversation. And he mad wasn't like, that's what I heard. He wasn't saying nothing that was prevalent to what we were talking about. He just came in with something else.
He made a point, Erica responded, and then it was whoever got off the mic first turn. And that's how I saw it. Like what would Erica be responding to if he hadn't made a point?
Exactly. I don't know why we do it. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's not. Look, the original, what I was commenting on was I'm more talking about this fucking technology, this AI, and the new power structure and the reshuffling of this planet.
Brother James, You know what that said strongly in? I'm gonna give you some backdrop to prove your point even more. They put that in a movie, The Mummy. Remember when they dropped that? That was giving out the technology, The Mummy, when he came back. One mic on you, brother.
Book of the Dead, man. The Book of the Dead. Hey, Mr. Wilson, no, that's a fact. And what's more strange is, see, I was just giving a little bit of background on the scientists from here, but there are scientists in China that are being snatched up by the day. I've got to, China's very censored, right? So you gotta fucking go third party, and you might even have to go to an alleged enemy. But look, what I did find is not only does China have scientists missing, that Taiwan. No one's talking about Taiwan. Taiwan has, I believe it's 15 to 20 that are working on these chips. How to relate this stuff and integrate it into the quantum physics and the anti-gravity. Like, I'm finding the same connection all around the world, that the people that are working on these programs, there is a nice percentage of them being deleted from this planet. There's no such thing as missing. Because I know that when you get that kind of clearance, that they don't trust you. So they're going to chip you. You will not be allowed to be a neural physicist or a quantum physicist or someone working on anti-gravity technology, elements that are unknown to the average person. You are not going to be allowed to even get in these apparatus without being chipped. They're going to chip you. They're going to be able to listen in and monitor pretty much any phone conversation that you ever have. And what was more interesting about the young lady, right, was that when she spoke about hearing the voices, right, she took a picture of her window, right? And remember, I told you about the direct energy weapons. Like, so she takes a picture of the window, and you can see the window. Like, it's springtime, and where she's at, I believe that day, she gave the temperature and shit. The temperature was like 80, 85 degrees. Beautiful day, right? But her window was frosted up. So she had a window that was right by her top. This is where she does, not the laptop from whatever form of the government she's working for. This is her personal laptop that's probably encrypted and, got all kind of hacker type of shit on it. This is how they get out, right? But you could see that where she took a picture of her hands to her arm at, like they were completely burned. And when I mean burned, this was a Caucasian lady, a lighter skinned person. But I don't know. She's Caucasian, might have been Asian. I don't think she was Asian. She pretty much looked Caucasian. The cashier lady was Caucasian. She's Caucasian too. So look, her skin, man, you can't make this shit up. Her skin, it looked bad. And she took a picture of her skin and she took a picture of the window, but the window was frosted up like it just had snowed outside. I mean, this shit was crazy. So it obviously, somebody was directing it with the direct energy weapon straight at the window. And whoever she was communicating with, I believe this was the woman that they tried to say was in the murder, double murder and suicide, where they tried to say that that one of them was cheating on the other one with the other. One of them had a boyfriend. He also worked in a program, or a husband. And the truth of the matter is that they were actually all witnessing the same things. They were being followed.
I believe that her friend or the boyfriend, the husband, he was saying the same things that when he was randomly on a trip somewhere in his hotel room, that he would get these just horrible migraines. He would get nosebleeds and ear bleeding out of nowhere. See, these are the symptoms of the direct energy weapons. And he stated what she did, that he was hearing voices. And the voices would be telling him to either kill himself, and when they weren't telling him to kill himself, they were like trying to lure him somewhere. Like, hey, come around here. There's a white van parked. We just wanted to you. The woman, it was telling her she's got a barn, so obviously she's in kind of a more rural area. But the voices she was hearing, it was telling her, hey, come out to the barn at 2 and 3 in the morning. You know, we want you to check in real quick. Come to the barn. So listen, can you imagine somebody that is already experiencing a level of depression side of what's going on? Or you know how the world is, anxiety, you know, everything is very intense right now. People are on fucking edge. Most of the people, now this is the other part that I was able to figure out with the China and USA connection, and I'll land on this. Maybe some of them weren't chipped originally, right? But when they ran this COVID-19 vaccination program, China also, this made it mandatory that these people had to get chipped. Because I was wondering, like, how do they chip them? Do they chip them right off the bat? Do they know about it? I'm pretty sure that these people are some of the best minds in the world. They can read between the lines. COVID-19. This is the connection, and this is what is dangerous about these vaccinations that have been added in with this technology, and people are not aware that when you have that shit in your body, you are now connected to grid fully. I wouldn't be surprised if you had your iPhone around somebody was in one of these apparatus, right, and you went into your Wi-Fi, or you went in to turn it on and you wanted to see what all you connect to. I guarantee you that some of these people show up on your Wi-Fi connection and they don't even know it. Some of these people can be fully controlled. I would believe would probably have stronger will, but I don't even think it matters. After you take this technology in your body and you reinforce it with these damn booster shots, see, the boosters were the key. I always wondered, like, why did they want people to double and triple down on it with these boosters, and they wanted you to do it in sync? It was almost like, yeah, you start off red because you're not vaccinated, and then you get a yellow because you took the vaccination, but you don't get the green access, the green light to go until you take all the boosters in your body. I'm 100% sure that every one of those scientists took those fucking shots and those fucking boosters. I can guarantee you that they were able to find them and use this technology against them based off of what they had taken in their bodies. Now, it's not a coincidence that Taiwan is now, they have missing scientists. China has missing scientists. The United States has missing scientists. I can't get much on Russia, but I would imagine it's the exact same thing going on in Russia also. India also. There is a restructuring of this planet. A restructuring of the military-industrial complex. And I truly believe this is the reason why our military let so many qualified and decorated men and women go overnight. I believe they told them what was coming. I believe they showed them the system that we're going to be moving into. And if they wanted to keep their pensions and they wanted to keep that money, they would have to sign an NDA and you would just have to retire. Things are happening, and they are happening very, very fast. I mean, the guy Wilcox, his notes, you guys should see his notes. The guy starts stating a few weeks ago, I'm not suicidal, I'm healthy, I would never kill myself. He stated he was being targeted. He knew he was being watched. Dangerous times we're living in when it comes. See, we're on here and we can whistle blow because, listen, we didn't opt into this shit. This is the key right now. You're sovereign right now because you have not opted in. This phone does not mean anything. I didn't opt into nothing. I wanted a telephone. I got an Android. I like Samsung. That's what I got. I didn't opt into taking something inside of my body that this phone could fucking control me through. That the Wi-Fi box in my fucking house that's got a router on it, this is what they're using to control people. It's the damn Wi-Fi. It's everywhere. You cannot get away from it. And if you take this technology inside of your body, you are not a human being anymore. The Most High downloads your dreams, your very DNA are going to change overnight and you are going to be cut off. Last statement. It said in the last days, the Most High shortened the days because even the very elect would be tricked into taking this technology into their body. Look around. Look at your algorithm. Are people the same? At your workplace, are people the same as they were 4, 5, 6, 10 years ago? This world is changing, and they're force feeding us information that some of us knew 25, 30 years ago. I'll land on it.
I think that they have also been doing something with these treatments that they're administering to people. I've just been observing these things. Someone very near and dear placed on chemotherapy at a very late age. Total behavior change, like started, having these anxiety attacks. I'm talking about this and oh my God, I can't take it. Like just like spazzing, kind of like Tourette's type shit out of nowhere. And eyelids wouldn't open. She could see, but her eyelids, she could not open up her eyelids. The muscles are the neurons that operate, muscles or the nerves that make the eyelids open and close wasn't functioning. All these other things started happening. One thing led to another. I'm going to make a long story short. They did this process to extract the chemo from her body. Okay? They extracted the chemo from her body. But she also had to have a pacemaker installed. That's one story. There's so much more to that. I can't even get into it. The pacemaker, they went in through her growing area. It wasn't one of them big hefty pacemakers that you used to see sticking out of people's chests. It's the size of like a grain of rice or a lentil or something like that. A Tic Tac. Okay? Undetectable. But it's a pacemaker. There's another lady diagnosed with cancer. She already knew about the hair falling out, that was affected, all this other stuff. But she specifically said after her third treatment, she felt like she had lost her connection to God. She's a spiritual person soliciting prayers with her diagnosis, all this other stuff. She absolutely did not want to go through chemo, felt like it was the only option for her. She has decided to stop chemo treatment. She said, if this is what my life, my quality of life is going to feel like, I'd rather die. Because I feel like I have been separated from God. I can't hear God, I can't see God, and I cannot feel his presence. So she's stopping her chemotherapy treatments. I'll end.
That's what I was saying about telling Jack yesterday about the whole thing about being intelligent. I don't think it's a badge of our knowledge, because if you get out there and you so say intelligent, that you super smart, and y'all go work on these projects and stuff like that, phones and stuff like that, you're getting snatched up. Okay, they snatching you up. So I think you might want to blend in with the rest of them and help decipher this day by day, right, with us as a group. Then get out there and prove yourself intelligent, if that makes sense. Because if they snatching up white folks and they snatching up Chinese people and Taiwan land, I think this is the time to bring back all like the Illuminati type shit, the enlightened ones we meet. If y'all really want to be intelligent, y'all meet somewhere and y'all do. But as far as being recruited by these governments, you see what type of time they on. Ain't the Ghostbusters. This ain't. Listen, we are not what that is. The Scooby-Doo group where we can look for you. Okay, intelligent person. All right, bragging about it. When you step out there and show them you're intelligent, they snatch your ass up. Just know because this is unity. It's smart and dumb people together. Okay, and some crazy and all of that. We move like that as a unit. So when you step out there and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna decipher the meta," and you get snatched up, nigga. Guess what? We can't look for you, brother. You don't know where you at.
But don't you think of some of that is the reason why people are silenced and why people are not whistleblowers and why people just sit on information that they know and just sit around knowing, and for what? Because as you can see, it ain't safe. Now, I will say, if this is your calling, you already know what it is. There's a time and a place for everything. And if you speaking out of time and speaking out of turn, like if you are called to be disseminating this type of information, there's a period of time that the information gets disseminated. And like if those who have ears, let them hear. But once that book gets closed or that person gets wiped up, like whistleblowers, they're gone. And a lot of the information they gave, watch and see if it ain't going to be too long before you start seeing other people posting and talking and sharing about David gaining followers in his name. But you're not going to find no original material from David Wilcox here soon. Watch and see. So, are they missing? Are they dead? Have they been quote unquote abducted? And when I say abducted, snatched up by somebody's government, or what? So yeah,
right. It could have been abducted. It could have been beans grabbed.
I've been saying that all day. I've been saying they've been abducted all day. For yesterday, I said I don't think those people is dead at all.
Well, I'll tell you this, right? We'll play the other side of the coin. There's only two outcomes here. They're either dead or they're being owned out and replaced. If you randomly start these people pop back up, you see some of these people pop up on CNN with or Fox or any of these state structured medias, right? These are replacements. Listen, everyone that holds any kind of a clearance or has even worked around people that have access, right, that is above them inside of these apparatus, they know there's no such thing as coming up missing. If you're missing for a reason. That's a warning. That's a warning to the people that are working around you. Yeah, you saw Stacy. Oh, you looking for Bob? No, don't worry about Bob. Bob is we don't know where Bob is. But whatever Bob was telling you, and we know he talked to you. You know, these people are different, man. They play this game totally for keeps. And when you're talking about the shadow government, you're talking about, you know, ancient technology. You know, one of the other things that Mr. Wilcox was talking about that I've been getting links sent to me about specifically was him talking about that man, what is his name? Toku?
Simon Toku.
Yes, man. Do you know they said that as soon as he ran like a series, or I don't know if it's Gaia, or did he do it independently from one of his channels?
He put it in his book.
Oh my God. Now that makes so much sense. Listen, they said that is what pulled the plug on him.
I got it. Want me to play this clip?
Absolutely.
I played one earlier, but this is one talking about it as well. It's just a little shorter.
In the 1960s, there was a black man in Africa who came in with abilities complementary to those of Steve. And he was performing miracles. He was starting to get people to listen to what he had to say. And the cabal tried to kill him. And, you know, they could shoot him in the head and his skull would just regenerate and the flesh would grow back. And he was fine. And, you know, so the crazy story that I heard, which, and remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway. The story was that this guy, you know, they finally said, okay, we're going to bring you to the United Nations and share your message with the world. Let's get you on this flight. They bring him on this flight, and instead of bringing him to the United Nations, they shot him repeatedly, and then actually had some kind of meat grinder device, and basically like a bandsaw, I guess, and sawed up his body into a whole bunch of pieces, put it in these very like radioactive shielded containers, and then had all these fighter jets dock with the plane and fly his body parts to all corners of the world, where then these containers turned them into ash. And they thought that maybe this would defeat him, like that his body somehow, the tissue was necessary. So if they destroyed all the tissue in all these places across the world, maybe they could defeat him. Well, he then regenerated in their offices and was bullied by do anymore. You're going to get what you want, but bear in mind that in the future, many others like me will be coming, and when they do, you will not be able to stop them.
Guys, wow. Angels fought against soldiers in Africa. Supernatural man. Come on.
So that's what he said. Now we played this earlier this morning, and we talked about how Osiris' body was also cut up, chopped up, and dispersed across the globe. And we also talked about the diaspora, James. Okay? How the body has been, quote unquote, cut up, separated, and divided and dispersed all over the globe. So, the thing that is feared most is unity and love. When the body comes together in unity and in love and on one accord, one mind, one body, one soul, one spirit, all of that jazz, it's going to be a problem. There you have it. That was Dave Wilcock talking about Simi Toko, also known as Black Jesus.
Smith, what is, whenever I'm listening to these things, I let the simple things and the things that mean the most stand out. He was told that if I disclose this information, I will be killed. Cut and dry. Very simple and plain, right?
Yep.
Now, Mr. Wilcox is not working inside of one of these laboratories. But guess what Mr. Wilcox has? He has a following of a couple million people. That makes him dangerous. That makes him a glitch to the algorithm that controls this world. See, this technology, this shit that is being worked on, back engineered, CERN, super soldiers, gene splicing. These are all projects. Now imagine, I'm not saying that, because I can't prove if the Toku guy, if what did to him was real. I've heard it before, and I'm damn sure it brought my antennas up, right? I'm like, wow, let me play it 50-50. So on the right side, that it's true, right? We're just going to play devil's advocate. We're going to say it's true. Does that not give you a look into the kind of people that are this planet? Where they would take a peaceful man, peaceful, not harming anybody, not murdering anybody, not child trafficking and sex trafficking and organ trafficking and human trafficking, not a serial killer, not a violent man. But he comes from somewhere where they cannot get access to. Look at what they would go, the links that they would go to make him disappear from this planet. They've been looking for the Son of God since that last reset where they paraded him in front of mankind, in front of the humans. They paraded him. He was a warning that if you play this game to perfection, we will take you out. If you're trying to uplift and preserve the human race, we don't have any use for you in this algorithm of a planet that we live on. This place is controlled by an algorithm. sleep. They go have the real meetings in synagogues and underground castles or underground estates. Zorro Red. Epstein Island. Does it give you now a better look at what exactly was going in these places? Go find out. Go find out what was happening at Zorro Ranch out there in the middle of Mexico. In the same location where these scientists have been coming up missing, not even 200 miles from the Dulce base, one of the most highly secrecy. You got to have a certain amount of clearance, and the president can't even walk in there. That's where these people have been coming up missing at. I don't think it's a coincidence. And I think that the overlords of this world are going to show their fangs. Coming up in this near future, there will not be won't be able to deny this information anymore. You're going to have to ask yourself, have these religions been dragging people to hell? Have they been masking what is actually going on this planet? And the biggest religion that is in the world is inside of every government structure. If you want to live in China, you'll worship that leader like a god. If you want to live in North Korea, you will worship that leader like a god. If you want to live in Russia, you will worship Vladimir Putin like a god. In the United States of America, you will notice that MAGA supporters worship Trump like a god. The Obama supporters worshiped him like a god. There's really no difference from what is going on this planet. We're just going to have, that person's going to have to wake up. If they don't wake up, just say a prayer for them. Because if they believe in this system, then they will be fooled just like the many were fooled around the world to take those injections that have hooked every person up to a grid. On that.
Trying to figure out if I should try to put it on my phone. This is just the kind of stuff that David Wilcock was talking about. This is an interview with Graham Hancock, and he talks about the secret origin of humanity. Now, I'm just gonna play it, and y'all can interrupt me, mute me if I'm not responding. If you want to break in and say something, feel free to do so. But it's just to spark the conversation, just to give you an idea of what some of these people were talking about that are being taken off the face of the earth, or out of our view anyway. I'm also going to say this. Yes.
Hey, and let me say something real quick before you do that. Okay, I wanted to say that, y'all talk about like they're going to present something in front, because I keep hearing this, that they're going to show you, a sign of God or the Christ is coming back. It's like they're going to present it to you in their way. Do y'all know that NASA has posted a picture of this figure that looks like an angel? There's like a bunch of eyes. Did y'all know that, saying it was in space? I think they already is projecting and showing that shit, y'all.
Are you talking about the cherubim or whatever?
Yeah. That sounds like a throne. If you said it got a bunch of eyes.
Yeah, it was one big eye. It was one big eye, and there was some other little orbit little stuff around it.
Little, I don't know. It looks weird, I guess. But
it was so weird. But I just wanted to bring that in because, it was just made me think of that. And I just seen it. I've seen it several times, like within the past 2 weeks.
I just have a question. Where is David Wilcox's business partner, Corey Good, on all this?
I haven't seen anything from him.
No, that's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the birthday message. I so appreciate it. Thank you. That was really kind of you. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Happy birthday.
Thanks. Appreciate it. But, yeah, nothing from Corey Good. Nothing. I haven't seen anything. Anyone seen anything?
Not yet. Still waiting.
That was his right-hand man.
Happy birthday. Who's dead? Isn't it somebody else dead right along with him?
That's his biographer.
Oh, his biographer. Okay.
But now, his quote-unquote best friend from high school comes out from up under a rock and does this video to prove that David really did have a note, a suicide note. Now, that's what, so the point I was going to make before I was going to bring out this video is we also have to keep in mind that there is what is called controlled opposition. Okay? That's what we call agents. So there are people, thought leaders, that you may see shifts over time. Like if you've been following certain people for years, decades, you will see that there are certain ones that remain steadfast. No, they are still on the same time, same frequency, been gone mainstream, none of that. They just remain true to who they are. Then you have the others that you will see switch up. And you can see the subtle differences. And it makes us side-eye them. Like, did they take the bag? Did they get paid? Did they get shot? Are they MK Ultra? Are they controlled opposition? So what controlled opposition does, it gives you just enough, I'm going to say truth in air quotes, to oppose mainstream, to appear to be controversial and conspiratorial, to whet your palate and your appetite. That's for the ones who they know ain't buying the bullshit. We got to put just enough out there to tickle their fancy, to give them something, their intellect, just to continue to stimulate that. We're going to give them just enough truth. But even that shit be mixed with lies if you are not paying attention. That is what controlled opposition is, and that is what agents are. So I ain't calling nobody that. I'm just saying, be mindful of that as well. Now, this is David Wilcox. Unless somebody else got something they want to say before we get into it. We can always talk. Videos ain't going nowhere. We do videos to fill space. So if y'all want to continue, we can. The floor is open. Any takers?
Well, now go ahead and play that video because it was another video I had sent in earlier. I wanted y'all to play, and it kind of goes with everything that's going on with the mission scientists and the CERN with the Hadron Collider, and how these things came in from the future, and how they're saying that we're going to figure out time by 2035. Like a time machine and shit. But go ahead, play your David Wilcox one.
Okay, and I'll just play, this is just for those who didn't know him. I mean, we do have to take into consideration, it's a new wave of awareness. There's some new folks coming on the scene. Y'all don't even know what we talking about these scientists and how so many of them have come up either dead or missing. Now, the missing ones, what is crazy to me is the similarities, right, in these stories. Each of the ones that are missing, it is said that they just left their belongings. They didn't have no glasses. They didn't take their eyeglasses. They didn't take their wallet. There's personal effects and things like that they normally would have taken with them to go for a walk or to go for a drive. The one that was found burnt to a fucking crisp didn't have anything with him on his person, not even his driver's license. So, yeah, it's just, to me, you can't make this shit up, all right? So here we go. Stop me whenever y'all want.
Disclosure with David Wilcock.
I'm David Wilcock, and I welcome you to Disclosure. This is our opportunity to have a fireside chat about some of the most fascinating information ever put forward by anyone who has been writing books and doing research. What we have here is a 14-episode miniseries on ancient history. If you think that you know all there is to know about ancient history, you may be very surprised. Never before have we had such an array of incredible talent put together in a synergistic sequence where one concept builds upon the next, and we have all these guys talking to you and talking to me, because I'm interviewing them, about some of the most fascinating mysteries in Earth's primordial past. Now, skeptics oftentimes believe that we have nailed down the truth. There's nothing more that really needs to be discovered, and that orthodox mainstream thought is infallible. This is much like a religion, the belief that what we know now is all we need to know. Skeptics also can be very aggressive and very sarcastic and shaming and demeaning in the way that they try to convey their opinions. We are not looking at anything here that requires us to suspend disbelief. We're not looking at fantasy. We're not looking at fiction. And we're not looking at something that was channeled by angelic beings from higher realms. We're looking at straight ahead, hardcore empirical data that can be researched. Anybody has the opportunity. It's democratic. You can go out there, you can verify this stuff for yourself. The guy we're starting with today is Graham Hancock, and Hancock is specifically one of the most brilliant pioneers in the entire field of ancient civilizations. In 1995, he released Fingerprints of the Gods. I had it as soon as it came out. I'd already read 300 books by that point on this topic. I was blown away by what Graham Hancock had to say. In the traditional view, civilization begins with the so-called Fertile Crescent and Sumeria, and then it progresses forward to ancient Greece, and this is the first time that we have any really significant architecture and roads and systems of law. Some of that does occur in Sumer, but then it kind of grows into its fruition in ancient Greece. The new knowledge is the idea that there was a highly advanced ancient civilization before Sumer, before all of this stuff took place, and that what we think of as recorded history is in fact not the only history that's been recorded. It's only the approved version of history. And the truth may involve the concept that there was a civilization that had greater technology than we have now, and that was wiped away in a gigantic catastrophe that started roughly 12,980 years ago, and then put the Earth into a profound period of cold for 1,600 years, after which time there was yet another catastrophe, and both of these catastrophes involved massive flooding and literally wiped the surface clean of the Earth, taking away whatever remnant of this foreign civilization had once existed. So we're going to explore this as we get into this first episode of Disclosure with Graham Hancock. Check it out. All right, Graham Hancock, I am obviously a friend of yours, a huge fan. What you did with Fingerprints in the Gods for me was a phenomenal thing. I had been reading 300 books on ancient civilizations up until I found yours, and I started to get really tired of trumpeting the same data. He's got the Rhodes calculator. Everybody talks about Stonehenge. The antediluvian flood maps. And then along comes this book. I think it was 1995. I just graduated from college. Yeah. And bam, this guy has got all of the best stuff that I had seen in all of these 300 books I've been reading, and other stuff that I'd never found before. Yeah. So a lot of people know you for that. Definitely. It's definitely my best known book, no doubt. Right. Yeah. And that was a major seller, right? Like you sold a lot of copies. About 5 million copies of that book, of which 2.5 million
in hardback in Japan.
Wow, really?
And the other 2.5 million around the world. It became a bit of a sensation.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah, it was.
You can't do that now.
You can't do that now. It was a phenomenon. Yeah, it was one of those things. It caught a wave. There was a lot of new stuff in the air. There was a suggestion that maybe we've got the story of civilization wrong. And I think I was fortunate to write Fingerprints when I did. I think it caught that moment. If I published it some years earlier or some years later, I don't think it would have had that.
Yeah, I'm going to pause for a second. It seems like we have some breaking news. That there was a shooting, something that happened. Something happened with Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Apparently there were shootings and things like that. This might be what Dottie just posted. Let me click that and see, y'all. Hold on. Whistleblower Matthew James Sullivan, who agreed to testify before Congress on UFO secrecy, was just found dead. Oh, another one. That's what Dottie just sent. Okay, so another UFO whistleblower has been found dead. Does anybody have any information on this cabinet situation? The floor is open. That seems like breaking news to me. We could talk about UFOs and David Wilcox.
Wow, Fitz, so you say we got another one today, huh?
Yes, another one.
Wow. And this is not a coincidence. There's something, like I said, there's something that is inevitable, right? And it's going to hit the mainstream whether they like it or not. They're just looking for a way to control the narrative to this and how much of the information that they give us access to. This is, once again, like I said, this is going to lead into a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is going to be, once the average person gets it okay that these things are 100% real, right? Now you're going to have to ask yourself, what has been manning these crafts? What's inside of them? How long have we known? And how long have we been working with them? These are the questions that they do not want. This shit could crumble society in 72 hours. This could absolutely crumble the infrastructure, the facade of where we are at in our reality here in North America. So yes, they are going to look to erase people because, see, I'm believing that the government, which I've told you guys, and I'll land on this, there are two governments. There is a government that is the one that you allege vote for, and then there is your shadow government that acts as the handlers, knowingly or unknowingly, to the government you vote for. Now, this controlling the shadow government is what would keep you up at night, is what would make a Michael Myers or a Freddy Krueger movie look like Home Alone, look like a Disney flick. And I really believe that people don't want to know. I'm not saying us or, we've got some really awakened people around, so, leave us out of it. But the average person doesn't want to know this shit. They don't want to know there's a possibility that you married a fucking hybrid. They don't want to imagine them procreating and creating children that are non-beings. This is how far this conversation is going to go. Once you tell and people get it in their minds that this technology, UFOs, interdimensional travel, hybrids, reptilians, greys, Ebens, the Draconians, once they know that this shit is real and has been living here and predates human existence, now you're going to have to ask yourself, how and were they able to bring them into society?
Breaking news. Trump evacuated from the White House. Correspondent dinner. Live.
Shots fired.
Right now. Yeah.
What happened?
It's live now. It looks like this. Maybe shots fired, but they evacuated. It's crazy. It's going crazy right now. Okay. Trump evacuated from White House Correspondents' dinner. Live.
You trying to get a free dinner?
Nah. Homie jumped over that goddamn table. He wasn't playing no game.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, he tried to take him out live?
Well, two of the agents jumped over the table and jumped to protect him.
Oh, it's Secret Service. Now,
yep.
I'll give you a look into that. Remember, Trump is I think, might be the first president to see the Secret Service that you see. They just wear the suits like the Secret Service. These people were given that status by Trump's administration because he does not trust the secrets.
He handpicked himself, Brother James.
Say that one more time, Mr. Wilson.
He handpicked them himself from his prior. You're absolutely right.
Exactly. This is not the Secret Service that protected the other presidents. Trump has his own mercenaries. He's got his own people that he pays them. Now, they're on the payroll. They get a check. But Trump pays them individually. So that's great work, Mr. Wilson and Pitt. Look,
that's Miriam Allison making her shot back. She still want her money, man.
And you know he got a lot of brothers with him too, James. Everybody be talking that craziness and racism. He got plenty of brothers. You can see 3 of them right now live.
Protecting his life, even his
absolutely
the right hand. The right hand to Trump. The person Trump lays down at night. The person that protects him. If you guys have seen the show Paradise, and this shit is getting really crazy because I'm starting to see a lot of similarities. The right hand who watched over the president while he slept, it was a black man. That is a fact. 100% fact. Things are getting real strange. Yes, things are getting very strange out here. And look, I know that there is a war going on outside of these little proxy wars that are just most moving chess pieces. There's something happening out of the ethers, in the atmosphere, what we can't see, these other dimensions. Things are going to be ready for anything. They might just come out one day and randomly cut off all the televisions, make it all go to one channel where you've got the president speaking and he's saying shit that you would not believe in a Stephen King scripted movie.
Well, Brother James, check this out. As the master teacher said, you have said it too. Some of them don't want to go back, Brother James. How about that? They don't want to go back. They like it here. They like the water, the food, the air, the women. They don't want to go back. They don't want to hide no more. So the veils are coming off. Brother James gave you a good setup. What would you do if you found out your husband or wife or a family member was a hybrid or an alien or a demon, etc., what would you do? How could you take that information and knowledge? You know what I'm saying? It's going to get spooky, man. It's already here, man. It's already here. This is the time for you to get right. Let me give you some tricks of the trade. Sister Fifth, you gonna like this one, so you can get tapped into some of this information. You gotta clean that body up, You gotta clean that body up so you can reconnect to get this information and this download. You gotta connect back to source. You gotta connect back to source. And the way to first do that, man, is clean out your body. Get off all these toxins and these plastics. Get the highest level of water you can get into your fruits and vegetables. And you'll start to tap in and you start to feel the vibration and see a lot of this stuff, because it's live and direct. The frequency is changing, the vibration is changing, and a lot of them are saying, I don't want to leave. I don't want to go back. You ain't grabbing me up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different time. But you see the brother that jumped on that table? He wasn't playing no games. Oh, man. I laugh.
Wow. Well.
What is like the third attempt on Trump life? Like, I don't remember the last time.
Fourth? I think it's the fourth. Yeah, because somebody trying to get on Mar-a-Lago a couple of months ago, and they got arrested or shot.
And real quick, Mr. Wilson just gave a good point, and then when you go to the chat, you get people that make bold statements like, we're all human beings. There are no such thing as hybrids. You have to be trapped inside of the smallest matrix box on the planet. Your government came out and told you that anybody that took the Johnson & Johnson, the Pfizer, Moderna, that it was patented and you are no longer considered a human being. That right there shows you we've got people running around the planet that look like us, where we were shooting hoops with. Some of us was laid up with girlfriend, boyfriend, fiance, husband, situationship. Once these people went injected that in their body and backed it up with boosters, this is what they're saying. They're saying you are no longer a human being and you are now property of the military-industrial complex, the Department of Defense. This is not James King. Get your head in the game. You have no fucking idea. A lot of you guys just got woke up during COVID-19. You had some free time. They shut the world down. You was able to do some research. Some of us have been living in the rabbit hole. There is no light down there. The only light comes from the Most High. That's when He's shining a new direction for you to go. Use your discernment, James King. You don't got discernment moving forward in this world that we're going into, and you're double downing on it. You'll double down, triple down. You'll teach that to your children. You are fucking crazy. Your way of thinking is now out the window. We don't discredited, killed, thrown people in mental institutions, ruined their whole damn careers. Scam, if you want the real information, I'm gonna need you to go do some real fucking research. And if you haven't done research up to 2026 on this information, take your head, put it back in the sand with your ass in the air, and you wait for them to inject you with something else. That's what you do. If you're a Johnny lately information, I don't expect it to just to hit your level of discernment. It's scary. And it should be. Because when you have allowed, and this is all of us, when we have allowed our governments and voted for them blindly, not asking why are you guys connected to all these goddamn secret societies? Wow. Do you guys know that these scientists that are missing, they were at those secret society meetings? This is bigger than Nino Brown. You're not allowed to even reach that level of clearance without being one of them. But what you do have, and what they did not account for, is that the Most High will leave. He will leave a piece of it and has left a piece of himself in each and every one of us. So even when you go and you take these oaths, and you take these blood oaths and these pacts, and you swear allegiance to something that you do not truly understand, you can get your proverbial soul back. And you're going to have to tell the truth. You're going to have to put your life on the line. Just as you gave these people access to you by signing a blood oath, you are going to now, if you're going to come back to the Most High, you're going to have to
but this from Sean is saying that the gunman charged point at the front door of the Washington Hilton took a shot at Secret Service agent who returned fire. There is no confirmation on whether or not the gunman was shot.